Wala Good morning to our dear participants. We request all of you to please stand by and keep your camera closed and microphone on mute. The program will begin in a short while. To confirm your attendance, kindly accomplish the attendance link that can be seen in the chat box. Thank you. While we are waiting, you can now accomplish your attendance. Attendance link can be seen in the chat box. We acknowledge the presence of Dr. Adriel G. Roman and Dr. Eden C. Calio. Good morning po. To our dear participants, thank you for being patient with us. The program will begin in a few minutes. While we are waiting, you can now accomplish your morning attendance. Attendance link can be seen in the chat box. The YouTube link is also in the chat box. You can share this poll with your schools and co-educators.
is somehow relative to commercial value. Financial value is about monetary. Yeah.
Dahil State University ang LSPU, asahan mo na bukod sa quality ang education ay abot kaya pa ito. Hindi limitado sa 4 na sulok na silid ang pag-aaral mo dito sa LSPU. Maganda ang pagsasanay dito para sa paghahanda ng kinabukasan mo. Pinaghuhusay ng LSPU upang maging balanse ang buhay estudyante namin dito. Inihahanda kami ng LSPU upang maging mga leader at kapaki-pakinabang at mabuting mamamayan ng ating bansa.
For more than 67 years since 1952, the LSPU has been one of the drivers of Laguna's immense economic progress. As one of the more than 100 premier state universities of the Philippines, the LSPU has provided quality education to create capable leaders and workforce to help Laguna sustain its growth. The LSPU is the largest state university in the province of Laguna, providing excellent and subsidized education to more than 27,000 students in 4 strategic campuses located in Santa Cruz, Siniloan, San Pablo City, and Los Baños. Each LSPU campus provides instructional expertise in their specialized field and offers bachelor's, associate, and certificate programs in various fields of study. The LSPU also offers higher education programs in education.
Ang main campus ng LSPU ay matatagpuan dito sa Santa Cruz. Meron pong mahigit 10,000 estudyante ang nag-aaral dito. Bukod po sa tourism na aking kinukuha, ang pag-aabogasya at nursing ay unique dito sa LSPU Santa Cruz. LSPU Santa Cruz also offers courses on the exciting fields of engineering and information technology.
Meron pong mahigit 5,000 estudyante na karamihan ay nag-aaral sa larangan ng agrikultura dito sa LSPU Siniloan. Ang pinakamalaki pong campus ng LSPU ay matatagpuan dito. The LSPU Siniloan also provides excellent instruction in the fields of agroforestry.
Dito naman po sa San Pablo Campus, marami ang nag-aaral ng kurso ng Education, Information Technology, Engineering and Industrial Technology, Hospitality Management and Tourism. Ang LSPU San Pablo ay mayroong mahigit 8,000 na estudyante sa loob ng mahigit na 5 ektaryang pasilidad nito. Meron rin pong isa sa 2 graduate programs dito para sa education.
Dito po sa LSPU Los Baños, matatagpuan ang isa sa pinakamagandang kurikula sa fisheries sa bansa. Isama nyo na rin dito ang matibay na mga program sa education, food, nutrition, and dietetics, hospitality management, at tourism. Mahigit 5,000 estudyante ang nag-aaral dito sa LSPU Los Baños.
All 4 LSPU campuses provide programs for teacher education, computer studies, hospitality management and tourism, arts and sciences, criminal justice education, and business management and accountancy. For international competitiveness, the LSPU has developed partnerships and cooperation with foreign academic institutions and corporations to provide students and staff with insights and experience on education, research, and training on a global level. Aside from the modern amenities, the university strives to provide and improve its gymnasiums, libraries, and other associated venues needed for a balanced student life. Providing the best possible educational environment and experience has always been a priority at the LSPU. The LSPU endeavors to tap into the students' potential to help nurture them to become productive, responsible, and successful members of our society. The LSPU has made remarkable accomplishments by providing and advancing knowledge in multidisciplinary fields essential for the development of young individuals.
Tunay po na ang ating kinabukasan ng bayan ay nakasalalay sa ating mga kabataan sa pagbibigay ng matibay na pundasyon para maabot nila ang kanilang pangarap. Matutulungan rin ang ating bansa na maabot ang minimiting pagunlad. Ang tagumpay ng ating mga kabataan ay tagumpay natin lahat. Ang tagumpay ng ating mga kabataan ay tagumpay natin lahat. Ang tagumpay ng ating mga kabataan ay tagumpay natin lahat.
To our dear participants, while you're waiting, you can now accomplish your morning attendance. Attendance link can be seen in the chat box. The YouTube link is also in the chat box. You can share this poll with your schools and co-educators. Before we get started, I would like to go over a few items of our netiquette. First, stay in your most comfortable area and away from any disturbances. Second, please unmute your audio upon joining the Zoom. All participants' audio will be muted to avoid unnecessary noise. Third, turn off your camera during the webinar. Fourth, respect the speakers by listening attentively. And lastly, if you have questions, you can use the chat box. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our webinar on curriculum and instruction for teacher education. Let us begin this morning's webinar by an invocation to be led by Ms. Isa Ludovico, one of the PhD ELM students, to be followed by National Anthem and LSPU hymn through audio-visual presentation.
Dear Almighty and ever-loving God, we glorify and thank Thee your name. You have showered us with so much blessings, and your presence continuously remind us of your faithfulness and guidance. May we humbly ask you to shower our speakers today of your greatest inspiration so that they may share the most of their knowledge, heart, and soul to their respective topics. May we also absorb the invaluable knowledge and put it into practice what we may learn today. We pray that you bless all the committees in charge, that they may be able to fulfill their task responsibly, that the objectives that they have set may all be achieved. Your infinite blessing would mean the success of this webinar. May we be a living witnesses of your genuine love through the enactment of the knowledge acquired through this activity. We ask this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, helas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang binirang, kuyak ka ng magiting, sa manluluping, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit kong bagaw, ay hinagang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang atawag mo'y tagumpay na nagkikinig, ang kinuwing at parang niyang kailan, ang kanyang magkikinig. Lupa ng araw ng maraming pagsikap, buhay langit sa piling ko. Ang inigaya na pagkalit ang amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
O dearest alma mater LSP, evermore, our source of knowledge like a star, leading, making us all go far. In our vocation fields of work, you guide us to our goal. We'll lead to serve our people. We'll do the best we can. success. Our dearest LSPU, our guiding star to success. Ooh.
A pleasant morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome you here again on today's webinar on the management of curriculum and instruction for teacher education. With the theme, LSPU in the New Normal, Onward to a Flexible and Equitable Teacher Education through Responsive Curriculum and Instruction. Hosted by College of Teacher Education, Laguna State Polytechnic University, Siniloan Campus, Graduate Studies and Applied Research, and PhD ELM for 07 students in coordination with Curriculum and Instruction Development Unit. I am Ms. Norvi Grace A. Valderrama, your MC for this webinar. Our webinar today will surely give us a lot of learning about curriculum and instruction. So please relax and enjoy the rest of the day. For those who still haven't responded to their morning attendance, please accomplish the attendance link or your attendance that can be seen in the chat box. For VMGO dissemination, may we call on Dr. Adriel G. Roman, Faculty of CTE GIZAR. Good morning po.
Good morning, everyone. Am I being heard po ba?
Yes po, sir. Yes po, Doc.
For the dissemination of the MGO, let us all read wholeheartedly the LSPU vision, mission, goals, and objectives of the Graduate Studies and Applied Research Program. LSPU vision. LSPU is Center of Technology Innovation that promotes interdisciplinary learning, sustainable utilization of resources, and collaboration and partnership with the community and stakeholders. LSPU mission. LSPU, driven by progressive leadership, is a premier institution providing technology-mediated agriculture, fisheries, and other related and emerging disciplines, significantly contributing to the growth and development of the region and nation. For the goals of the Graduate Studies and Applied Research Program, graduate education is at the apex of the educational system. In the field of education, professionals who aim to contribute to the continued improvement of teaching and learning in the classroom's delivery of student services and management of educational programs. Number two, graduate education is one of the most effective means of developing capacities related to doing research that will improve educational theory and practice in many aspects of educational processes. Number three, establish graduate school that is expected to be a molder of the Filipino minds and laboratory for the study of social, technological, economic problems besetting the people and our country today. For the objectives of the Graduate Studies and Applied Research Program, number 1 is to provide advanced professional and technological learning through specialized studies, research, and inquiry into various aspects or fields of knowledge related to a certain discipline. Number 2, to maintain freedom to learn and advanced personal culture or professional training. Number 3, to further develop skills and training not only for advancement of one's professional competencies, but also for preparation to assume leadership in its field of major study. And number 4, to give advanced professional and technological training in consonance with government thrusts and national goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adriel Roman. For the acknowledgement of the participants, may we call on one of the PhD ELM students, Ms. Joanne Martinez, and we also have Ms. Elaine Iris C. Agarge for the photo op.
Good morning, everyone. The biggest benefits of attending webinars are gaining knowledge and upskilling. And to be a part of today's online event is a great opportunity for all of us. And to know who's in today's webinar, let us welcome all the participating schools. As I call the name of the school, please open your cameras to be recognized. Let's start from LSPU Santa Cruz. Next is LSPU Los Baños, LSPU SCC, LSPU SPC, LSPU Nacarlan Campus, Mabitac Integrated National High School, Santa Maria Academy, Bonbon National High School, Don Manuel Rivera National High School, LSPU Lopez Satellite Campus, Polillo National High School, Santa Maria Integrated National High School, Siniloan Integrated National High School, University of Perpetual Health System, Governor Felicissimo San Luis Integrated National High School, Kalayaan District, General Nakar Elementary School, Siniloan District, Cagayan State University, Batangas State University, University of Masupu, Batangas, Laguna State University, St. Louis University of Baguio City, Aldea National High School, Sampaloc Integrated National High School, Pulo Integrated National High School, Kisao Integrated National High School, Bagong Nayon 2 National High School, Antipolo City, San Isidro National High School, San Jose National High School, Virgilio Melendres Memorial Elementary School, Laguna's Private School Administrators. We also have Navarro ES Cavite City, General Trias Cavite City, Bridgewater School, and Infanta National High School. Thank you so much for joining, and God bless everyone.
Thank you, Ma'am Joanne Martinez, and welcome again to our dear participants. We appreciate all of you taking time off your busy schedules to join us today. For the opening remarks, may we call on the Associate Dean of College and Teacher Education and Graduate Studies and Research, Dr. Elaine Rose Gina Chon.
Good morning. Am I
Good morning po,
being
Doc.
heard? Okay.
Yes po, Doc.
Thank you, Miss Norby. Thank you. Okay. At the outset, I would like to recognize the presence of distinct personalities in the field of education who will be with us today in this virtual meeting room. Our invited resources speakers who will be formally introduced later, Dr. Amelia A. Biglete, Director 4 of CHED Regional Office 4A, Dr. Diosdado M. San Antonio, Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction of the Department of Education, Dr. Ronald A. Gonzalez, Vice President for Academic Affairs of the City College of Calamba and member of the Regional Quality Assurance Team for Teacher Education of CHED Regional Office 4A, Mr. Erwin E. Laberinto of Jacobo Gonzalez Memorial National High School, TESDA Institutional Training Center, Binyan City. I also would like to acknowledge our very own University President, Dr. Mario R. Briones, our Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Eden C. Calio, our Vice President for Research, Development, and Extension, Dr. Robert C. Agatep, and our Vice President for Administration, Engineer Beltran P. Pedregal. I also would like to acknowledge our campus directors, Engineer Joseph M. Cabiente, Engineer Manuel Luis Alvarez, Attorney Rashid J. Sancon, and Professor Joel M. Bawica, the chairpersons of the Curriculum and Instruction Development Unit, the Dean and Associate Deans of the College of Teacher Education, and the faculty of the graduate programs and undergraduate programs of LSPU. A pleasant morning po to one and all. The Laguna State Polytechnic University Siniloan Campus, College of Teacher Education, Graduate Studies, and Applied Research welcomes everyone present in this Zoom conference, as well as those who are joining us via YouTube Live to the webinar on the management of curriculum and instruction for teacher education with the theme LSPU in the New Normal, Onward to a Flexible and Equitable Teacher Education through Responsive Curriculum and Instruction, in which informative and insightful discussions will be given by the 4 invited resources speakers whose expertise in the field of education have been known to many, considering the numerous talks they had delivered to various audiences in the past. We feel overwhelmed and grateful of the positive response and support we received from our LSPU community, from our colleagues from the College of Teacher Education of other state universities, from the administrators, supervisors, principals, and teachers of different schools in Calabarzon, and the teacher education students who positively responded to our call for participation in this webinar. Your virtual presence in this activity is truly invaluable because what was supposed to be a major requirement in one subject in the Doctor of Philosophy in Education program turned to be a major significant event being hosted by the City EGSAR as we come to the end of 2021. And with this, we have great hopes that with your continued support, we will be able to make big leaps in the years ahead and create milestones for future teachers and educators. Once again, we welcome you to this one-day webinar on the management of curriculum and instruction for teacher education. Magandang umaga po at maraming salamat.
Thank you so much, Doc Elaine Rose G. Nachoin. To give us the words to feed our souls for our webinar today, I am pleased to welcome the LSP President, Dr. Mario R. Briones.
But Doc Elaine.
Good morning po, VP.
Yeah. Now, the president has an equally important activity to attend today. Hence, he is expressing his deepest sorry for not attending this event.
Yes po, ma'am. Ms. Norby, we shall proceed.
Okay, ma'am. To continue, let us hear a message from the Vice President for the Academic Affairs. May we have Dr. Eden C. Calio.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Norby Grace, yeah, for that very nice introduction. At this point, we warmly welcome everyone to this academic endeavor. On behalf of our dear University President, Dr. Mario Arbiones, together with his administrative officials, President Briones has always this desire to promote the best of the university, and is his utmost concern. It so happened that today's gathering of yours, he has an important activity to attend to. Hence, he couldn't provide his physical presence in today's gathering. Now, at this particular point, we are very lucky indeed, because today's activity marks the meeting of a great group of people whose expertise will provide us with invaluable insights into education, both in basic, technical, vocational, and higher education, and not to mention the attainment of sustainable quality assurance. We appreciate Dr. Amelia Biglete, the brilliant Regional Director of JED Region 4A, and one of our resource speakers today, for her unwavering support to the university. As well, our deepest acknowledgement to Dr. Diosdado San Antonio, the DepEd's talented and charismatic Undersecretary, to Dr. Ronald Gonzalez, the dynamic Vice President for Academic Affairs of City College of Calamba, whom I had the pleasure of meeting while accrediting teacher education programs in some higher education institutions in Calabarzon. And Mr. Laberinto, one of the specialists from Jacobo Gonzalez Memorial College, who's going to talk about the trade technical vocational education. To the prime mover of this program, the CID Director and the Associate Dean of Siniloan College of Teacher Education, Associate Dean Dr. Elaine Rose Nachon, and the GISAR, the promising school leaders of the Department of Education, and the GISAR's doctoral students for the program Educational Leadership Management, our commendation. To our Dean and Associate Deans, to our dear faculty members, and to our students from the different campuses, from the different agencies, from the different districts and divisions of the Department of Education, isa pong maalab na pagbati sa inyong lahat. As of this particular moment, we are having 216 participants inside the virtual room. And likewise, I had counted the number of participating agencies, and we did have 34 different agencies. Marami pong salamat sa inyong maalab na pagsuporta sa programa po ng College of Teacher Education Graduate Studies Program ng Siniloan Campus, and particularly or in holistic view for the Laguna State Polytechnic University. Now, by virtue of Republic Act 9402, enacted in February of 2007, the Laguna State Polytechnic University became one of the higher learning institutions in Region 4A. As the educational system grapples with the challenges of the 21st century, relevant and functional programs have become the university's primary responsibility as a change agent. This vision is to restore and elevate the teaching profession's status of nobility and dignity by providing high-quality education and increasing demand for better instruction. The teacher education program at LSPU is dedicated to producing qualified, excellent, and morally upright teachers who will contribute to the development of a portfolio of disciplined and responsible citizens in accordance with regional and national development goals. as well as increasing opportunities for global competitiveness. The urgent need to move quickly toward this vision of transforming the university into a center of excellence that will aid in the transformation of lives and communities has been emphasized by previous and current administrations. As a result, the teacher education program is unwavering in its acceptance of the challenge, the university's commitment to meeting teaching standards. Following the principle of vertical alignment, the College of Teacher Education offers its own graduate programs, including a Doctor of Philosophy, major in Educational Leadership Management, a Doctor of Education in Educational Management, and a Master of Arts in Educational program with major in Educational Management, Guidance and Counseling, English, Mathematics, Science, Filipino, Social Studies, Technology and Home Economics, and Physical Education. Since then, our graduate teacher education program has carved out a niche in the province by providing excellent service and high quality education. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Philippine government has implemented initiatives, including the adoption of the K-12 program in basic education, the implementation of the general education curriculum, the adoption of outcomes-based education as a curriculum framework in higher education, the implementation of free higher education, and the adoption of flexible learning. All of these innovations are aimed at providing equitable and high-quality higher education. This is with reference to CHED Memorandum Number 15, Series of 2019. The teacher education programs are encouraged to take on challenges and excel in the fields of research, extension, and academics as LSPU tries to meet the demands of the present. Knowledge, skills, and values are taught, practiced, and evaluated. Accrediting agencies like the AACUP levels up the accreditation status of the teacher education program for continuous improvement. In 2018, our undergraduate teacher education programs underwent a level 4 evaluation process, while our master's and doctoral programs received a level 2 rating. We as well adhere to the international standards, hence our quality management system is accredited by the ISO 9001 version of 2015. In its human resources, staff, and faculty development programs, the teacher education program promotes a long-term growth and development. Regular faculty are provided scholarship grants for further graduate studies, persuaded to attend seminars, training, conferences, workshops in various fields of their specialization. We also encourage the faculty members to conduct research and extension projects, supported assistance for paper presentation in various fora, and incentivized to submit papers for publication to recognized and reputable agencies. However, from the middle of 2019 to the present, the teacher education program has been confronted with a new challenge in the form of the COVID-19 pandemic. LSPU in the new normal adopts the flexible learning and equitable teacher education program through responsive curriculum instruction. Teacher educators understand that flexible learning is a pedagogical approach, allowing flexible time, place, and audience, but not solely focused on the use of technology. It's according to CMO number 4, the series of 2020 by the Commission on Higher Education. And in the design and delivery of programs, learners' unique needs in terms of place, pace, process, and learning are addressed. Depending on the circumstances, A variety of learning and teaching methods are combined, including the use of online platforms and digital or printed modules. And because flexibility allows educators to respond to a wide range of student abilities, needs, and interests, it is beneficial. How can we make sure that all students receive the same quality of education? Equitable classrooms must reflect inclusivity and culturally responsive teaching practices that provide all students with unique learning opportunities while also ensuring that they receive an equal education. Creating specialized differences in curricular experiences, providing multiple options for knowledge acquisition, sense making and product, and providing different work could also be examples. Teachers must be adaptable and flexible in order to meet the profession's ever-changing demands. Through responsive teacher education curriculum and instruction, we could strive for sustainable excellence and equity in learning. According to a recent OECD report, OECD is the Organization of Economic Cooperating and Development, which was published in 2021. 36 country members have implemented comprehensive curricular reforms to foster change in the knowledge, competencies, abilities, and values that students develop in their learning environment. In order to create more conducive learning environment that motivates students and ensure higher levels of skill. The method used to reform instructional content, as well as the extent to which the curriculum has been changed. Many countries, such as Poland and the United Kingdom, focus on developing core educational competencies, whereas Hungary, Japan, and Korea have broader curriculum guidelines that include values and socio-emotional skills like zest for life, as well as the promotion of student happiness. What I do want to emphasize is that a high-quality educational system benefits both student performance and equity. Many countries achieve this winning combination of excellence and equity by addressing factors that have been shown to hinder student performance, such as socioeconomic status, gender, a lack of qualified teachers, classrooms, and educational materials, to name a few. Policies such as providing high-quality early childhood education and care, identifying students at risk of dropping out, and providing additional support and alternative pathways, such as vocational education and training, allocating additional resources to schools, especially in deprived areas, and developing the capacity to integrate all types of learners from various cultural backgrounds can all help to mitigate the impact of these factors. Let us encourage teachers to develop culturally relevant and responsive curricula for their students. By increasing inclusive cultural awareness, empowering teachers to understand and recognize their own identity and biases, as well as the larger cultural forces at play, and creating a supportive professional environment that values culturally responsive teaching, we can make intended and enacted curriculum sustainably excellent and equitably relevant. I wish everyone a blessed morning and cordially welcome you to this academic activity sponsored by Siniloan Campus Doctor of Philosophy students, major in Educational Leadership Management. And at this point as well, I would like to recognize the presence of our LSPU Regent, the President of the Faculty Association, Dr. Chester Alexis Buwama. Thank you very much and best wishes, everyone.
Teacher must be adaptable and flexible. Thank you so much,
Welcome.
Dr. Eden C. Calio. We are grateful for the time and effort you took to share your thoughts. Your presence and wise word help magnify our cause in the best possible way. Thank you so much, Doc. We would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Amelia Biglete, one of our speakers, and of course, our faculty regent, Dr. Chester Buama. Good morning po. This time, let us proceed to the main part of this webinar. May we call on Ms. Jonaline O. Ilagan, one of the PhD ELM students, to introduce to us our first speaker.
Good morning po. A pleasant and blessed morning to our University President, Dr. Mario Arbiones, to our Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Eden Sicalio, Vice President for Administration, Engineer Beltran P. Padrigal, the Vice President for our Research and Development, Dr. Robert Agatep, to our Campus Director, Engineer Joseph M. Cabiente, to the CDs of the other LSPU campus, to our Associate Dean, Dr. Irene Rose Ginachon, to our speakers who will be introduced later, and to the participants from other schools and universities, administrators, deans, associate deans, directors, principals, program coordinators, faculty, and students. Let me introduce our first resource speaker for today. She is the Director 4 of the Commission of the Higher Education Regional Office 4. She is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Statistics at University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Master of Science in Economics at De La Salle University, Manila, and Doctor of Philosophy in Education, Research and Evaluation at UP Diliman. Her postgraduate courses are Project Monitoring and Evaluation, School for International Training, Brattleboro, Vermont, USA, Advanced Professional Training in the Planning of Education Systems, Industrial Occupations Promotion Center, German Foundations for International Development, Mannheim, Germany, Certificate in Educational Planning and Educational Economics, Faculty of Education, University of Bielefeld, Germany. Director Biglete has been in government service for 41 years, occupying different positions. In 1971, she started working at the Educational Development Projects Implementing Task Force. In 1981, she transferred to the Technical Panel for Agricultural Education based at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. She rose from the ranks and later became its executive secretary, equivalent to the executive director position. During the establishment of the Commission on Higher Education in 1994, she was tapped to join as one of the Central Office directors. For 5 years, she served as Director 3 in 2 offices, at the Office of the Policy Planning, Research and Information, and Office of Programs and Standards. In year 2000, she was assigned to be the Regional Director of the CHED National Capital Region and occupied the post for almost 10 years. Then in 2009, she was assigned to be the Regional Director of CHED Regional Office 7 based in Cebu City. After 14 years in regional operations, she was asked to return to the central office to serve as the Director 4 of the Office of the Programs and Standards Development. Back to the regional assignment, effective January 1, 2019, she assumed the post of Regional Director of CHED Regional Office 4. As a pioneer, SHED Director Dr. Biglete is a full-fledged Career Executive Service Officer or CESO Rank 3. Let us all welcome Dr. Amelia A. Biglete. Good morning po, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Ms. Jonaline Ilagan, for the introduction. Good morning to our President, Dr. Mario Briones. Of course, to our good friend, Dr. Eden Calio, the Vice President for Academic Affairs. And another good friend, Dr. Chester Alexis Buama, our faculty regent, and the campus director of LSPU Sinuluan, Engineer Joseph Cabiente, to all the attendees in this webinar of LSPU Sinuluan. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. I'm very happy to be with you in this important activity. And thank you for inviting me as one of your speakers in this webinar. So I have here a presentation. Can I request for the share screen? So the topic assigned to me is about the graduate teacher education, management of curriculum and instruction. And the title of this webinar is a webinar on the management of curriculum and instruction in teacher education, being sponsored by Laguna State Polytechnic University, Sinuluan. So to start with this, the theme of your webinar, as I have noted, is that the theme is LSPU in the new normal, onward to a flexible and equitable teacher education through responsive curriculum and instruction. So basically, my assignment is to discuss with you the teacher education at the graduate level. And how do we respond in the new normal because of the COVID-19 pandemic? Okay, so what are the challenges that we have encountered because of the COVID-19 pandemic? We're all aware that the emergence of COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented disruptions in our educational system. And the conduct of face-to-face classes in the Philippines was suspended. We started to have this COVID-19 pandemic in early 2020. And since year 2020, March, started in March, we had the ECQ. Up to now, we are experiencing this COVID-19 pandemic. And so it's very difficult to conduct face-to-face classes. The challenge has been since last year is how to continue the teaching and learning beyond the usual face-to-face classes. So we need to explore. We were all forced to explore other innovative learning modalities that will facilitate migration from traditional to flexible teaching and learning options. So because we were not able to conduct face-to-face classes, we had difficulties last year, how we will be able to adjust and adapt to the new normal. So we encountered a lot of problems. Many of our institutions resorted to offering classes through online. And as a result, we encountered a lot of problems from our complaints from our faculty members, from our students, Major problem is the availability of devices, whether our faculty members, our students required devices, whether they have laptops, they have desktops, they have cell phones, they have tablets, and whether they have internet connectivity. And at that time, of course, it is costly because we need to have subscription for internet connectivity. If you're using cell phone, we need to have cellular data. So we encountered a lot of problems, and the adjustment was too difficult, both on the part of our faculty members and our students. At least by this time, we are not any in the CHED Regional Office 4, very seldom that we receive complaints with regard to the mode of delivery, such as online or virtual classes. So what the Commission did last year was to issue a guidelines, policies and guidelines, and CHED promoted the implementation of flexible learning. And so this CHED Memorandum Order number 4, Series 2020 was issued. It is a document which contains the general guidelines and the implementation of flexible learning and teaching options, approaches, strategies, systems, pedagogies, and modalities in the higher education programs, both for undergraduate and graduate programs. So as of now, this is our living document. This is the document that guides all of us in the higher education sector, how we will transition to the new normal, to the new learning modalities using flexible learning. So with this issuance of CMO number 4, Series 2020, all our higher education institutions were required to submit learning continuity plan to CHED, so that we will know how our higher education institutions will be adjusting to the new learning modalities and what are their preparations, what subjects they will offer under different types of learning modalities, and whether an institution has an existing learning management system, and whether our institutions have established minimum health protocols for their faculty members, for their staff, and when the students will be going to their inside the campus, the minimum health standard will be observed. So yan yung basic contents ng ating CMO number 4, Series 2020. After all, we started suspending classes in March when we had ECQ. Now it's already ending the year. So more than 1.5 years that we have been into the COVID-19 pandemic. But I think we have improved, our situation has improved, has quite improved. And this is the reason why in higher education sector, we started to implement we started to conduct limited face-to-face classes in some courses, like last February 10, 2021, there was a CHED DOH Joint Memorandum Circular number 1, Series 2021. And this is allowing selected health-related programs such as medicine, nursing, medical technology, medical laboratory science, physical therapy, midwifery, and public health. In these 6 courses, the conduct of limited face-to-face classes are now allowed since last year. And we in the CHED Regional Office 4, we exerted efforts in evaluating the application for authorization of some of our HCIs offering these 6 health-related programs. So since last year, they have been implementing or conducting limited face-to-face classes, but this limited face-to-face classes is only for laboratory subjects which cannot be handled through online or virtual mode, and the conduct of clinical practice, hospital training, and other on-the-job or internship or practicum courses. So at least our students who were in these selected health-related programs were able to attend classes and were able to complete the requirements for them in order for them to graduate from their respective courses. And then in August 23 of this year, this conduct of limited face-to-face classes was expanded to other allied health programs such as speech, language pathology, dentistry, respiratory therapy, pharmacy, and radiologic technology. So, and then other health-related programs were also open, as CHED has formulated the corresponding policy standards and guidelines for the conduct of limited face-to-face classes. So in almost all health-related programs, we are now conducting limited face-to-face classes, but limited face-to-face classes can only be conducted in MGCQ areas. And then on September 28, last September 28, the CHED was able to get approval from our IATF and from the President of the Philippines to expand the conduct of limited face-to-face classes in non-health related programs such as engineering and technology, hospitality and hotel and restaurant management, through tourism and travel management, marine engineering and marine transportation. Unfortunately, teacher education was not included in these non-health related programs. But I know some of these programs are being offered by LSPU. LSPU is offering engineering and technology programs, hospitality or HRM programs. I know you're also offering tourism and travel management, but no offering on marine engineering and marine transportation. So there were a lot of inquiries sent to us in the regional office. What about teacher education? But we're saying teacher education in this issuance last September 28 was not included. Fortunately, yesterday we saw in the news, in Facebook, in TV, our chairman, Dr. Prospero Popa de Vera, he was in different stations, radio stations, in Facebook and in TV news, announcing that the IATF has approved the implementation of up to 50% capacity limited face-to-face classes in all degree programs. So by stating in all degree programs, this is the time that teacher education is now included. But we can only conduct limited face-to-face classes. Our HCIs need to closely coordinate with the local government units because each local government unit has its own policy in terms of health protocols. So if the LGU will not agree, our HCIs cannot offer limited face-to-face classes. There should be clearance with the LGU, and there is a need to submit application for authorization from the Commission on Higher Education. So for all our HCIs in Region 4, there is a need for our HCIs to submit application for authorization in the CHED Regional Office 4. So, yon. Kung gusto na po nating mag-limited face-to-face classes in teacher education, and I think not only in teacher education for LSPU, it should be for all programs because we are now allowed to have 50% capacity for limited face-to-face classes. So I would like to advise Laguna State Polytechnic University to start submitting your requests for authorization to conduct limited face-to-face in all your degree programs. So you should be guided by the CHED-DOH Joint Memorandum Circular Number 1 Series 2021. All the requirements, all the procedures, the documentary requirements, the coordination that should be undertaken by the HCIs, and the inspection to be conducted by CHED are all stated in the CHED-DOH Joint Memorandum Circular Number 1 Series 2021. So this is now the good news. Teacher education can now be offered. In teacher education, we can now conduct limited face-to-face classes. Okay, so as a prelude to my presentation about the graduate education in teacher education, let me first present to you the undergraduate teacher education curricula. I'd like to inform you that in 2017, the CHED exerted effort to revise our undergraduate programs aligned to outcomes-based education, aligned to the Philippine Qualifications Framework, aligned to different developments or the internationalization efforts. So we have to infuse that in our revised teacher education curricula. So let me present the undergraduate teacher education curricula. What are the bases for the revision of teacher education curricula, which is we call the pre-service programs? Because we started, I think in 2016, implementing the K-12 curriculum. So we need to revise our teacher education curricula to align to the requirements of the K-12 curriculum. Because of the implementation of the K-12 curriculum, we have to revise the general education courses from originally 63 units or 51 units. We reduce it to 36 units. And this is embodied in CHED Memorandum Order Number 20, Series 2016. And then we had this CHED Memorandum Order Number 46, Series 2012. And this is the policy standard to enhance quality assurance in Philippine higher education through an outcomes-based and typology-based quality assurance. So we need to align our teacher education curricula based on the provisions of CMO number 46, Series 2012. And then there was this Philippine Qualifications Framework, the institutionalization of the Philippine Qualifications Framework in our educational system. It is a national policy which describes the levels of educational qualifications and sets the standards for qualification outcomes. It is competency-based, it is labor market-driven, it is assessment-based qualification recognition. And there was an issuance, Executive Order 83, Series 2012, but in 2018, there was this law, Republic Act 10968, which institutionalizes the Philippine Qualifications Framework. The revision of teacher education curricula was also aligned to the PPST, the Philippine Professional Standards for Teacher, as issued through Department Order 42, Series 2017. There are 4 stages of development for our teachers in the PPST standards. We have what we call as the beginning stage, the proficient stage, the highly proficient and distinguished. For us, in the teacher education curricula, we are concerned with the career stage 1, the beginning teacher. After graduation, they will be employed as beginning teachers. So this teacher education curricula should prepare our graduates to be a good and effective teacher as a beginning teacher. Yung other stages, yung being proficient, highly proficient, and distinguished teacher, that will be the concern of the Department of Education, conducting mga trainings for our faculty members and other incentives, providing incentives to them so that they will be able to develop their skills to becoming proficient, highly proficient, and distinguished teachers. We also aligned our teacher education curricula using the competency framework for teacher in Southeast Asia, which was formulated by CMU. And we also aligned our teacher education curricula to the document of UNESCO KFIT ICT competency standards for teacher education. It was very good that we tried to enhance our curriculum in improving the ICT competency of our students in the teacher education programs. Because this time we are now implementing flexible learning, we are using blended learning, we cannot anymore avoid to use technology, to use ICT, and it's very good that our teacher education curricula are already aligned, or we were able to enhance that our students will have a good ICT competency. Okay, so what happened to our teacher education degree programs? In the first, I have here a comparison of the previous and the revised programs. So previously, we had Bachelor of Elementary Education, BEd Generalist. It was not revised, it's still Bachelor of Elementary Education and Generalist. So general ang ating, generalist ang ating focus sa Bachelor of Elementary Education. We had previously specialization in special education for BEd. With the revised programs, this program has been transformed to several programs. We now have Bachelor of Inclusive and Special Needs Education, Generalist, with the specialization in early childhood education, something new, with specialization in teaching deaf and hard of hearing learners, new, with the specialization in teaching learners with visual impairment, also a new program, and with specialization in elementary school teaching. So yan ang nangyari do sa original na BEd with the specialization in special education. We had also BEd with the specialization in early childhood. So we retain, it's now, it's not anymore a specialization under BEd, it's now a separate program which we call Bachelor of Early Childhood Education. So nagkaroon ng transformation yung ating mga original programs when we revised the CMOs or the PSGs in 2017. For other programs, yung what happened to our Bachelor of Secondary Education, originally we had these majors, English, Filipino, Mathematics, Physical Science, Biological Science, Social Studies, Values Education. Ang nangyari sa revised programs, dati ilan ito? 2, 4, 6, 7. Ngayon, naging ano na lang, 6. English na retained, Filipino retained, Mathematics retained. Yung physical at saka biological science pinagsama as one subject, science. And then na-retain social studies, na-retain din si values education. So ito na yung mukha ng ating Bachelor of Secondary Education with 6 majors. And then originally, we had this TLE and MAPE. Ngayon, nagkaroon na ng separate programs. Hindi na siya specialization. Dati specialization lang siya sa secondary education. Ngayon, meron na tayong Bachelor of Technology and Livelihood Education, Bachelor of Physical Education, Bachelor of Culture and Arts Education. So ito na ang but this TLE and MAPE are subsumed into these 3 programs. Then originally we had Bachelor of Technical Teacher Education. It was transformed into Bachelor of Technical Vocational Teacher Education. And then Bachelor of Physical Education, we had 3 majors, major in school PE, 2 majors in school PE, in sports and wellness management. Ngayon, naging 2 separate programs na ito. One is Bachelor of Physical Education, and then we have a new program, Bachelor of Science in Sports and Exercise Science, major in Fitness and Sports Management, and major in Fitness and Sport Coaching. So ito na yung bagong mukha ng ating mga teacher education curricula or teacher education degree programs. And this is the reason why many of our HCIs or TEIs are now offering these new programs, securing authorization from CHED to operate these new programs. Okay, so I assume that the Laguna State Polytechnic University has already aligned with this revised PSGs on teacher education curricula. So inayos nyo na ang inyong mga existing degree programs aligned to this new nomenclature, aligned to this new and updated curriculum or curricula. Okay. So in terms of credit units, our teacher education programs, the total number of units ranges from 140 to 123. These are just minimum, meaning our HCIs can enhance and add a reasonable number of units, not so excessive in such a way that the semestral load of our students will be very, very heavy. That's why I am part of the Board of Regents of LSPU in all the 5 SUCs in Region 4, and I make sure that the curricula being implemented by our SUCs are within the minimum, or if higher than the minimum, not so excessive. Okay, so that's it. What are our program outcomes for teacher education programs? These are the program outcomes that we are expected among our ACIs to aim in offering teacher education programs. Articulate the rootedness of education, philosophical, sociocultural, historical, psychological, and political context. Demonstrate mastery of subject matter or discipline, apply skills in the development and utilization of ICT to promote quality, relevant, and sustainable education practices, develop innovative curricula, instructional plans, teaching approaches, and resources for diverse learners, demonstrate a variety of thinking skills in planning, monitoring, assessing, and reporting learning processes and outcomes, and practice professional and ethical teaching standards sensitive to the local, national, and global realities. These are stated in the different PSGs for the various teacher education programs that we have now in the revised PSGs. And now, how is our teacher education transitioning to the new normal? Here I have listed down, I took this from the CHED DepEd Joint Memorandum Order number 1 series of 2021. It's stated there that it is imperative for our teacher education institutes to respond positively to the distinctive challenges and opportunities presented by the unusual circumstances surrounding us in view of the pandemic, by delivering courses in innovative and flexible ways suitable to the context of educational institutions, teachers, and students. Please take note, context of educational institution. Different educational institutions have their own vision, mission, and goals. Institutional mission, mission, and goals. So we should align our program offerings in the context of the educational institution, vision, mission, goals. Our teachers and students have different needs. Our students in the public institutions have quite unique requirements or needs compared with their counterparts who are in the private higher education institution. So if we talk of delivering courses in innovative and flexible ways, merong comparative differences between the public and the private higher education sector. And then CHED issued the guidelines on the implementation of flexible learning. I mentioned this a while ago, to ensure continuity of learning at the tertiary level. While in the DepEd issued an order on the adoption of the basic education learning continuity plan for school year 2020 to 21 in the light of the COVID-19 public health emergency. And this is DepEd Order number 12 series of 2020. And our teacher education institutions and cooperating schools must continue to strive to sufficiently prepare the next batch, our new batch of teachers, to teach in the post-pandemic new normal environment. Kailangan turuan na natin ang ating mga students in our teacher education programs and those who will be graduating na dapat sila ay prepared to teach in a new normal, in a new situation, in a new environment because of this COVID-19 pandemic, which until now is with us. And so, in addition to the current preparations being undertaken to deliver courses by means of flexible modalities, we are concerned with the field study and practice teaching courses in the teacher education programs. And we need to redesign in ways that are compatible with the present situation. Ito yung malaking challenge natin. Nung tayo last year ay nag-suspend ng classes, hindi natin makonduct yung mga field study and practice teaching courses. So we need to shift from residential or face-to-face teaching to flexible learning in higher education and learning delivery modalities in basic education to ensure the health, safety, and security of the teachers, students, pre-service teachers, and other stakeholders during the time of the pandemic. So yung iba na gusto na talagang makagraduate, nag-practicum sila through online. So pinayagan naman namin because online naman talaga ang mode sa basic education. So some institutions, they have offering, they have degree program offerings, they also have basic education program. So mas madali yon kasi within the institution. Ang problema kung yung ating TEIs ay offering only higher education program. So they have to look for schools in the DepEd schools where their students can undertake their practicum. But the problem, majority of our basic school education schools in the DepEd, they implemented modular approach. So, hindi online. Very few adopted the online mode. So, nahihirapan na makapag-field study and makapag-practice teaching ang ating mga estudyante. Hopefully, with this approval to conduct limited face-to-face, our students can now go to schools and have their practicum. But, of course, we have to secure authorization from CHED for an institution to be allowed to conduct limited face-to-face. So, as I have mentioned, the CHED and DepEd already issued joint Memorandum Order number 1 series of 2021 regarding the deployment of pre-service teachers for field study and teaching internship. The set of policies and guidelines covers pre-service teachers taking the experiential learning courses under CMO 30 Series 2004. TEIs are enjoined to implement the necessary modifications in the delivery of teaching internship and field study. And then in view of the risk posed by the ongoing pandemic, the policy and practice teaching and field study of pre-service teachers shall abide with existing health protocols. And then in any circumstances that face-to-face contact will be permitted, ngayon allowed na unlimited face-to-face, minimum public health standards shall be strictly observed. That's why you need to secure, that's why our higher education institutions need to secure authorization from CHED. And in order to promote the well-being of students and guarantee quality of their learning and exposure and ensure their safety while undergoing internship, TEIs and cooperating schools are advised to adhere to the requirements on Student Internship Program in the Philippines per CMO number 104 series of 2017, Department Order number 3 series of 2007, and the guidelines on the required health standards in basic education, offices, and school per DepEd Order number 014 series of 2020. So yan ang ating undergraduate programs in teacher education. It's a prelude, but it's quite a long presentation. It's a prelude to graduate education. Here, I'd like to present to you the new program instituted by CHED in 2017 in teacher education. And this is the Post-Baccalaureate Diploma in Alternative Learning System, consisting of 30 units. I don't know whether LSPU is offering this Post-Baccalaureate Diploma in Alternative Learning System. It is a 30-unit post-baccalaureate program with the primary goal of providing the appropriate tertiary education program that can respond to the need for competent and committed ALS practitioners to serve marginalized learners in the community. Kung mapapansin nyo, kaya ang CHED was forced to revise our guidelines is to address the needs of the K-12 implementation. And in basic education, at that time in 2017, one of the major problems of DepEd was to look for teachers who can teach ALS, Alternative Learning System. Wala naman kasing specific course or degree na ang specialization will be on Alternative Learning System. This is the reason why CHED formulated this new program, but it is a post-baccalaureate program, diploma program, consisting of 30 units in order to produce ALS practitioners or teachers for the Alternative Learning System. Now, what about graduate programs in teacher education? The existing PSG is CMO number, CHED Memorandum Order number 53, series of 2007. These are entitled Policies and Standards for Graduate Programs in Education for Teachers and Other Education Professionals. In this CMO 53, 2007, these are the types of graduate programs in teacher education. We have the non-thesis master's programs for teachers. The title is Master in Education, major in a specific subject area. Marami naman yan, English, Filipino, Science, Social Science, and so forth. We have the non-thesis master's program for other education professionals, and we call it Master in Education, and then major in a specific professional area. We have the thesis master's programs, and then this is what we call as MAED, Master of Arts in Education, with major in a specific subject area or professional area. And for the doctoral programs, we have two programs, Doctor of Philosophy in Education, PhD in Education, and Doctor of Education, or what we call as EDD. So these are described in CMO 53 series 2007. And then the competency standards as stated in CMO 53 series 2007, these are the competency standards for master's program. An individual who completes a master's degree in education is able to demonstrate in-depth understanding of a complex and coherent body of knowledge and skills in an area of study and education which may be applied in many types of school or other educational environments. A higher order level of skill in the analysis, critical assessment, and application of communication of knowledge in the field. An ability to apply knowledge and skills in the field to new situations in more creative and flexible ways, and to solve complex problems in the field in ways that involve rigorous thinking and independent work. Ito makikita natin. Ano bang klaseng graduates in the master's program ang dapat nating ma-produce? So doon sa 2007, this CMO was formulated in 2007. So ngayon it's 2021. So 14 years ago, ito na yung dapat nating i-aim pag nag-o-offer tayo ng master's program. Ito yung mga skills and competencies na dapat nating ma-develop sa ating mga students in the master's program. What about doctoral program? Ano ang dapat competencies ng mga students in the doctoral program? They should have a comprehensive and in-depth understanding of a complex and coherent body of knowledge, example, theories, principles, concepts, and skills. and skills such as problem solving and communication skills that are in the forefront of an academic discipline or professional area. They should have the ability to extend the latter or generate new knowledge through research, the ability to make informed judgments on complex issues in specific fields of specialization, and of approaching and solving problems in innovative ways. Ang bigat, kapag ikaw ay nasa doktor na at ikaw ay tatawaging doktor, blank, dapat you have all these competencies. Mas malalim kaysa taking the master's program. Itong mga competency standards na ito ay can be compared in the new guidelines issued by CHED on graduate education. As of now, it's the CMO 15 series 2019 is a general guidelines on graduate education. But there is a need to develop specific guidelines for graduate education in teacher education. So DCMO 53 series 2007 will have to be revised by CHED in the future so that there is a specific guidelines for graduate education in teacher education, following the general guidelines CMO 15 2019. The curriculum as stated in CMO 53, the non-thesis master's program for teachers, a coursework of 30 units with 6 units integrating courses. Kasi walang thesis, so integrating courses. Thesis master's program, 30 units coursework, it's a research-based, but with 6 units thesis. And the doctoral programs, coursework of 48 units with 12 units dissertation, a total of 60 units. So yan yung description ng ating graduate education programs in terms of the types of graduate programs in teacher education, the competency standards, and the curriculum that we had for the graduate programs in teacher education. Now, let me show you a data here in Region 4 for academic year 2020-21. Ito yung mga enrollment in graduate programs by discipline. Makikita natin in the 4th row, education, science, and teacher training. The biggest enrollment in graduate education in program in Region 4 is in education, teacher education. Ang laki. Kasi, ang laki din ang kinikater natin kasi yung mga teachers in basic education, for them to be promoted and to enhance their skills and competencies, they're taking graduate education, either master's, and then if they have already the master's program degree, they pursue doctoral degree. So makikita natin na pinakamalaki, 4,112 are enrolled in our teacher education programs in academic year 2020 to 2021. The next is in the business administration and related programs. In the sciences, makikita ninyo ang unti, which we need badly, people with expertise in the STEM, science, technology, science, engineering, technology, and mathematics. Okay, so that's our data in Region 4. Now, I'd like to state that we are now having the land. We are moving towards a different landscape. We are now in the changing landscape of graduate teacher education, and the theme of your webinar is on management of curriculum and instruction. We should now be guided by CMO 15 series of 2019. This was issued 2 years ago, and this is the policy standards and guidelines for graduate programs. I am assuming that Laguna State Polytechnic University has already made some adjustments or transformation or enhancement in your existing graduate programs aligned to CMO 15 series of 2019. So with that, I'd like to present to you the graduate education standards, the new PSG for graduate programs. But before presenting the highlights of this PSG, let me present first the state of graduate education in the Philippines. As described by a task force commissioned by CHED. Ang sabi ng task force, how do they describe our graduate education in the country? It is generally hotspots, a mixture of many offerings and a wide variety of discipline and professional competencies. It features a wide variety of programs with vastly varying curricular content, faculty, quality, and facility support, oriented towards career enhancements and prestige. Most offerings add credentials and competencies to qualify graduates for higher job promotions, rank, salaries, professional peace, or social status. So ang interest is for promotion in work. And then offerings tend to cluster around 4 career fields: public administration, teaching and school administration, professional practice, and business management, as I have shown in the data that I have presented. Generally, more of the same college level education. No clear or substantive content and pedagogical difference between graduate program offerings from their similar disciplinary offerings in college level. It's more of the same. The undergraduate level is just the same as in the graduate offerings. So yun ang gusto nating dapat mabago. It should be on higher level, hindi more of the same as in the college level education. Then mainly school-based. Of course, dito sa Pilipinas ay talaga namang ating graduate education ay school-based. But in other countries, there are some colleges and universities in other countries offering their graduate education which are industry-based already. Okay, so siguro, the future we will be moving toward offering graduate programs which are industry-based. Another description is it is generally weak in supporting national development. Dapat strong ang ating graduate education para we can help in increasing our research outputs in the country and to support our national development. And then comparatively a low performer compared to graduate education in many other countries. So makikita natin if we compare our graduate education, comparatively ay low in quality or in terms of performance of our in terms of outputs. We have low in science, technology, engineering, mathematics. I mentioned this. And then there's a need to be to reform our graduate education because of these findings. Yan yung sinasabi dito sa findings ng Task Force Commission by CHED. So how do we address these findings? So there is a need to upgrade graduate education in the Philippines. The rationale is while there may be a concentration of graduate programs in several areas of expertise on the overall, there remain to be wide gaps in availability of and access to graduate programs in many disciplines deemed to be critical in supporting local growth and as required in the respective professions. There remain many underdeveloped areas of specialization across disciplines. There is a need to anchor the development of programs in a manner that more closely responds to the needs of the regions. It should be addressing the needs of the community, the local needs, the regional needs, aside from the national needs. There is an urgent need to simultaneously and strategically invest in the deepening of specializations in many fields to ensure the holistic development of said programs and sectors. Now, this is the framework that was used in formulating the revised PSG for graduate education. And sabi, graduate education should contribute to inclusive growth and national development goals of the country. It should be a thrust of our graduate education programs being offered by our higher education institution. It should be, we know internationalization, even before pandemic, was already being discussed, and we were, many of our HEIs were encouraged to go and align with the internationalization of higher education. We need to align with globalization, economic integration, the ASEAN economic integration, mobility of workers, professionals, and then we need to make sure that we are instituting quality assurance mechanisms in our graduate education, and we need to take effort in having mutual recognition with different universities abroad, and we should be particular with having efforts towards securing accreditation and implementing credit transfer. And then graduate education should be focused towards innovation, towards having strong research. It could be towards research or creative work. And ngayon, medyo ang approach natin ay hindi na one discipline, it is interdisciplinary collaboration or multidisciplinary. But to strengthen graduate education, there should be incentives, policy, and a proper or appropriate regulatory environment. Yun ang medyo mahina ang ating bansa. Walang masyadong incentives for research, and so ang ating mga higher education institutions, they're just doing graduate education because they are higher education institution. Pero yung incentives, yung policies, and yung appropriate funding, facilities, resources, developing the qualifications of our faculty members, medyo malayo pa tayo. Kailangan mag-exert ng efforts ang ating gobyerno, ang ating mga higher education institutions. And regarding development strategies, dapat naka-align ang graduate education natin towards human resource development, of course, trade, migration, employment, and the ultimate is skills and competency formation. Basically, this is the framework adapted in the formulation of the revised policies and guidelines for graduate education. Now, highlights only. I will not be discussing this very deeply kasi this is for general. This is not specifically for teacher education. We're hoping that in the future, we'll have a specific policy standards and guidelines for graduate programs in teacher education. This is the start. This is the general guidelines, and different disciplines in the future will have their own specific PSG for their graduate programs. So dito sinasabi lang, sabi sa CMO, graduate programs constitute a level or stage of academic work considered as an advanced program of study, hindi yung more of the same of the college level. And then it should focus on a particular or interdisciplinary academic discipline or profession and involve certain objective options such as rigorous evaluation of work and interaction with professors and peers. So dapat merong strong interaction between the professors and the peers, professional experience via internship, teaching and research, and production of original research or creative work. Ito yung ini-emphasize sa bagong guidelines ng graduate education. Production of original research or creative work. The ultimate goal is, of course, to contribute to the process of knowledge acquisition, generation, sharing, and exchange that is distinct from the baccalaureate level. Paulit-ulit na ini-emphasize, it should be distinct from the undergraduate level. And the general outcomes of graduate programs should be the mastery of a specialized field of study, the development of original and critical thinking, and the demonstration of problem-solving skills that prepare the degree holder for advanced instruction and leadership. Hindi nyo napapansin, yung piniresent ko kaninang competency standards for graduate programs in teacher education, medyo ganito ang focus. Medyo naka-align naman pala ang ating graduate programs in teacher education in this new PSG. on graduate education, which is general in nature. Okay, basically what we have here, do I still have time, is the role of graduate education. As you could read on the slide, achieve a clear progression beyond basic education and baccalaureate undergraduate education, then produce advanced competencies that can spur and sustain these different areas: leadership and innovation, scientific and technological growth, creative and effective learning and teaching, and so forth. Program levels and outcomes. Ito in the master's level, sabi ko kanina, meron tayong Philippine Qualifications Framework, and our PQF has 8 levels, and this master's program is in the level 7 of the Philippine Qualification Framework, PQF level 7 descriptors. So ito yung kailangan nating i-aim as program outcomes in the master's level. Advanced knowledge and skills in a specialized interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary field of study, professional practice, self-directed research, lifelong learning, application of all the above skills in research, professional, or creative work. In the doctoral level, in the PQF, Philippine Qualifications Framework, it is at the top, the level 8, the highest PQF level descriptors. So yon, demonstration of highly advanced systematic knowledge and skills, highly specialized or complex interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary field of learning. Utilization of complex research, application of more complex setting, application of significant level of expertise-based autonomy and accountability. So yan yung mga program outcomes. The types of graduate programs, kanina pinakita ko sa inyo yung types of graduate programs in teacher education. In general, ito naman yung nakadescribe sa CMO 15 Series 2019. If we talk of master's program, there is what we call as Master of Arts academic track. Yan. So yan. And then we have what we call as Master of Arts by research. And then we also have what we call as Master of Science academic track. So makikita ninyo, inayos na yung mga degree title in the master's program. We have Master of Science by research, master's degree, professional track. Yung mga Master of Education, yun yung professional track. Yung Master of Arts kanina, yun yung MAED. Now, there is now also a new program in this PSG, which we call a straight bachelor's master's program. So pwede na tayo mag-offer dito sa Pilipinas ng straight from bachelor to master's. And then there is what we call as dual doctor of medicine or master's degree program. So yan yung mga bagong innovation dito sa bagong policy standards and guidelines. And then dual master's degree. Ito sa ibang bansa, matagal na ino-offer to eh. Eh tayo dito sa Pilipinas, ngayon pa lang tayo halos nagsisimula yung ibang eskwelahan. Of course, merong paisa-isa, dalawa in the past na nag-offer na ng dual master's degree. Pero ngayon pa lang nagtitake ng effort ang ating mga HCIs to have dual master's degree program. For the doctoral program still, we have Doctor of Philosophy, PhD, academic track, Doctor of Philosophy by research, doctoral degree, professional track. Ito yung EDD natin. And then there is what we call as master's, straight master's or doctoral program. Ito yung bagong innovation. In-encourage natin ng mga schools na magagaling na mag-offer ng straight master's doctoral program. Of course, mabigat ang requirements dyan, pero institutions which have the capability can explore offering straight master's or doctoral programs. And then there is also what we call double dual degree programs in the doctoral program, just like in the master's program. So basically, yan yung bagong mukha ng ating graduate programs, applicable for all disciplines. And this can also be a guide for our teacher education programs, how we will transform our existing programs. Something new in this PSG is the need for our students to be able that they need to have, they should have the skills to present their research output or graduate output in a conference, in a public presentation, and they should be able to publish in referee journal or index journal. So, dapat yung research nila ay publishable. Yun ang bagong direction ng ating graduate programs. Dati doon sa old graduate programs PSG, hindi naka-emphasize yun, yung publication, yung at saka yung developing the skills of our students to be able to present their output in a conference. So the skills to present their output in a public forum. So yan ang highlights ng ating graduate education PSG. Here I'm just showing to you the status of faculty with MS or MA or PhD degrees in HAIs. Yung faculty with masters or MA degrees, in 2018, it was only 38%. Now, 2020, 40%. Ibig sabihin, ang mga faculty natin sa mga HAIs, out of the total number, 40% lang on the average ang merong master's degree. And then those with doctorate degree ay 16% lang. Kaya kailangan mag-take tayo ng effort to encourage and provide support to our faculty members for them to pursue their master's degrees or doctoral degrees. Sa ngayon, may program dati nung magkaroon tayo ng K-12, nagkaroon tayo ng massive development ng ating mga faculty members, nag-provide and CHED ng scholarship or financial assistance in the meantime that we did not have college students kasi nagkaroon tayo ng transition. So nawala ng loads ang ating mga faculty members kasi nag-senior high school ang ating mga estudyante in basic education. So in the meantime, we encourage our faculty members to pursue their graduate programs. So nag-provide ng assistance and check through the K-12 funding. And then ngayon, wala na yon halos, terminating na yung project, may bagong program ang CHED, which is SICAP Grant Implementation. I hope our faculty members in LSPU have taken the advantage for those who do not have yet master's degree or doctoral degrees in applying for a possible grant under the SICAP project of CHED. So this is the end of my presentation. I hope I was able to share some information to all the attendees regarding teacher education and all other information or developments in higher education. So thank you very much for listening. Almost more than 1 hour that I presented. So I know you are tired of listening already. So this is the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amelia A. Biglete, Director 4A Commission on Higher Education Regional Office 4A. It seems that everyone wants to express appreciation for your comprehensive presentation. Thank you, Dr. Biglete, for sharing your knowledge about management of curriculum and instruction in graduate teacher education. It's a big help for graduate education program. The ultimate goal is to contribute to the process of knowledge acquisition, generation, sharing, and exchange. Our dear participants, your questions will now be entertained by the speaker. If you have some questions, please raise your hand and unmute your microphone once you are recognized. Or you can type your question in our chat box. If you have questions po, you can type it in our chat box. Any questions po to our participants?
Excuse me.
Yes po.
Yes, Miss Valderrama. This is Dr. Ramos, part-time faculty of LSPU. Actually, this is not a question, siguro, maybe just a comment of what Dr. Biglete had shared to us this morning. Because as I can see in her speech, as I had listened to her, she is emphasizing on bagong mukha ng teacher education program. And of course, this is also the ultimate goal of LSPU, for us to be able to train proficient teachers. And she made mention that it could be possible through conducting trainings for them to become distinguished teachers, and that this would be based on the curriculum program that we are going to offer to them. Now, my comment, Dr. Biglete, is about the shifting of the paradigm from the simple pedagogy that we are having and to the other things like, anyway, I had listened to you that it's important for the university to improve the ICT competency standards for teacher education. So with that, I just looked on other things like, are we just going to focus on pedagogy? Because pedagogy in teacher education program is only on the method and practice of teaching. And of course, sinabi nga po natin, sa bagong mukha ng ating teacher education, it should be something na merong self-learning. May mga different areas po tayo that were singled out. Okay? So ma'am, so if you are not just going to focus on pedagogy, and you made mention already about the combination of pedagogy and andragogy, which is cybergogy, yung involvement of the ITC in learning. Ma'am, what about programs wherein we could train our teachers on utagogy, that is more on student-centric teaching and learning, where the learning is determined by the learner? Saan po kayang part of the teacher education program mas madidevelop natin yung ating learner, mga student teachers? Kasi in utagogy, it is really more on an adult who is able to do self-learning. Dito po sa nangyari na pandemic, parang mas importante, no, dapat gawain on this self-learning given different circumstances. Now, that was my comment and also a question on the later part of it, on what aspect in the CTE program can we develop utagogy that would really develop our teachers or these adults to become self-learners, part of their profession that they would be looking forward to. Thank you po, Dr. Biglete.
Yeah, thank you for your comments and for the concern that you are raising. I could not specifically what are you referring to the students or to the faculty members of LSPU?
To the students who would be teachers.
Who would be teachers?
Yes, so because of course, in the future, sila na rin po yung magiging faculty of the different institutions. So with this teacher education program, yun po yung magiging offshoot nila in going to the professional field.
Ang ano kasi natin, nung mag-revise tayo ng policies and guidelines for teacher education, nagbago na rin yung program outcomes. Dati kasi inputs-based ang ating mga programs in higher education and even in teacher education. We are concerned with the we are concerned with the quality of the curriculum. We were concerned with the qualifications of the faculty. We were concerned on the facilities, the quality of the facilities. This time in an outcomes-based OBE, our focus are the learners. What are the skills and competencies that we need to develop among our students? Yung outcomes, what are the tasks that they should be able to perform after finishing the course? Doon din i-develop yung sinasabi mong self-learning. After pursuing all the courses, the required subjects under the curriculum, after taking all the hands-on, the internship, the OJT, the practicum, what then? What will be the results? So, holistic dapat ang ating approach na development for our students. Kaya nga ine-emphasize yung maging outcomes-based na yung approach natin sa education. Ganun ang one of the basis for the revision of the teacher education curricula and even in all other disciplines. Kaya yung sinasabi mong pedagogy, the pedagogy is the same. It's the delivery mode that has changed because of the pandemic. Diba? The methodology will be the same. It's just the delivery mode because it's pandemic, dati-dati face-to-face tayo. So everything, we have close interaction with our students. We hold classes inside the classroom. We can go out in the field. We can supervise our students while they are having their practice teaching. We can have field trips. We can have educational tours. We can have not only local tours or field trips. Many of our programs went into international exposure already. Student exchange, but we cannot do that now because of the pandemic.
Yes po.
So, ang challenge to our teachers, how to be innovative. Na at the same time, kung hindi man talaga exactly before the pandemic stage, somehow ma-approach natin yung skills and competency development that we need to do among our students. Na wala kasi yung yung personal interaction between the teachers and the students. Mahalaga yon. Kahit tayo nakakapag-online, nakakapag-blended learning, alam nyo, tama, nakaka-continue rin yung ating mga lectures, yung interactions through our gadgets, devices, pero iba yung may personal touch or personal meeting. So ngayon, yung tanong mo, nakadepende yan how our faculty members, how our teachers will be innovative in this time of pandemic.
Yes po ma'am, tama nga po. Kasi talagang marami rin pong nabago. There is the sweet side of the pandemic na itinuro sa ating mga teachers on how we will become innovative and creative in our teaching. Ma'am, you're talking about outcomes-based. So dapat po ba in the syllabus of teachers, dapat po ba we have to identify ano po yung mga institutional learning outcomes? Kasi na-mention nyo po of what the teachers or what the students should become after this course, blah, blah, blah. So there is a distinction between institutional learning outcomes and also also in the classroom learning outcome. Tama po ba, ma'am?
Tama yun. Tatlo yung ating dapat tingnan. Institutional learning outcomes, isa yan, based on the vision and mission of the institution. The program outcomes, kung anong kurso ang tinitake ng estudyante, undergraduate program ba, master's program ba, doctoral program. So may program outcomes yan. Dapat naka-align yan sa outcomes specified in the different descriptors in the Philippine Qualifications Framework. Kaya dapat mag-revise na tayo ng ating mga program outcomes, naka-align doon. And there is what we call as course outcomes. Yung specific subject. Ano ba yung
Yes,
ating
ma'am.
dapat
Course.
attain?
CLO po.
Subjects. Oo. So yun. Ano yan? Tatlo yung i-consider mo when you handle a particular subject. Tingnan mo, institutional learning outcomes, program outcomes, ano ba ang dapat ma-develop natin sa mga undergraduate students, sa mga students in the master's and in the doctoral. And then for a specific subject that you're handling, ano ba ang dapat mong ma-attain in that subject, in that course? Ano ang dapat matutunan? Ano ang dapat skills and competencies na ma-develop mo sa iyong estudyante in that particular subject?
Okay po, ma'am. Thank you for that po. Ma'am, last na po ito for me to give to other participants. No? I read about the new program, Post-Baccalaureate Diploma in Alternative Learning System. Ma'am, pwede po ba, this is just a question na in the PhD ELM, allowed po ba na i-include sa curriculum yung offering ng something about continuing education program? Kasi I think ang ALS po ba is under CEP, a continuing education program, which could be offered under PhD ELM, like for example, management and supervision of continuing learning education program. Tapos yung university could conduct already that new program for post-baccalaureate diploma in ALS or alternative learning system.
Yung piniresent ko po na post-baccalaureate diploma program in alternative learning system, it's a new program. I don't know, maybe we should ask BP Eden, Calio, how you will integrate this post-baccalaureate program as part of your existing doctoral program. But the intention of CHED is it should be a separate program. We have in this PSG, ano yung mga different subjects that should be offered in this post-baccalaureate diploma program. Siguro, some of the subjects you can take, you can adapt and use some of the subjects as enhancement in your existing doctoral program. Kasi masisira yung curriculum ninyo sa doctoral program kapag kinapi-paste niyo ito or
yes po, ma'am.
So siguro some of the subjects under this post-baccalaureate program can be adapted as enhancement only. Di ba may mga cognates naman tayo?
Yes po.
So yun, kasi ang cognates, electives, you have the freedom to choose. Of course, merong mga mandatory cognates or mandatory electives. But there are other subjects wherein the students are free to choose or guided by the advisor can suggest or recommend to the student that this subject can be taken, especially if the student has an interest to teach alternative learning system.
Yes po. Thank you very much po, Dr. Biglete, na marami po akong natutunan. Thank you for your comprehensive discussion about your topic. Salamat po ng marami.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much po, Ma'am Maria Filipina Ramos, for your questions. And now let us proceed for the awarding of the certificate. Allow me to read first the citation. Republic of the Philippines, Laguna State Polytechnic University, Siniloan Campus. Certificate of Appreciation is given to Dr. Amelia A. Biglete for sharing her expertise for her invaluable service as resource speaker during the conduct of the webinar on the management of curriculum and instruction for teacher education, with the theme LSPU in the New Normal, Onward to Flexible and Equitable Teacher Education through Responsive Curriculum and Instruction. Held on November 6, 2021 via Zoom conferencing. Given the 6th day of November 2021 at Laguna State Polytechnic University. Signed by Associate Dean of GTE GISAR, Dr. Elaine Rose Gina Chon, the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Eden C. Calio, our campus director, Engineer Joseph M. Cabiente, and our university president, Dr. Mario R. Biones. Once again, thank you so much po, Dr. Amelia A. Biglete.
Thank you very much also for the invitation. It's an honor.
Thank you po.
Thank you.
Thank you po, ma'am. Salamat po.
Thank you.
And now, let us continue on our second topic. May we have Ms. Adena Orutas, one of the PhD ELM students, for the introduction to the speaker. Take it away, ma'am.
To our University President, Dr. Mario Briones, Dr. Eden Cali, Director, Dr. Joseph M. Cabiente, the Associate Dean and Director for Curriculum Instruction who made this webinar possible, Dr. Elaine Rose Nachon, and to all the participants who are with us today, good morning. Quality is never an accident. It is always the result of intelligent effort. For this morning, we are blessed to have a dynamic person or resource speaker who is an expert in assuring quality and delivering education. This great man is a cum laude graduate with a degree of Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in English, and also awarded with high distinction in his Master of Arts in Education, specialized in Administration and Supervision, and a Doctor of Philosophy and Educational Management at the Philippine Normal University, Manila. His educational credentials open on to more accomplishment as educator. He is an alumnus of the Asia Pacific Center of Education for International Understanding under its APTW program on Education for International Understanding and Global Citizenship Education based in Seoul, South Korea. He has served UNESCO Clubs Philippines as its Vice President for External Affairs for 2012-2013 and Vice President for Internal Affairs from 2013 to 2015. He was a former member of the Board of Trustees of UNESCO Clubs Philippines. At present, he is one of the module writers and trainers for global citizenship education in the Philippines. From 2007 to 2016, he served as the advisor of Leader Educators Advocating Dynamism, an accredited organization with UNESCO. In pursuit of professional development and his way of sharing knowledge and expertise, he organizes, convenes, and facilitates national, international seminars and conferences on language and literature teaching and teacher education. He has conducted lectures and discussion in various fora for students and teachers all over the country and abroad. And he was invited speaker on shadow education and multilingual education policy in international conferences held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and in National University of Singapore last November and December 2013 and 2014. He has presented and published papers in regional, national, and international research fora and conferences. The latest of which were his researches are online platforms, the latest online platforms, portal for professional development among teachers in the new normal. Another is millennializing teachers toward 21st century pedagogy, which was published in the International Scopus Index Journal, which is an international journal for critical reviews in May 2020. In June 2020, he conducted Strengthening a Local College and Community Partnership through Sagip Lawak Iwas Baha Extension Program, which was presented in Subic, Philippines, and published in the Asian Intellect Research and Education Journal. In 2018, he presented in Tokyo, Japan, his research entitled Competitive Advantage of a Local College Among Senior High School Students, while the development of research-based 5-year strategic plan for local colleges and universities was presented at Nakhon Pathom Ratchabat University in Thailand in April 2017. And this paper was published in REDTI Journal in April 2017. He also served as peer reviewer and evaluator for institutional research journals of various universities such as Bicol University, University of Batangas, University of Perpetual Health System, DALTA, among others. He has been serving as an external research panelist in the Institutional Research Colloquia and thesis dissertation defense to various colleges and universities in the Philippines. Furthermore, our speaker is one of the founding members and current national president of the Alliance of Language and Literature Teachers Incorporation, the immediate past chairperson and the current vice chairperson of the Philippine Association for Teachers and Educators Incorporation, Region 4A Calabarzon Chapter, and a member of PAFTA National Board. He has been active in various organizations as member, officer, and a member of the board of directors, such as the PAPFTE Alliance of Language and Literature Teachers Incorporation, Reading Association of the Philippines, International Literacy Association, formerly International Reading Association, Association for Language Awareness based in Hong Kong, Philippines Association for Graduate Education, Association of Higher Education Institution, and UNESCO Clubs Philippines. More so, he is the immediate past Vice President for Academic Affairs at City College of Calamba in Calamba City, Laguna. Among the administrative positions he held in the college were Vice President for Academic Affairs, Research and Development from 2015 to February 2020, Vice President for External Affairs and Linkages from 2014 to May 2015, Dean of Arts and Sciences and Teacher Education from 2007 to July 2016, among others. At present, he holds an academic rank of Associate Professor 5 in the Department of Teacher Education of City College of Calamba, where he teaches professional education and language education specialization courses. He is a visiting professor, adjunct faculty, and guest lecturer for doctoral and master's program at LaSalle University, Batangas State University, Maine, University Batangas, and Philippine Christian University. In addition to his exceptional accomplishment and qualifications, our speaker for today is a national monitor for continuing professional development programs under the CPD Council for Professional Teachers of the Professional Regulation Commission with his expertise and quality assurance. He was invited by the Commission of Higher Education to join the Regional Quality Assessment Team, or the RQAT. At present, he is an active evaluator of RQAT in CHED, Region 4A, and a full-fledged national accreditor of the Association of Local Colleges and Universities Commission on Accreditation. He sits an appointed member of the Research Council of the Association of Local Colleges and Universities. With this, let us welcome Dr. Ronald A. Gonzalez.
Thank you. Before I begin, allow me to greet, of course, the very important who are with us. Hello? Good morning. Okay.
Good morning, Doc.
Okay. First and foremost, I'd like to say good morning to the ever committed, dynamic, and very hardworking regional director of our CHEDRO 4A, Dr. Amelia Biglete. Ma'am, good morning to you.
Morning.
Of course, I'd like to also greet the Undersecretary of DepEd who will join us this afternoon, Dr. Dad San Antonio. And of course, the University President of Laguna State Polytechnic University, Dr. Mario Briones, the Campus Director of LSPU Iluan, the Associate Dean of GISAR and Teacher Education, Dr. Nacho. My good friend, she mentioned that we were together for so many times in the ARQUAT, the ever steadfast, committed, and dynamic Vice President of LSPU, Dr. Eden Calio. Ma'am, good morning to you.
Morning,
To
Dr.
all the faculty, non-teaching personnel, students, in the graduate program. We also have here from DepEd and from other schools joining us this morning. Thank you very much for having me, for the invitation. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Okay, my task, my topic this morning is to talk about quality assurance measures in the undergraduate teacher education. I think in the later latter part of my presentation, I'll be capitalizing on my experience as an ARQUAT member. What we usually look for whenever we visit a TEI, our teacher education institution. It's quite encompassing because when it comes to quality assurance, we look for almost all areas. But this time in your webinar, we only have to dwell on curriculum and instruction, which I think both these two are the meat of the teacher education program in the teacher education institution. Allow me to share my screen. All right. So again, the title of my presentation is Quality Assurance Measures in Undergraduate Teacher Education. To put this in context, I have here my presentation outline. The first is I'll be touching quality teaching and learning, the QTL, which is very relevant of course, to quality assurance, and then flexible learning realities and strategies, because all these efforts are actually an offshoot. What we're doing is an offshoot of the modalities that we're doing now, the implementation of the flexible learning. But in the midst of the implementation of FL, there are so many realities that surface, and for us to be able to really cope with the challenges, we have employed several strategies. But I'd like to focus on teacher education. And the latter part would be the quality assurance in teacher education, which will come in hodgepodge, right? Practices of teachers, what should teachers do, what should teachers possess, and also the concomitant mechanisms that we do in teacher education to really make sure that quality teaching and learning, both teaching and learning, happen in our respective institutions. The K-12 reform in 2013 and the CMOs. We have so many CMOs in teacher education. The PSG is the latest of which, policy standards and guidelines for teacher education. And the present unprecedented phenomenon have changed. I'm talking about pandemic, have changed the landscape of teacher quality requirements in the Philippines. We cannot depart from the argument, from the discussion about teacher quality if we are to confine within the premise of teacher education. Always, teacher quality must be the name of the game. We are developing future teachers who will soon join the Department of Education in the basic education. But it should start first with the faculty credentials, faculty qualifications who are in the teacher education institution. So this is actually all about teacher quality requirements. And if you're aware, the Philippine Normal University has this RCTQ, the Regional Center for Teacher Quality, which primarily mobilizes regional mechanisms. Of course, they have the center at PNU to actually advocate for teacher quality, improving teacher quality in the country. The reform process warrants an equivalent supportive focus on teacher quality. High quality teachers who are properly equipped and prepared to assume the roles and functions that are stipulated in the K-12 curriculum, and of course, to make or to develop our pre-service teachers to become the 21st century teacher. And whenever we talk about quality assurance, whenever we talk about quality, we always have to talk about quality teaching. And soon, later, as I discussed, we will talk about quality learning. But quality teaching will most likely result in quality learning. And in talking about quality teaching, we have to make sure that our teachers are properly equipped, properly prepared, properly trained, and they continuously are retooling themselves. They are continuously recalibrating themselves so that when they face their students, when they prepare materials, when they discuss, when they deliver instruction, all these will result in quality learning. And speaking of which, quality learning is most likely to occur when students believe in their own ability to learn and are able to discuss and reflect on their own learning. I was listening a while ago to the question of one faculty addressed to Dr. Biglati about students doing self-learning, more of an independent learning. It said that quality learning is actually present or explicitly measurable when students are actually doing or having the learning on their own, doing the learning on their own. As long as the teachers, as long as the system provides the students an opportunity to really, allow them to discover and explore learning. If they can do it by themselves, even without the assistance of the teacher, all right, with the interaction with the environment and with the materials, with peers. Soon I'll be talking also about engagement, learning engagement. I believe that students are already manifesting quality learning. Teachers are given the academic freedom to choose the strategy in teaching any subjects and the choice of approaches. And it all depends upon their knowledge and belief about them. Part of academic freedom of the teacher is to actually employ strategies that will fit, that will fit the learners and that will fit the topic, the subject matter, and all. The identifying the strategy is important in achieving excellence in teaching. In this context, excellence in teaching can be perceived in the proficiency of teachers in using their content and pedagogical knowledge. And when we talk about content and pedagogical knowledge, we always bring in the discussion table the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers. We NTEIs, teacher education institutions, will always have to take off from this one, from the discussion, from the planning, to execution, to implementation, and to the capacitation also of the faculty to become prepared, to become ready in the delivery of instruction. All of these are in the PPST framework. You can see from the screen that there are actually 7 domains, and these all are being carried out in ensuring that teachers meet the demands, meet the qualifications. And I think this is the same, we have to do the same in the pre-service level. While we're teaching, while we deliver our lessons, our instruction to the students, we make sure that we operate within this premise, within this framework, so that our pre-service teachers, when they join, finally, they join the professional field, all of these will be properly applied. All right. Number 1, content, knowledge, and pedagogy. Number 2 is learning environment. Number 3 is diversity of learners. Number 4 is curriculum and planning. 5, assessment and reporting. 6, community linkages and professional engagement. 7, personal growth and professional development. All of these, when properly done, executed by the teacher quality is really possible. All the way up to number 7, personal growth and professional development. I was talking about teacher quality. I was talking about continuing professional development among teachers. It is in the domain number 7 that we get to see how teachers are so calibrated, are so capacitated whenever they go to the graduate school and finish their graduate studies. Like, of course, our organizers today, I think the graduate students of LSPU, this is one manifestation that our teachers are doing the right thing. They are in the right track, because number 7 really is, I think, the gateway to achieving teacher quality, personal growth and professional development being the last of the 7 domains. So, quality teacher or quality teaching, which redounds to quality learning, the discussion now is on the delivery of instruction, right? How do we really deliver our instruction? What do we do to make sure that our students are all engaged? Our students are all, on to something that we are discussing. I mean, given all their learning styles, considering the learning diversity and all, I guess it follows that the teacher should also be equipped, should be armed with different strategies and approaches. So having said that, in order to cater to diverse students, in order to really ensure that quality learning happens, we employ a lot of approaches and strategies. But it's important that they all subscribe, or they are all within the PPST domain or PPST framework. What I am showing you now are actually approaches that are PPST based: constructivist approach, the collaborative approach, inquiry-based, integrative, and reflective. According to PPST, if we only do this, then probably quality learning, quality teaching will happen. It would be very manageable. It would be very easy to take the learners into the fore of our discussion, and hopefully eventually help them become self-learners or meta-learners, highly metacognitive learners. All right, I'm now going to the situation where we're all struck by the pandemic, and how this, as I said, unprecedented phenomenon has drastically and dramatically affected all of us in the educational system, particularly in teacher education. With the pandemic with the onslaught of the COVID-19 pandemic, face-to-face instruction or the residential mode was prevented, was restricted. We were not allowed to do F2F classes. And so all schools, all teachers resorted to modular, okay, blended, ODL or online distance learning. And all of these, as released by CHED in its framework for flexible learning, it's called flexible learning modalities. So with that, we resorted to learning delivery modalities. I'm now talking about instructional delivery, all right? And how this instructional delivery has affected the very curriculum. Okay, this, for the Department of Education, this is actually under the Learning Continuity Plan, but we also have our version of it in the higher education, in the teacher education institution. We adopted blended learning, which allows for a combination of face-to-face, online, and modular learning delivery. Some TEIs up to now are still doing the modular learning delivery. They could not migrate or they could not shift right away to blended because of some technological considerations or technological issues. But there are already institutions, TEIs, which have migrated already to blended learning, meaning there's modular pa din, there is limited face-to-face na, particularly in NCR siguro. Actually, mag-start pa lang yata ngayon, but with the CHED approval na. And then online learning. May mga learning management systems na ginagawa. Distance learning, which is most viable for independent learners, supported by periodic supervision of parents or guardians. But in DepEd, we're still doing the SLMs, self-learning materials, or the modular SLMs, all right? And but there are pilot schools that are already doing online learning delivery. Okay, but when we think of remote schools, lahat sila ay nasa modular pa rin or modular print, no? Kapag medyo maganda ang internet connection, pwedeng mag digital, modular digital, or mag asynchronous, no? Mag-asynchronous. Pero sa lahat ng modalities na to, how do we really handle our students? How do we really deal with the students? How do we do the instructional delivery? We have to teach them, with the learner's context in mind. So bawat teacher dapat isipin, ano ang context ng aking estudyante? Ano yung background ng estudyante ko? Kahit online man yan, kahit yan ay ODL, kahit yan ay module, kahit yan ay mag-face-to-face ka halimbawa. Pero ngayon, syempre, limited pa rin. Limited, tapos hindi lahat pwedeng mag-face-to-face kasi kailangan, sabi nga ng CHED, mag-retrofit ng facilities. Kung ang dating classroom mo ay good for, ang class size mo ay 30, but the size is only good for 20, at pag nag-retrofit ka niyan, 10 na lang to 15 na lang ang pwedeng magkasya kasi maglalagay ka pa ng mga partitions. So not everybody can join the face-to-face. But not everybody can also join the online learning, given the technological considerations, all right? So we have to teach our students with the learner's context in mind. So, paano natin ginagawa yan? We need to do some profiling. We need to do some profiling by means of, scanning the environment, okay? We'll get to know who are our students, how are our students by means of profiling. Sino sa mga estudyante ang pwedeng sumali sa limited face-to-face dahil may approval na ng CHED? Siguro yung mga may comorbidity, wag muna. Alright? Yung malalayo sa school dahil may problema pa sa transportation, wag muna. Sino naman ang mga estudyanteng pwedeng mag-join sa sa online. Siyempre, sila yung may kakayanan, may gadget, may connection, maganda ang connectivity. So lahat ng to, when we scan the environment, when we profile our students, we will get to know what affordances we can give to our students, how can the students avail of these access, of course considering their abilities sa simula pa lang, no? And aside from teaching the students with the learner's context in mind, kasama dito yung pagtuturo sa kanila na sinasaalang-alang yung kanilang kakayanan, yung kanilang learning styles, yung kanilang, ang tawag natin ito mga brain defaults. Teaching them with the brain in mind because our students, at kahit mga teachers po, may kanya-kanyang brain defaults yan, no? So, ito halimbawa, brain default number 1, ang mga teachers, kung ang mga teachers nga, kung ang mga estudyante nga ay madaling makalimot sa tinuturo natin, kumbaga yung short-term memory ay hindi ganoon ka ganda or ka-effective, lalo na siguro ang teacher na medyo nag-falter na ng konti ang memories. So sa brain default, we have to consider that part of human nature is that we tend to forget. We tend to forget. So anong ibig sabihin nito? What is the implication of this? We have to teach meaningful lessons. We have to teach lessons in such a way that they can remember. Papaano? Activities, no? Let them experience later. Mabanggit ko po yung bagong guidelines ng technical panel ng CHED for the deployment of field study and practice teachers. Sinasabi doon dapat experiential. So dito dahil we tend to forget, sinasabi sa maraming pag-aaral na mas madaling maalala ng mga estudyante ng kahit na sino ang nagagawa nila, hindi lang naririnig. So teachers should not just, lecture, discuss, but allow some activities to be performed by the students to be able to cater to brain default number 1. Brain default number 2, there are students who are so emotionally driven. All right? Mayroon din ganyang mga teachers, emotionally driven. But iba dito yung sinasabi natin na madaling magalit, no? Madaling umiyak, makarinig lang ng sad na kwento ng bata, madaling umiyak. Hindi po. We should be very good managers of our emotions. But what I'm saying here is that when we do delivery of instruction, when we deliver instruction, let us consider brain default number 2. Okay? In such a way that we give activities, we employ strategies that will tickle a little bit of the emotions of our students, because there are students out of 10, probably 3 or 4 or 5 of them best learn when their emotions are actually taken or are actually considered motivated, prompted, triggered. Okay? So lahat po dapat meron pong parang ano yan multiple strategy, multiple approaches, and highly kumbaga encompassing, very holistic yung approach. And brain default number 3, the brain searches for meanings and patterns. There are students who are so cognitively engrossed, no? These students do not just answer questions, but they question answer. So provide them analytic situations, analytic activities where they can investigate, where they can explore, they can discover. Okay, yung mga higher order thinking skills, palitawin natin sa activities, sa discussion, because these students will actually search for meanings and patterns. Medyo yung iba nahihirapan, pero they will connect the dots, they will see links, they will see connections. And so teachers should provide opportunities for such. Brain default number 4, learning is aided by motion, novelty, challenge, scent, color, music, and aesthetics. Probably you are thinking that we are already integrating here the multiple intelligences theory by Howard Gardner. Yes. Highly kinesthetic yung ibang estudyante, yung teacher din, no? Hindi pwedeng nasa harap lang ng klase. Ngayon na nag-online tayo, hindi pwedeng naka-off camera ang teacher, hindi pwedeng bibig lang ang gumagalaw kahit naka-online. Kailangan may movement pa rin. Kasi yung kamay, yung mata, yung facial expression, yung gestures, they also add, they communicate to really amplify on something that the students should really get, I mean, the message, etc. So, galaw-galaw, no? Sabi nga nila galaw-galaw, baka ma-stroke, right? Pero sinasama natin yan dito para at least makita na ang teacher ay hindi stagnant, ang teacher ay hindi boring. In the same way, ang students then pagalawin by means of activities. Okay? Because in brain default number 4, okay, maraming dapat i-consider. Like PE. Ang challenge nga ngayon, paano ka nagpapa-PE or nagkakonduct ng PE class kapag ka ikaw ay modular? How do you see your students are moving? How do you see your students doing the PE routines? Eh, ang harap lang nila ay SLM, di ba? Module. Tapos pag online naman, do you still get the opportunity to see, check whether or not the students are performing the tasks, etc. Pero may ibang paraan. Like, i-require mo na mag-video sila, doing the routines, etc. And then isend sa'yo. So, pwede yon, nagagawa rin yon. There are so many strategies. What is important is that we cater to their brain default. Brain default number 5, the priority of the brain is to survive. I guess you would agree with me that, you know, in some cases, as teachers, we also say, oops, stop. Oops, time out. Pahinga muna. Kasi sobrang dami, no? Stress, patong-patong na requirements, etc. Ganun din po ang mga estudyante. Lalo na kung nagsasabay-sabay ang 8 subjects na online, kahit na 1 hour and a half lang yan per week, kapag nagsabay-sabay na, may asynchronous pa. Kapag module naman, ganun din. In brain default number 5, sinasabi dito, we recognize that each and every learner and also the students need to rest. Need to have a break, diba? Hiatus, kumbaga, short-term hiatus. The priority of the brain is to survive. Manage the stress or they'll achieve less. Wag naman agad-agad, wag naman sagad-sagaran, no? One lesson at a time, one task at a time, or kapag nahirapan, provide scaffolding, provide assistance, explain, clarify. Okay? Now, for the better normal in education, you can see from the screen the shift, the transition, the migration. From the old normal, okay, face-to-face delivery to flexible learning options. New normal ito. Ngayong panahon na to natin, new normal. But we're looking forward to a better normal. Probably next year, who knows? We don't know kung kailan matatapos ang pandemic. Diba? Pero what we are seeing and what we're looking forward is that after the pandemic, we call it better normal. There's no going back to the old normal. What do I mean? Hindi naman sinasabi na hindi tayo mag-face-to-face. Mag-face-to-face pa din. Kasi nga ang characterization ng old normal is residential, face-to-face. But since FLOs or flexible learning options have been introduced today, during the new normal, we can say that come better normal, all of these will have to be integrated. The FLOs, part na sa FLOs ang face-to-face, then we say that the better normal is seamless. Seamless. Lahat pwedeng magamit. Lahat nakakatulong. No? I can do online, I can do F2F, hybrid. Sa Amerika, sa isang klase, habang nag-face-to-face ang 5 estudyante, okay, out of 20, 5 estudyante nag-face-to-face, the other students are joining the class online. So they both attend the class, 5 of them face-to-face, and the rest are online. While some maybe are doing the modular, etc. So seamless ito. In the old normal, competency-based curriculum. In the new normal, we're doing the selection of the most essential learning competencies, disruption responsive kasi right? We could not attack everything. We could not hit all the lessons. That's why we have to select only the MELCs. So
The
curriculum
learners
is characterized as disruption responsive. But in the better normal, we say that it's more of learner-driven curriculum. Tama yung sabi ni Ma'am kanina, yung nagtanong na pedagogy to andragogy, leading to opportunities that students, learners are doing the things on their own. It's a learner-driven curriculum. Kumbaga sa song playlist, meron ding learning playlist ang mga estudyante. Okay? They can decide what and where and how to learn. Now, sa pangatlo, yung disruption prone, yung old normal, pag may baha, pag may bagyo, di ba? Hinto, wala mo nang pasok. Suspend muna ni Gov, ni Mayor, walang pasok. And then, depende kapag mag-declare ng bawi o bayad, o Sabado, pasok. Laging ganun eh. Sa basic education, papasok ng Sabado o kaya ng Linggo, pambawi dun sa mga walang pasok dahil na-suspend because of the disruptions. Sa new normal, we tried to make our curriculum responsive to the COVID situation. So it's COVID survival curriculum. But we're looking forward to a better normal where our curriculum is already disruption-proof. Disruption-proof because we have managed, we have entertained, we have accommodated several options na kahit may disruption, kahit na may suspension, may calamity, may disasters, tuloy-tuloy ang education, tuloy-tuloy ang learning. Sabi nga, education must continue, learning must go on. So the curriculum in the better normal must be disruption proof. So for the curricular approaches, going back to the face-to-face bago mag-pandemic, ang goal natin sa curriculum is to actually master the competencies. Lalo po sa teacher education, mabigat. Ang pressure natin is that lahat dapat ng competencies makuha, matouch, ma-develop dahil lalabas yun sa board exam. So mastery of competencies per subject areas, especially if you're so engrossed with the table of specifications ng PRC. As much as possible, every education student should develop this and that to have a higher chances of passing the LEP. Ganon. Pero sa modular, teka, hindi na muna pwede. Hindi natin matatouch lahat yan. Kasi MELCs tayo eh. Pero ang pinaka-goal natin is just for education or learning to continue. Even if it's already, even if it's just selection of most essential learning competencies. Pero ngayon, online distance learning, flexible learning, ngayon, na ginagawa natin ngayon, ang goal natin is to develop self-managed learners. Again, pupunta tayo sa premise ng sinasabi kanina, how to develop learners to become self or independent learners. So the goal of the curriculum now is to develop self-managed learners who will survive COVID or who will survive disruptions. Kahit na hindi yan COVID-19 pandemic, but the student who is developed as a self-managed learner can survive any disruption. Kasi alam niya kung paano mag-module, alam niya kung paano mag-online, alam niya kung paano mag-explore, mag-discover, no? Alam niya kung paano mag-seek ng consultation or ng advice sa teacher dahil hindi naintindihan. But most of the time, alam niya sa sarili that it is he or is she that will decide for his or her own learning. Sa face-to-face, when it comes to teachers, tayo ang nag-develop ng lessons per subject area. Okay? Kahit na may syllabus or teaching learning plan, right? Or what do you call this, the daily lesson plan. Pero tayo pa rin ang gumagawa, tayo pa rin ang nagpaplano ng lahat per subject area. Sa modular distance learning or sa panahon natin ngayon, competencies are trimmed but still taught separately for per subject area. Nagbawas lang tayo ng competencies, nagbawas lang tayo ng mga lessons para ma-consider yung time, no? In the spirit of time, kumbaga, konti lang na trim, pero iba pa rin, may sariling schedule pa rin si English, may sariling schedule pa rin si Filipino or si Math. And then heading towards the flexible learning paradigm, subject area competencies are integrated using themes or embedded in home routine already. So sayang naman kasi yung iba pero ini-embed na lang po natin, ini-integrate na lang po natin. In the face-to-face, learners are assessed for mastery of competencies. Then here, learners are assessed for mastery of most essential competencies. Siyempre, kung ano yung tinuro mo, what you teach is what you're going to assess. So if you only teach these lessons, MELCs, then yun lang dapat yung pumasok sa assessment. So learners are assessed for the mastery of the most essential competencies only. But towards here, in the online distance learning or flexible learning, authentic performance assessment is preferred. So we allow them to come up with either authentic activity, or we allow them to perform authentic activities, and we give authentic assessments to measure actually their learning. All right, very quickly lang, ipakita natin dito kung paano nag-transition. Given the indicators here, we have the place of learning, the driver of learning, learning engagement, purpose of learning, learner self-management, content of learning, schedule, etc., all the way to assessment. You can see from the screen that nagba-vary lahat. Nagba-vary. Sa face-to-face, very traditional, very conventional, that sometimes, or most of the times, teacher-driven. Tapos, nakatutok tayo sa kung ano lang sinasabi ng libro, ng syllabus, no? Dapat matouch yung prelim hanggang finals talaga rigorously and religiously. Pero natutunan natin na mag-select ng most essential learning competencies, piliin lang yung mga skills na dapat, no? At saka dito pagdating sa flexible learning, nag-adjust, nag-combine natin yung context ng estudyante. Sabi nga ni Dr. Yeban ng PNU, nung bago mag face-to-face, dalawa ang concerns natin ng teachers, pati ng students, pagdating sa pagtuturo, pagdating sa instructional delivery. The need to know and the nice to know. Alright? Ang gusto natin, lahat matouch. We give a lot of examples para mas lalong maintindihan. We even make the presentation so lively and so entertaining because it captures the interest eh. Pero nung pandemic, nung nagmo-module, parang lahat hindi pwede eh. Agad-agad pumunta ka na doon sa competencies kasi sayang yung oras. So sabi ni Dr. Yeban, sa panahon ng may disruption, sa panahon ng may pandemic, tanggalin muna natin yung mga nice to know. Because we are selecting the most essential learning competencies. Let's focus on the need to know. As teachers, kahit ngayon sa panahon natin ngayon, or kahit beyond, no? Beyond, post-pandemic or better normal, let's not forget na mas importante dapat bigyan ng atensyon, ng emphasis, yung need to know, especially sa teacher education. Our students will soon take the board examinations. If they only learn the nice to know and not the need to know, they lose the fundamentals. They lose the basics, which are, primordial in understanding and analyzing, in coping with the examination. So everything, the principles, the theories, etc. Of course, babalik ako doon sa sinasabi ko na paano mo ituturo sa paraan experiential, sa paraan na mas matatandaan nila. Huwag naman yung rigid na lecture or QA lang. Dapat may pagkakataon na ma-experience nila yung learning. Okay. Sa lahat ng to, may mga lessons na natututunan along the way. We teachers tend to overcompensate, right? F2F curriculum cannot be automatically migrated to remote learning. Marami tayong ginagawa pang iba. On-screen time should be limited. Stronger communication and relationship among teachers, parents, and students should be ensured. Team approach to instructional delivery is necessary. From one teacher to another, wala namang problema kung magtutulungan kayo, mag-develop ng lessons, or pwede ring mag-team teaching. Halimbawa, invite ka one time na magturo, mag-discuss ng concept, and the other day, ikaw naman sa kanya. And feedback is a key. No? Lahat ito, mapamodular man ito. Halimbawa, dapat malaman ng estudyante kung kamusta yung kanyang ginawa, kamusta yung kanyang pinerform, very good ba siya, may dapat ba siyang i-improve, dapat ma-communicate sa kanya. Itong nakikita nyo sa screen ay sample ito, na prototype ito. I asked Dr. Yaban of PNU if I could use this, but this one, she provided this to DepEd para mas maging maliwanag, halimbawa, kung paano mag-migrate from the residential to flexible learning. This is instructional transition process. Okay, number one is to create a matrix of horizontal integration of subject area competencies that are chunked weekly. Okay, so in planning for lesson activities, china-chunk natin siya, inahati natin siya into chunks, and then integrate natin siya sa mga subject area competencies. Number two, review the curriculum, select the need to know and nice to know competencies during the pandemic or during the emergency. Yung ibang term ay emergencies in education. No? Yung aking mga advisees sa PhD, they're doing topics related to emergencies in education. Determine the topics that will deliver the identified need to know competencies. Kagaya ng binanggit ko, set aside muna natin yung nice to know, then let's focus on the need to know competencies. Design a desired weekly home routine activities. Use this to identify how the topics are best delivered. And embed learning tasks into weekly home routine activities that will achieve such activities. Parang guide lang to sa mga teachers para hindi sabog. May direction kung paano gagawin. Ito sample ito, yung mga week 1 to week 10 halimbawa, may mga subject ka dyan. Ito yung subject ko, ano yung mga need to know sa subjects ko, ano yung mga nice to know? Yung mga nice to know, mga palaboy. Yung mga nice to know, mga pandagdag, mga auxiliaries, di ba? Mga kumbaga sa decorative. Pero, pwedeng wala sila, pwedeng need to know muna. So, yun po yung pagkahati-hati niyan, you make this matrix or table na nakahati yung mga subjects, then you have the week number and then the competencies. Okay? At ngayon, na nasa new normal na po tayo, no? New normal, hindi pa better normal, new normal pa. Ang better normal ay pwedeng pumasok pa siya kapag tayo ay lahat natutunan sa lahat ng experience natin ngayon eh. But lahat na nag-assimilate pa tayo ng practices, ng lahat ng mga pwedeng gawin ngayon, kaiba sa mga ginawa natin before, nasa new normal paradigm tayo. At dito inintroduce sa atin ang flexible learning. From the word flexible learning, dapat, sabi nga, in-entail dito na lahat tayo ay flexible. But how do we show? How do we demonstrate flexibility? By the way, flexibility is defined as offering choices in the educational environment, as well as customizing a course, a given course to meet the needs of the individual learners. These learning choices cover class times, course content, instructional approach, learning resources and location, technology use, the requirements for entry completion dates, and the communication medium. Kapag alam natin na gagawa natin lahat ng to, kasi all of these address the needs and address the context, the very context of our learners. If we can do this, then really there is flexibility. Flexible learning requires our learners to be more skilled at self-regulation, right? Because they need to develop self-learning. So they have to be more skilled at self-regulation in terms of goal setting, self-monitoring, and making adjustments. So my goal, if I were a learner, my goal is to finish my module in Filipino or in English for the first 2 days. So my concentration is only for the subject. But my general goal is to finish the whole module within a week or 2. And then, self-monitoring din. Kasi hindi natin kasama ang mga estudyante right? On the other hand naman, sa instructors to promote active learning so that learning in such situations can be engaging and effective. Paano yung active learning? You monitor, yung active learning, mapalabas mo yan sa activities na sinusulat mo sa module or sa activities na pinopost mo sa learning management system. Okay? And there's always feedback. There's always feedback. When and where the learning occurs, of course, time of participating in a course, starting and finishing a course, participating in learning activities, and pace of study. And I think lahat naman to ay given na sa guidelines na binibigay sa inyo ng inyong PEI, sa inyong mga eskwelahan, kailan kayo magtuturo, anong schedule mo. Halimbawa, twice a week ka lang dapat, MW, Monday, Wednesday lang ang klase mo, tapos 1.5 hours each, 3 oras a week. Pero ang actual engagement mo dapat 1 hour lang. So, kailan dapat gagawin yon? Kailan dapat matatapos? And what will the students do for the rest of the period, for the rest of the time? Okay? And what are the activities that they will do? How long? No? Within what period? Okay? What and how students will learn? It allows students to determine the sections and the sequence of content according to their desire. Pathway of learning, forms of course orientation, size and scope, anong modality, Google Meet ba tayo, mag-Zoom ba tayo, mag-Teams ba tayo, mag-Webex ba tayo, napakarami, right? Or sa LMS tayo mag-interact, okay? Messenger, Facebook, yung pinakamadali, pero there are schools na hindi pumapayag na Facebook Messenger ang gamitin. But if you have to be sensitive to the context of the learner, yun lang yung available niya. Ang FB Messenger libre. Tapos naka-data, 'di ba? So let's be sensitive to the learners also. Allowing them, giving them the opportunity to participate and to engage. So this falls under the what and how the students will learn. How to deliver instruction offers a suitable range of how and where students can access learning materials. Students may experience the course in campus-based learning, web-based learning, or both via different technologies. Teacher Ed na major ng ICT. Meron pa ba tayong major ng ICT sa Teacher Ed? Yung BTV-TED. Required na gumamit ng laboratories. Pero paano gagamit ng laboratories kung wala namang resource ang bata sa bahay? So kailangan pumunta sa school. Ngayon na pinapayagan ang limited face-to-face halimbawa, baka pwede makonsider na during laboratory magamit ng selected students yung laboratory, yung resources for the actual learning. Ito yung tinatawag na in-campus-based learning para ma-experience pa rin nila. Kasi nakatenga lahat ng laboratories talaga ng mga schools dahil hindi nga pwede yung face-to-face. Pero dahil pinapayagan naman, kapag ka-approved at meron namang permission, so baka pwede na maggawa ng schedule na magkaroon ng actual or hands-on learning ang mga estudyante sa in-campus-based resources. So, nakita nyo mga dati pa rin ginagawa natin na nagagawa pa rin naman natin hanggang ngayon sa FL setup or flexible learning setup. Lecture with tutorials, independent study, discussion, seminar groups, debates, student-led discovery approaches, and educational gamifications. No, lalo sa mga math na subjects, we do educational gamification. Okay, a lot of it sa subject area na yan. All right. now and beyond, no? Ngayong panahon ng pandemic at kahit post-pandemic, instructor-created content, resources created by the learner. So both, the teacher can prepare, the teacher can make na lumitaw yung kanilang creativity at resourcefulness, allow them to prepare their own content or resources. Siyempre hindi mawawala yung internet, right? Technology, quality resources from the web. Do not engage in full online kapag mismong resources ng school let's say 50% of your students cannot join online because they don't have internet connection. Right? Range of media formats such as podcasts, narrated screen capture, full video of lectures and software. Yung ibang mga teachers nagre-record ng kanilang lessons sa YouTube halimbawa, tapos i-upload and then the students will just have to watch it on YouTube at their own pace.
Sir. Miss Norby.
I think there's a problem po with the connection of oh.
I'm sorry. I lost my connection. I'm sorry. Okay. I'll share my screen again. Sorry po, nawala connection natin.
It's okay, Doc.
Okay. And then we have the open educational resources on the OER. Lahat ng universities ngayon ay ina-advise natin ng mga estudyante na mag-visit sa ating mga open educational resources. Ang ating mga libraries, okay din ang kanilang mga online libraries. They can still go on with their library services even online or online using online platform. And then when and how to provide assessment by means of presentation, research papers, team projects, peer assessment, standardized tests, e-portfolio. Ito, sa teacher education, di ba, ang ating mga estudyante sa pre-service level, pinapagawa natin sila ng mga student portfolios. Pwedeng ma-convert yan into e-portfolio para tuloy pa rin. What is important is that we still, make them or help them develop their competence in making a portfolio. Kasi ito yung pag-iingat ng lahat ng kanilang mga tasks, lahat ng kanilang mga achievements, lahat ng kanilang mga performances, and they can design how this portfolio will be made or prepared. Computer-based tests, such as online tests, but not limited to online tests, adaptive tests, and also some learning analytic approaches. Okay, ngayon po, sa new normal, iba't iba ang role na ginagampanan ng mga teachers natin ngayon. Varying. Teachers play as team player, as students motivator, as innovators of change. Dito sa pictures na to, sa collage na to, nakikita nyo kung anong klaseng mga reaction ng teachers ang meron. Yung iba tuwang-tuwa because they're learning. Yung iba into it, no? Talagang super busy and super engrossed, right? Yung iba naman tulala na lang, iba talagang nag-give up, nag-quit na kasi talagang stressful, etc. So kahit ayaw naman dito yung maging ano natin, we learned our lesson, right? And isang patunay na as teacher, we should be resilient, we should be flexible at open sa lahat ng pwedeng matutunan, 'di ba? Hindi pwede na nakatenga or naka-stack up ka lang doon sa kung ano yung alam mo before, right? Sino ba yung magaling na sa platforms bago mag-pandemic? Yung iba nga ngayon lang nakapag-navigate ng Zoom at saka ng Google Meet, pero na-enjoy na natin ngayon kasi parang naging part na ng buhay natin ngayon no? So, lahat 'yan bahagi ng pagsisiguro na kahit anong problema, anong panahon, anong phenomenon, hindi pwedeng maantig, hindi pwedeng ma-delay, hindi pwedeng ma-derail yung quality. At yun ang pinag-uusapan natin pag quality assurance na, no, ang topic. Quality assurance is making sure that quality will still be there kahit na nagbago ng platform, nagbago ng modality, kahit mayroong disruption, etc. Nagbago ng tao, nagbago ng resources, still quality will be there. Quality teaching learning should not be affected. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin actually hanggang mas maging better yung quality. And dito, kinuha ko dito yung quality policy ng LSPU kasi quality assurance Sinasabi diyan, the university delivers quality education through responsive instruction, distinctive research. I'd like to emphasize on distinctive research, sustainable extension, and production services. The university is committed with continual improvement to meet applicable requirements to provide quality, efficient, and effective services to the university stakeholders' highest satisfaction system viewed with utmost integrity, professionalism, and innovation. May mga kukunin ako ditong variables para ma-bolster or ma-emphasize yung quality assurance sa teacher education. Balikan ko yung sinasabi po ng CHED, lalo na pagdating sa deployment ng field study at saka ng interns. Dapat ang curriculum, dapat ang delivery ay experiential. Characterized as experiential, developmental, and aligned. Okay? Kapag ganito, ang ginagawa natin sa panahon ngayon, quality assurance or quality is assured. Right? Ano ba tong tatlong to? How do we get to know that we're doing already activities or we're making sure that our curriculum is experiential in nature, developmental in nature, and aligned? Sabi dito sa CHED, actually kung nakinig kayo or nag-participate kayo doon sa national orientation ng field study at interns, binanggit ito lahat, no? Experiential because we use the different new normal learning modalities. Let the students, let the learners, and also the teachers, no, experience the different new normal learning modalities or the flexible learning modalities. Let them experience, no. And number 2, developmental through coaching and mentoring. Kahit na po virtual lang, kahit tayo ay online, still we coach and we mentor our students. We walk an extra mile, ika nga. We walk an extra mile. If there are students who need consultation, if there are students who need advice, who need enhancement, remediation, these things are given to them. This is all part of coaching and mentoring. And also aligned with the Learning Continuity Plan or LCP and most essential learning competencies. Our students in the pre-service education will go to DepEd. Maaring hindi pa bilang full-fledged teacher, pero bilang observer, bilang intern. So dapat ang ginagawa natin sa ating mga klase sa Teacher Ed, kahit pa paano ay aligned na sa LCP nila at saka sa mga most essential learning competencies. Because they will also, so that they can find it, they can relate much, and they can find it easy to deal with the students when they go to DepEd. How do we sustain teaching and learning engagement in the better normal? Part pa rin ito ng quality assurance, no? Sustaining or sustenance is actually part of quality assurance. I'd like to share with you ito, iba't ibang indicators ito eh. Learning, let me begin with learning experience design. This is about the design and development of productive learning experiences so that each learner is able to make most of that learning opportunity. We design the learning experience of our students by way of how the lesson is presented, the assessment, etc. And basically their total experience. Number 2 is the learner content engagement. Paano magre-react ang bata sa kanyang module, sa kanyang assessment task, kanyang lesson, okay? Dapat sa alang-alang yung pagpili ng lessons, pag-execute ng lessons doon sa learning styles ng estudyante so that they can interact, they can engage with the content. And then the third one is learner to teacher engagement. Learner to teacher engagement. How is it? How do the students reach out to the teacher in today's in the platform that we're using today para maintindihan yung concepts doon sa module or doon sa LMS? Paano naman si teacher magbigay ng feedback? So this is about learner to teacher engagement. Meron ding learner to learner engagement. Bahagi din yun kasi kahit nag-face to face, di ba, nag-grouping tayo. Siguro mahirap lang gawin to sa modular kasi hindi ka pa makapag-group. Talagang SLM lang 'yan. Pero kapag nag-online ka, allow also to have some breakout rooms para mag-collab ang mga estudyante or magbigay ka ng task na sila ang mag-uusap. But of course, ang platform pa rin at ang medium pa rin ay online. Learner to learner engagement. Merong learner engagement with the learning environment na tinatawag. Kapag hindi okay ang internet, paano magtutuloy ang estudyante? Right? Dapat mag-provide ng options, mag-provide ng alternatives ang teacher. Learner engagement with the assessment activities. Okay? Can they relate? Can they absorb? Can they understand? Can they perform actually the assessment activities? So kung sinasaalang-alang ng teacher yung learning styles dun sa lesson, sa delivery, lalo din siguro pagdating sa assessment activities. Siyempre, ang primary primary objective dito is to assess the competencies doon sa tinuro eh. So, yun yung lalamanin. But the way how activities are done, dapat isaalang-alang yung background ng estudyante din. So, the last one engagement is the learner engagement with the school, with the institution. This is about choices the learners have in relation to their engagement with the services of the educational institution. Panglahatan na po ito, ano pang mga services ang na-avail ng bata sa teacher education institutions? Because that's part of his engagement eh. When we talk about learning engagement, napakadaming factors ang sinasaalang-alang natin para ma-develop din holistically ang learner. What should the teachers do and what should the teachers possess? Nagkaroon ako ng konting survey sa aking mga estudyante sa graduate level. Napakarami nilang binigay. And mostly sila galing sa DepEd. Anong mga dapat nilang gawin para maka-cope, para ma-survive nila yung lahat ng hamon or challenges ng curriculum at instruction sa panahon ngayon. Mostly lumabas is how to better capacitate themselves as teachers because they say that they could not give what they do not have. So as teachers, they are responsible for, providing the students all the necessary learning experiences. And when we talk about all the learning experiences, pasok yun sa curriculum. The basic definition of curriculum is the sum total of all learning experiences. But the one who is facilitating the giving of these learning experiences is not ready, is not prepared. So dapat makapacitate muna. Lahat ng lumabas dito, umattend ng seminars, umattend ng trainings, mag-aral, magtapos ng masters, ng PhD, etc. engage sa mga sessions, Slack sessions, etc., faculty development programs, conduct research, and so on. Lahat yon ay gagawin ng teacher to become ready para sa mga challenges. Ayan. Yung iba napaka-specific na activity, may mga SLMs, may mga Slack sessions pa nga, because some of them are in the DepEd. At least they know how, no? Para mas mapaganda, mapaigi pa yung kanilang pagtuturo. Alright, may mga technical assistance pa dito. And kumbaga kung i-generalize natin sa TEIs, sa ating mga estudyante sa pre-service, dapat maturuan natin sila ng skills. At itong skills na to, di ba matatawag na 21st century skills, pero ngayon i-term natin siya dahil nasa pandemic tayo ng survival skills. Dahil baka hindi lahat ng 21st century ay magamit dahil may mga limitasyon, may mga restrictions. But we put premium on the survival skills. And what are these? Na magiging importante, magiging requirement ito para magawa natin iba pang mga quality assurance measures. Writing, reading, problem solving, life skills, and some personal management skills. Itong personal management skills, ito yung gusto ko pa ba? May gana pa ba ako? Tinatamad na ako, ayoko na, parang ganun. Ma-redirect ang behavior ng estudyante na makapag-reflect. This is a skill, this is a reflective skill. Makapag-reflect that I have to do this, otherwise, wala akong matututunan at all. Remember, the student is a self-learner, an independent learner. Kapag wala yon, hindi siya self-motivated, hindi po pwedeng umandar ang sasakyan, no? Alright. Ito po yung binabanggit ko kanina na may bagong, this is the public orientation ng CHED and joint CHED and DepEd pagdating po sa guidelines ng deployment ng pre-service teachers and teaching internship, no? Dapat tumatalima tayo dito sa TEIs, no? Tumatalima tayo dito kung paano natin gagawin. We should make sure that our students are ready when they go out, right? They're properly briefed kung ano ang kanilang pupuntahan sa basic education, sa DepEd, sa panahon ngayon, no? Iba yung panahon ngayon sa panahon dati eh. So there's a need for briefing and orientation. But you know, one realization here is that between DepEd and the TEI, Teacher Education Institution, there's a need really to work collaboratively. And we've been doing this, no? Kahit naman before pandemic pa, we're working collaboratively. And we say that this is a key to developing our pre-service teachers to becoming really the kind of in-service teacher that can adjust, that can adapt to the environment. Sorry. All right. TEIs must respond positively. I think this was mentioned already by Dr. Biglete. TEIs must respond positively to the distinctive opportunity by delivering courses in innovative and flexible ways, suitable to the context of educational institutions, teachers, and students. Teacher education institutions and basic education schools will work hand in hand to prepare the students to be highly competent and competitive in the teaching profession. Sa aking survey sa aking mga estudyante kung paano sila mag-adjust, kung paano nila mas pagandahin pa yung delivery instruction na nag-a-address din sa concerns ng pandemic, sinamarize ko, ito yung nakita ko. Sinama ko na po yung graduate school kasi yung ating mga estudyante na nasa PhD ay nandyan din. May mga problemang na-identify na pwedeng ma-solusyonan kahit dito sa teacher education institutions. Dito na lang mag-focus na lang ako sa teacher education institution. Students' level of readiness for college. Okay? Siguro dapat mag-diagnostic. Tingnan muna. Kasi yung iba, I'm sure alam nyo to, na pinayagan na kasi na kahit graduate ka naman ng STEM, pwede kang magpunta ng education, ng teacher ed. So dati di ba ang alam natin, ang magti-teacher ed lang, UMS at GAS. System kasi punta ng IT yan, engineering courses. Pero dati ngayon pwede, open na yan eh. Kahit saan pwede. Pero gumagawa ang mga TIs ng mga bridging programs, bridge programs or bridging courses para mas sigurado na ready ang bata sa program, lalo na pag teacher education program. Full compliance of colleges and universities to outcomes-based education, OBE. So I'm talking about measures. Make sure that we are OBE compliant. No, outcomes, learning outcomes. Dapat tinitingnan po natin yan. Anong klaseng estudyante, anong klaseng pre-service teacher ang ating papakawalan sa field pag siya ay nag-practice teacher na, pag siya ay nag-field study na. Alignment of competencies and standards to program outcomes and institutional outcomes. This was mentioned already by Dr. Biglete. Alignment is a big issue among TEIs now, right? Because the program is this one, but the competencies are lacking. And these competencies are all reflective of the learner or of the graduate. No? So alignment. Also sa activities, no, tinitingnan din natin yan. Alignment of competencies of board programs with the competencies in the board examinations. So, importante na makita, may bago ng TOS, kaya lang hindi ko pa makuha yung copy, but meron ng bago ang PRC, TOS, for the licensure examination for teachers. I asked for it, nagsend ako ng message kay Dr. Feline, kay Dr. Paz, pero wala pa. I think hindi pa siya na-disseminate, but there's already new POS for that. Another one is, napakaraming programs. Ang ilan sa mga TIs ay hindi pa nag-undergo ng accreditation. So sa amin, at least sa ARQUAT, at least basic compliance doon sa standards, doon sa qualifications. Pero tinitingnan pa rin namin siyempre na yung quality ay nandun. Compliant at nagsusubscribe sa standards, sa policies, guidelines, and standards na siniset for teacher education. Much more siguro kapag ka nag-undergo ng accreditation ang mga programs na to kasi more than the minimum ang namimit na. And kapag ka nag-accredit, talagang quality assured. Kasi yun yung tinitingnan talaga sa mga accreditation, quality. Sa graduate school, ang ilan sa mga issues na nakita natin is may mga schools na tawag natin fly-by-night schools, no? O yung mga diploma mills, napakadaling makakuha ng degree, pero hindi ganoon kahirap yung pinagdadaanan, yung aral, yung processes. I am happy because LSPU provides a lot of opportunities for the students to actually learn and prepare them as part of their curriculum in the graduate school, prepare them to become school managers and master teachers and all that. So hindi po ganun kadali ang graduate school, pero mailan na napakadali pong makuha lang. Publication of research outputs to high impact journals. I think dapat tutukan din ito. Teacher education, grad school na under ng teacher ed, kailangan mas ma-inspire at mas ma-encourage pa yung mga teachers at mga estudyante na, kahit estudyante pa lang sa masters at saka sa PhD, na magsulat, mag-research at mag-publish. No? Utilization of research outputs and uneven graduate program offerings. This was touched already by Dr. Biglete. All right. And ito din yung ilan sa mga pwedeng gawin para makita kung paano mag-address ng mga concerns. Ang nilagay lang dito levels ay pang basic education from preschool all the way to senior high school. Pero dahil ang ating mga estudyante naman sa pre-service ay pupunta sa DepEd, okay lang, importante lang na lahat ng to ay ma-discuss or ma-touch para alam nila. So what are the indicators here? Modality, pacing, pedagogy, what is the role of the teacher there, the teacher's responsibilities, instructional time, and the intervention program. So lahat po yan ay pwedeng lagyan natin ng lamanan natin para mas ma-anticipate natin kung paano tayo mag-grapple doon sa sitwasyon na dadatnan natin sa ating school. Basic education yan, no? From preschool to senior high school. I'm referring to the pre-service teachers or pre-service students. Pero sa kaso naman ng ating mga faculty sa TEI, pwede rin pong tingnan po ito in designing for your lessons po in general. try to take note of this and consider all this para mas maging malinaw, no? Meron din palang student role online dito. Depende po kung anong modality ang ginagamit. And don't forget, ito pinaka-importante, the source of feedback. Okay? So skip ko na po ito kasi itong part na to ay content, pedagogy, and assessment matrix pa. So nakafocus pa rin po yan sa curriculum and instruction. Alright? Nilagay lang po. But yung laman po niyan, mag-vary po yan kung saang school, anong context, kung anong context meron yung estudyante at saka teacher. Okay? Sa lahat ng ito, ang teacher may gustong sabihin may gustong ituro. By all means, gustong idikta lahat. By all means, gustong ibigay, i-transmit, spoon feed pa nga Lalo na ang teacher ay pressured sa competencies na dapat ma-develop sa bata. Pero ang mga estudyante, meron din silang sariling interest. So dapat mag-meet, no? Mag-meet. Ano yung kailangan ng bata? Saan sila mas natututo? Anong dapat nilang gawin? Ano ang background? Ano ang profile nila? Para po mas maging kapaki-pakinabang. Mas magko-connect, no? May link. And dahil quality assurance po, very quickly lang, madaanan ko lang po yung research. Kasi sa panahon ngayon, importante po talaga na ang bawat teacher sa teacher ed at maging po ang mga pre-service teacher ay ma-develop din po yung research skills. Kailangan po na ma-expose sila with a great deal po of exposure sa research. Lalo natatandaan po natin talaga ng marks ng excellent school, PEI po, no, ay 3, instruction, extension, tsaka research. Pero in-emphasize ko yung research kasi dapat ang teacher po natin ay nagtuturo gamit po ang research-based perspective or merong research-based perspective. This is a legitimate way to develop and empower teachers to be active knowers and critical agents who are capable of undertaking innovative action to transform their practice as educators. Ayan. So, yan po yung mga dahilan kung bakit kailangan mag-venture sa research ang ating mga estudyante. Lahat ng tinuturo dapat research-based, dapat may basihan, may datos, empirical. Nakikita ng estudyante kasi kapag nagbo-bluff But if we provide the student something that is based on studies, on research, we can thrive, no? Especially in today's time, in today's phenomenon. So, teaching po is a research-based profession. We have to always remember that. Teaching encourages research to be undertaken by the teachers themselves for the purpose of helping them to understand and refine their own practice. So, para mas mapaganda pa po yung delivering instruction, para mas mapabuti yung curriculum, di ba? We continue on revising it, revisiting this one. So, it should be based on research, no? Research-based, pag-modify ng curriculum at ang pag-suggest, pag-propose ng instructional innovation. Okay, I'm close to my final slides. So, internationalizing teacher education through research-based teaching and learning. Quality assurance is about internationalization also. But we can do that, we can approach that by means of, research, conducting research. Students can learn content and pedagogy from research-based practices and through research-based teaching and learning. Yung mga activities na pinapagawa natin sa mga estudyante, research-based din. We are training them. We are teaching them to be indulged doon sa research. Okay? Learning from research means that teachers can acquire knowledge of important theories and research in their field of discipline. All right? So we all ought to be, as teachers po in the teacher education, as teachers in the basic education, we ought to become teachers as an educational researcher. All right? Because, lahat ng strategies and innovations, nakabase po yan sa ating mga pag-aaral. And we will get to know whether this is effective or not if we base it on research. Okay? Takeaways, lahat po, Technology does provide tools to better take advantage of whatever pedagogy that suits the learners. Thus, there is increased use of technology in teaching. Educators and teachers have become more conscientious in performing the pedagogical tasks. New paradigms for asynchronous and hybrid learning will gain traction. Education must continue to be made available. Learning must be self-paced, allowing students to follow it at their own pace and time. Whatever FLOs or flexible learning options the school might want to use, make sure that no learner is left behind. No pre-service teacher is left behind. And siguro pagdating sa faculty development din, dahil tayo nagpaplano ng faculty development program, no teacher is left behind. So with the new normal, onwards the better normal, dapat we change the old ways and we embrace the better ways. Itong Kabler-Ross change curve na to, mula pandemic, nakita kung paano tayo nag-transition, di ba? Nagulat, na-depress, na-frustrate, pero pataas po yan sa integration. Sana po by this time, nandito na po tayo sa pinaka-creative alignment. No? Nakuha na po natin. Wala na po tayo sa depression site, ha? Wala na tayo sa shock dahil tayo ay natututo. We are learning na. No? And finally po, before I end, kailangan lahat ng teachers, lahat ng estudyante, lalo sa teacher education, we always bear in mind, or we always possess, we always develop this growth mindset instead of a fixed mindset. Because in the growth mindset, even if we fail sometimes, we see failure as an opportunity to grow. But if we, see that failure is the limit of our abilities, then that's fixed mindset and there's nowhere to go. No, growth mindset is a key to thrive in the better normal. In everything that we do, okay, theories, principles, all the way down to the implementation, we all do it for our learners. Thank you very much, and good noon to all of you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ronald O. Gonzalez, the Vice President for Academic Affairs, City College of Calamba, and member of Regional Quality Assurance Team for Teacher Education, for your talk about quality assurance measures in undergraduate teacher education. It was obvious that you are extremely knowledgeable in your field. Thank you so much, Dr. Ronald A. Gonzalez. To our dear participants, if you have some questions, please type your question on our chat box, or you can raise your hand and unmute your microphone once you are recognized. Questions po for our speaker. Since there is no question po, let me read one of the comments from our participants. Thank you so much, Sir Ronald. Very comprehensive discussion. God bless.
Thank you very much.
Okay po, so since there is no question, let us proceed for the awarding of the certificate. Allow me to read the citation again. Republic of the Philippines, Laguna State Polytechnic University, Sinalaan Campus, Certificate of Appreciation is given to Dr. Ronald A. Gonzalez for sharing his expertise for his invaluable service as a resource speaker during the conduct of the webinar on the management of curriculum and instruction for teacher education with the theme LSPU in the New Normal, Onward to a Flexible and Equitable Teacher Education through Responsive Curriculum and Instruction, held on November 6, 2021 via Zoom conferencing. given the 6th day of November 2021 at Laguna State Polytechnic University. Signed by Associate Dean of CTE and GIZAR, Dr. Elaine Rose Gina Chon, our Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Eden C. Calio, our Campus Director, Engineer Joseph M. Cabiente, and our University President, Dr. Mario R. Briones. Once again, thank you so much po, Dr. Ronald A. Gonzalez.
Salamat po.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much po. Thank you.
We are requesting po our participants to please open po your cameras for a photo op. Ayan po, so we have 8 slides. So medyo matagal po. Let's give po our biggest smiles. Kahit po tayo ay tanghali na, kitang-kita pa rin po ang ngiti sa ating mga mukha.
Thank you po.
Thank you po, Ma'am Miss Elaine Ergarge.
Thank you so much po. God bless Sir Ronald and the rest of the LCSE.
Thank you very much. Dr. Rose, thank you.
Thank
Dr.
you
Elaine, thank
po.
you very much.
Thank you, Doc Ronald. Salamat po.
Thank you po.
Dr. Calio, thank you very much.
And that's all po for this
Dr.
morning.
Ronald, thank you so much.
Thank you everyone for your participation. Our afternoon session will start at 1 o'clock p.m. You can now have your lunch break. We will see you in a while. Happy lunch!
Thank you po. Thank you, Doc Elaine.
Thank you po, VP. Mamayang hapon po ulit.
Yes, oo.
Hindi pa sila start. Siguro lunch break.
May laptop ka. Ano yun? Bigay sa iyo dalawang laptop?
Hindi po yung akin. Binili ko po yung isa. Ito yung bago. Ito yung nireport ko noong nakaraan. Regional cuisine.
Bakit
Ito
yan
yung, ano yung aking ano.
Yes!
Galit?
Laro ko.
Hindi ko naman alam. Hindi, nakakanta ka ng pag-screenshot?
Ano nga, screenshot.
Good afternoon. To our dear participants, we request all of you to please be ready and stand by. The program will resume in a short while. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Dr. Justado San Antonio.
Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon po, sir.
Good afternoon po.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm ready. Hi, Reg, you're here.
Miss Norby, we may start.
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Undersecretary from LSPU po, si Dr. Eden, BPAGA Eden.
Yes, Duke Eden, good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Magandang hapon po.
Good afternoon. So I'm
Welcome
ready,
back,
actually. Would you want me to start?
Yes po, sir. Miss Norby, we may start.
Yes po. Start po tayo,
Thank
ma'am, sa
you.
introduction po.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you
Okay.
po.
Welcome back, dear participants, and a pleasant afternoon to all of you. We are hopeful that you had your fill up of sumptuous lunch. Welcome again to our webinar on the management of curriculum and instruction for teacher education with the theme LSPU in a New Normal, onward to flexible and equitable teacher education through a responsive curriculum and instruction. To start our program and to introduce our third speaker, let us hear Ms. Jennifer Garbo, one of the PhD ELM students.
Thank you po, Ms. Norby. Ayan, so to our distinguished pillars of the LSPU Similoan Campus and members of the academe, classified guests, fellow educators and classmates, students, and to the viewers of our live stream today, a safe and pleasant afternoon to all of us. At this point in time, it is indeed a great honor and pride to introduce to you our first speaker for this afternoon session. He holds a research PhD in education from the University of Newcastle, Australia. He has been tasked to coordinate the ongoing review of the K-12 curriculum. He also attempts to find ways of ensuring that every learner achieves authentic literacy. He pushes for transparency, ethics, and accountability in school governance. In addition, he believes that a strong rewards and recognition system is an effective way to encourage officials and teachers to aim for excellence. He is one of the 5 Presidential Gawad CES awardees for 2019 for his role in fostering a positive educational culture in the Department of Education Calabarzon by advocating for transparent, ethical, and accountable e-governance affecting 120,000 teachers serving 3.8 million learners for nurturing an intensive and collaborative research culture in Calabarzon, allowing basic educators to implement evidence-based best practices and for building the competencies of regional officials through its PRINCE model, which pertains to proactive, results-oriented, intelligent, network building, credible, and empowering. Furthermore, he strengthens a strong research culture towards meaningful innovations for learning. Finally, he nurtures productive partnerships with all educational stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all put our hands together to our very own Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction at the Department of Education, none other than Yusek Dr. Diosdado M. San Antonio. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Maraming salamat, Jen, for that very generous introduction. Let me also greet our president of the university, Dr. Mario R. Briones, and Vice President Dr. Eden C. Calio, Vice President for Academic Affairs. My greetings to our campus director, Engineer Joseph M. Cabiente. Fellow teachers and fellow leaders for learning, again, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the privilege of being able to join you today. I'm going to share my screen. Of course, you requested me to talk about the implementation of the K-12 in the management of curriculum and instruction under the new normal, but I opted to actually share with you a significant part on how the curriculum review was undertaken. I feel that this is also as important as the intention of how the curriculum would be managed during the so-called new normal. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, po.
Okay, so it's really about sharing with you the findings and possible enhancements so that we can build and sustain the gains that the Department of Education has been able to somehow accomplish. And again, along the way, you would somehow also appreciate how curriculum and instruction is being managed at the Department of Education level. Of course, in terms of the so-called cycle of curriculum review, we have to, the curriculum is dynamic, as you all know it. We cannot say that a curriculum we designed 10 years ago or even 5 years ago has to be sustained so that we can claim that our efforts are paying off. It has to be reviewed. There should be a redesign. We're now in the process of actually redesigning the K-12 curriculum because the review, whose findings I'm sharing later, has been completed. And we will release it very soon before the term of Secretary Liling ends in June of 2022. We hope to unveil the curriculum, the updated K-12 curriculum, and we just want it to be described as the 2022 K-12 curriculum. Right now, we hope to be able to offer a complete design of the curriculum from at the first key stage, which is, of course, the K-3. And then we implement and we review again. And it's really a cycle because we have to be very dynamic. We have to learn from the practice, the implementation, and find out how else we can further enhance the curriculum, and so on and so forth. And the context, of course, we know that, again, even before I joined the executive committee, there was this ongoing review of the curriculum, which was, of course, driven by the fact that the student achievement on national tests are below expectations. And of course, this was also echoed and in fact strengthened. The perception that there's mediocrity in our quality of education has also been somehow supported by the results of the international large-scale assessments, PISA. We have also the CPLM, the Southeast Asian Primary Learning Metrics. And also we also had the release of the other examination, which is for science and technology. So all these are again showing that our student achievement outcomes are not of high quality. Of course, there was this concern of an overcrowded curriculum. I've been a teacher myself in the K-12 program, and I know that it was very difficult for me to actually cover everything that has to be covered for a year in the subjects that I was handling. Normally, we would just be reaching about 3/4 of the coverage in terms of the contents, etc. So there's really this concern of overcrowding. And then there were also questions about the preparedness of our fellow teachers for the implementation of the curriculum. And so the review was primarily aimed at articulating within and across the learning areas, making sure that these are properly articulated. When we also intended to identify the gaps, the issues and concerns across learning areas and grade levels, and also identify areas for improvement. And the coverage of the review included the mapping of the essential and desirable learning competencies within the curriculum. We also did the identification of prerequisite knowledge and skills needed to prepare students for essential learning competencies, and the analysis of the interconnectedness of prerequisite knowledge and skills among the learning competencies for each subject area. So these were covered in our review of the curriculum. And the process had several tasks. Like the first is to classify learning competencies that were considered essential or desirable in the curriculum. We feel that yes, the essential learning competencies are, when we talk about it, we refer to what the students need considered indispensable in the teaching learning process to build skills to equip learners for subsequent grade levels and consequently for lifelong learning. So essential learning competencies are those that are very important. I mean, that the learners will need in terms of knowledge, skills, and understandings so that they can, of course, be capable of facing the challenges in the next grade levels and eventually the challenges of living in the 21st century called VUCA world. VUCA, vulnerable, uncertain, complex, ambiguous, diverse, disruptive, dami-dami na, may mga dinadagdag na. When we talk about desirable learning competencies, these are the competencies that may enhance education but may not be necessary in building foundational skills. So yes, we have to differentiate the essential from the desirable ones. While we would want, of course, in an ideal world, we want even the desirable competencies to be covered. But when we have to prioritize, of course, these are implications for managing the management of curriculum and instruction. We have to be very strategic. We have to pay attention to the foundational or the essential learning competencies. The second task of the review process included the identification of prerequisites of a selection of the learning competencies classified as essential in the previous task and locating this across grade levels. So after identifying or categorizing the essential or differentiating the essential from the desirable learning competencies, we had to identify which were prerequisites. That would mean if this is the competence, this is something you need so that you can learn the next, more complex competence. And then the third task was the checking of prerequisites that may have been taught in other learning areas. So of course, we designed the curriculum not just on the basis of the discipline, but of course we know that the life of the learners while they are in the school is also somehow organized according to disciplines. Some competencies, prerequisite competencies, may be taught not in the same discipline or learning area. It could be taught in other learning areas as well. The fourth task involved the conduct of cognitive demand comparison, which examined a selection of learning competencies across subject areas and grade levels to determine the consistency of their cognitive demand. When we say low cognitive demand, they just require the learners to state facts, follow known procedures, and solve routine problems. This one is from the work of Van de Waal, Karp, and Bay Williams. And then this task, the low cognitive demand tasks, require minimum thinking or cognitive analysis and rather focus on single concrete answers that are solved using prior knowledge. In other words, when we talk about low cognitive demand tasks, we refer to activities that require lower order thinking skills. When we talk about high cognitive demand tasks, this involve making connections, analyzing information, drawing conclusions, as defined by Smith and Stein. High-level tasks require students to think abstractly and make connections to mathematical concepts. When completing higher demanding tasks, students are engaged in a productive struggle that challenges them to make connections to concept and to other relevant knowledge. So, of course, some educators would refer to this as the higher order thinking skills requirements. So we had to analyze the competencies we have listed, whether they are low cognitive demand tasks or they are of high cognitive demand. The fifth task was about the international comparison with, of course, our own cognitive demand. The cognitive demands in our K-12 curriculum, we compared it with what other systems around the world are also having in terms of what they demand from a particular group of learners in a particular grade. So we compared the emphasis of different topics and levels of cognitive demand in the curriculum against internationally used measures. So, of course, we collaborated with the Assessment, Curriculum, and Technology Research Center. Of course, within the Department of Education, we have 3 bureaus in the curriculum and instruction strand that work on the review of the curriculum: the Bureau of Curriculum Development, Bureau of Learning Delivery, Bureau of Education Assessment. And we also had a division of school effectiveness in another bureau. I think this is the Bureau of Human Resources and Organizational Development. Again, in our review of the curriculum, we engaged RC, the University of the Philippines, and we were provided also support from the University of Melbourne Graduate School of Education. And the structure, as you can see, there were 4 phases. We had to review the intended curriculum, we reviewed the implemented curriculum, the tested curriculum, and the attained curriculum. And when we talk about the intended curriculum, we refer to the learning competencies within the curriculum guide. So what we see in our list of competencies in our curriculum guides is part of the so-called intended curriculum. And also included in our intended curriculum are the learner materials and key competencies in the K-12, the K-3 program. When we were talking about the implemented curriculum, we actually did a survey of teachers in terms of the learning competencies taught and influence of factors through teacher focus group discussions. When we were doing the review of the tested curriculum, we look at the contents of our national tests, the ELNA, the grade 6 NAT, grade 10 NAT, and the basic education EXIS assessment. All of this, the contents were analyzed and looked into whether what is being tested is also what has been identified as part of the intended curriculum. When we talk about the attained curriculum, it's really about the performance of the learners on the basis of the national tests, perhaps international tests as well, and at the same time, the suitability of graduates. And we, of course, applied the research findings in many of the things that we did, so that we could check whether these are also relevant to our policies in the Department of Education as well. So why do we have to make sure that curriculum has to be aligned? When there is greater curriculum alignment, as Squires report or assert, there would be higher or better student achievement. So we can improve the achievement levels of our students if the alignment is existing in terms of the curriculum. And of course, our findings, sorry, medyo may nawala, but this is just the findings on the alignment. Here, you will note that the intended curriculum and the tested curriculum have been found to be aligned, while the intended curriculum and the implemented curriculum did not seem to be so aligned. Intended curriculum and the attained curriculum did not also appear to be very much aligned, much more with the implemented curriculum and the attained curriculum. They also did not have high level of alignment. So key questions, is there curriculum overcrowding? Is there adequate time to teach the intended curriculum? Have learners mastered the prerequisites? Is the curriculum too hard? These were questions that we wanted to actually find answers to, because we feel that these are the ones that will really drive us to creating more relevant experiences for our learners, for them to do better academically. And in terms of adequate time to teach, according to what we have discovered, in terms of the different learning area, mother tongue, 36 learning competencies, all learning competencies could only be taught 24% of them. Half of the learning competencies, we discovered that 87% of those who responded said yes. We were able to do half. For Filipino, only, as you can see, I'm not going to discuss all the numbers, but it's very obvious that the highest in terms of all competencies is the science learning competencies for quarter 2. Mga sample lang ito ha, hindi ito yung buong but we took samples for quarter 2 of science. There are 6 competencies. 31% of the respondents claimed that yes, they can cover all the competencies, but only less than half also said that they can cover half of the learning competencies. So as you see, it's not even 1/3 of all the competencies for the particular randomly identified quarters and grades where the competencies could be taught. This means that indeed the curriculum is so overcrowded. There are lots of competencies listed that are not actually covered because teachers admit that there's no time to cover all of them. And then in terms of our cognitive demand survey, as I already mentioned, we compared our own standards, cognitive demands, with international comparators. We are similar in terms of the focus on things that have to be memorized. We are lower when we talk about performing processes levels, and greater higher order thinking skills are also. This actually means that compared with the US, for example, our learners are expected to have higher order thinking levels, higher than what the US schools expect of their, for example, grade 3 learners. So these findings could be, as I've said, could be something that may be positive, but it appears that it's not. And when we expect much, when the expectation in terms of higher order thinking levels, this could also be the contributors to many learners withdrawing from having to, continue to be engaged in the various learning tasks. In terms of the intended curriculum, we have agreed after reviewing that there's a need to reduce the number of learning competencies. And of course, we have identified the most essential learning competencies. 60% of the competencies have been pruned or removed when we implemented the distance learning delivery modality. And most likely, we are not saying that it will still be MELCs after COVID, but we are personally, I'm looking at essentially an enhancement of our MELCs. And then we'll have to ensure the learning competencies are necessary for building competence in fundamental knowledge. We will have to pay attention to the most foundational skills. And so our work in the first key stage, kindergarten to the third grade, will be really about the fundamental knowledge and skills, reading, numeracy, and the socio-emotional skills. While we are likely to retain the learning areas, but we will really make sure that at the first key stage, the early grades, what we should do is make children learn how to read, master basics of numeracy, they can compute, etc. And at the same time, they should be imbued with the very important, siguro yung core values of DepEd, maka-Diyos, maka-tao, makakalikasan, makabansa. Yun lang ang gagawin. That's how we are inclined to do in the updated curriculum of the K-12 program. So I personally believe that if we enable the children to learn how to read and be excited about, the task of reading, learning more content will not be as difficult, because when the child is excited, I know that such a child will continue to explore the world on his or her own, enjoying the discovery of additional knowledge, understanding more of it, because they know they can read and understand what they are reading. We will also have to revise some aspects of the way the competencies are sequenced. We will also make articulation of learning competencies very explicit, because we know that the review told us that there are some learning competencies that are not explicit, not very, very clear. When you just read the competencies for the first time. And then we will have to address the cognitive demand expectations. We are reviewing the kind of demand that should be in our K-12 curriculum. And we will also adapt a consistent, explicit framework for 21st century skills that we will use across the Department of Education. We are still using the same broad categories, information and literacy skills, information and media literacy, learning and problem-solving skills, communication skills, and life skills. But we have actually completed or finished the identification of the different sub-skills within the 21st century skills categories that the Department of Education is using. In terms of implementation, the teachers who attended our focus group discussions reported that they are helped more in terms of implementing the curriculum, meaning making sure that what is in the intended curriculum is actually learned by the learners. They reported that the most helpful support, that the most helpful factor is when there is teacher professional support. So I know that there are very few noisy ones who keep on complaining that they are overwhelmed with webinars, etc. But in our research, in our review of the curriculum, and yes, as has been pointed out by our fellow teachers, they need support in terms of professional development. They need to be given extra technical assistance on how they can design lessons that will make the learners excited. Of course, in the learning focus school leadership framework we have developed in Calabarzon, we also noted that the one domain is, other than being visible. I mean, when you are a school leader, when you are a principal, a supervisor, you should be visible presence. But other than being visible, we also learned from our own framework, from our own research, that yes, the instructional supervisor or the learning leader, I actually prefer the term learning leader or leader for learning, has to make sure that there is sustained, aggressive professional development for teachers. And you know what was also reported was, even if you have so much resources, teachers did not find them very helpful in making them implement the curriculum more effectively. Perhaps it's high time that the school leaders, the principals, the supervisors reconsider the idea. While I am impressed when I visit schools seeing very beautiful offices, well-maintained offices, I also feel that what is more important, a lot more important than a beautiful office, well-furnished office, would be teachers who are committed, competent, excited to organize and facilitate learning for the children. And then in terms of monitoring attainment, link the national assessments to a single scale to support monitoring of trends in educational attainment. This is also an issue that at the central office will have to do. Make sure that the assessment is using a unified single scale, so that when we monitor the trends in educational attainment, it will be easier for us. And what are our next steps in terms of the ongoing efforts at enhancing the curriculum? We are refining the intended curriculum. As I've said, hopefully before the end of the year, we will start consulting with the stakeholders on their views about the draft, because what we are doing now is the draft of the, we are calling them shaping papers, discipline-based shaping papers that will actually describe what we hope to find in the actual curriculum guides. And then we will produce and distribute teaching and learning materials aligned to refined intended curriculum. So if you ask me as early as now, although most likely I would not be the USEC for curriculum and instruction, when this gets implemented, I feel that it's not a good idea. Just because you already have the curriculum, you will say, we will start implementing. I feel that before we start implementing the new intended curriculum, we have to make sure that the learning materials are available. I know that even up to now, there are still learning areas where our central office, we at the central office, failed to deliver the learning resources. It's not because we did not attempt to provide them, but you know, the constraints of the procurement law, failed biddings, etc., held us from making sure that the learning resources are available. So right now, part of the management of the curriculum and instruction at the central office is the ongoing effort. The secretary has created a technical working group tasked to study the procurement, development, and you know, the procurement and development of the learning resources, the textbooks and other learning materials that are needed, so that we can like come up with a system that will not take time for us to be able to acquire these learning materials needed to implement the intended curriculum. We will also provide support for teachers to implement the refined curriculum, because as you have learned earlier, while yes, the teachers claim that they feel more confident when they are fully capacitated. And we will also use that testing to monitor student attainment. Some of you who are in DepEd are aware that there is this ongoing, we launched this very recently, Assessment Professional Development. It's a professional development initiative that has been collaboratively designed with our experts in assessment, not only DepEd, but this assessment PD or assessment professional development is really designed to make our fellow teachers, the initial target are teachers of the learners who are actually teaching those that take the PISA. So mga high school teachers of the 15-year-old learners, grade 9 and 8, I think, and up to grade 10. But actually, my dream is to see all teachers going through the same program. I also, of course, some of you can disagree with me later, but I feel that one of the factors why the learners are not able to score high in the PISA and other teams and CPLM and even are not is the fact that the way teachers do formative and even summative assessment inside the classroom is way, way different from the way the questions are formulated in our NAT, in the PISA, in the teams, in the CPLM. We have to make sure that our fellow teachers use questions that are similar to what the PISA or the other international large-scale assessments are doing. This is not teaching to the test. This is making sure that the learners themselves are oriented and very familiar with the kind of questions that are asked when there are examinations. So this is, as I've said, being a former teacher myself, being a former principal myself, I know that when we use classroom assessment strategies that are aligned with how the NAT or during my time, the NCEE was formulated, learners tend to score higher. Of course, hindi naman po sa pagyayabang. I was a principal of a very small school of 300 learners when in my younger days as a TIC and principal. But our school would always be among the top 10 in the province, a big province of Camarines Sur when it comes to NCEE results before, indicating that we were able to really make sure that the kids were ready to take the test. Meaning, and part of the readiness was not actually the review. It was the use of assessment strategies aligned with or congruent with how they are used in the other assessments. So what are our future steps? We are reviewing curriculum changes for the 2022 K-12 curriculum. We will engage teacher education institutions in teacher preparation. We feel, and we all know this as students of education leadership, that of course, the most important factor in pushing for higher academic outcomes would be the presence of a teacher who is competent, who is committed, because they are the ones who are able to organize the lessons that will engage the learners. So we have to make sure that every teacher in our schools is fully ready, competent on the basis of our Philippine professional standards for teachers. And we will use large-scale international assessments for external perspective. We feel that we have to continue being part of the international large-scale assessments, perhaps not all of the three I mentioned, PISA, CPLM, and TIMSS. I would go for PISA. Of course, don't quote me on this, but if I'm asked, I would go for PISA and the CPLM, because CPLM is among Southeast Asian countries. And even if, yes, the results in the recent examinations are not so encouraging, I also feel that when you are below, there is no way but go up. And of course, we cannot just imagine ourselves going up without significant efforts to attain such progress. And what is the new value in the 2022 Philippine K-12 curriculum? Moving forward, we will have to make sure that focus is on lifelong learning. this is not actually a new direction, but because of the pandemic, there is urgency and importance in making sure that lifelong learning is really accomplished. But taking into account our local forces, the current nature and structure of the labor force in the country, while we want Filipino learners who are makajos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa, considering our own local situations, we cannot also run away from the global forces of climate change and environmental sustainability issues, global political and citizenry issues as well. We want to create learners and Filipinos who will be productive global citizens. Very interested to become an asset, not only of our country, but of the whole world or universe, kung ano man ang gusto nyo. But it's really these things that should be given attention. And what are the features of our 2022 basic education curriculum? We will, as I already mentioned earlier, we will focus on essential learning competencies premised on big ideas. So we're also identifying the big ideas, like the main theories, etc., that have to be learned by the youngsters. The 2022 K-12 basic education curriculum puts emphasis on the mastery of foundational skills and competencies. The learning standard shall focus only on essential learning competencies, and the development and mastery of such skills requires sufficient time for acquisition and practice, thus necessitating the curriculum to streamline learning standards. Again, we would want a very lean curriculum. Few. For those of you who were already part of Calabarzon when I was your RD, we had then an initiative, our curriculum matrix. We said we have to, we did not ignore the voluminous learning competencies in the national curriculum, but we said in Calabarzon, while we would want to develop all of those competencies, but we actually also sat down to say that for every grade, we will make sure that every child who is considered ready to move to the next grade possesses 30 things, 30 competencies, or 25, depending on their grade level. We have identified 400 competencies. And I hope that, that to see the 2022 basic education curriculum somehow influenced by what we have done in Calabarzon before. Of course, the big ideas, what are these? They are the generalizations, principles, and key concepts important in an area of learning. So part of what our curriculum specialists are doing now, collaborating with experts from other universities around our country and organizations, not only universities, is to identify the big ideas that should be very clear in the hearts and minds of the learners. So yes, we have to be very clear about what generalizations, what principles, and key concepts should be learned in a given learning area. Of course, paulit-ulit to, pero gusto ko talagang maunawaan nyo. We will strengthen the foundational skills, focusing on numeracy and literacy, because they are the threshold of foundational learning. This will remain as the focus of the teaching and learning process in the first key stage, as I already implied or even articulated earlier on in our basic education continuum. Talagang naniniwala po ako. Pag lahat. That's why if you also note, when I joined the executive committee in May of 2019, before 2019 ended, Secretary Liling issued a memorandum calling for hamon bawat bata bumabasa. And if you ask me, if you want to demonstrate that you are effective managers of curriculum and instruction, you should find ways of making sure that the children in the schools you manage are fluent, able readers. Naniniwala po ako na pag napabasa natin ang lahat ng mga bata, lahat of all of them fluent, able readers, our problem in terms of quality will be significantly addressed. Kasi nga po, pag marunong magbasa, may comprehension at lahat, madali na ang pagpapatuto sa iba pang mga dapat matutunan. Yes, we do not abandon numeracy as well kasi kailangan din yung basic computation, etc. But itong dalawang to, they should be the foundational skills that we have to all pay attention to. Sabi ko nga, sana naman may mga paaralan, your schools, those who are in attendance today, perhaps you can come up with a strategy that after 1 school year or 2 or 3 years, you can claim that every child in your school, the school you manage or the school where you are part now, is an able reader. This also means, if you ask me, as part of strategies in managing the curriculum, this also means that our fellow teachers, regardless of the learning area they handle, should know how to teach reading, remedial reading, beginning reading, or enhancement of reading, whatever it is. But they should contribute in making sure. I'm not going to prescribe a strategy, but I know of some people who actually create mothers as reading brigades. I even encourage others to tap into the expertise of retired teachers who have nothing to do. Perhaps you can coordinate with your local governments, give them a little, like 1,000 a month additional support for their snacks, make them adapt those learners who are in need of extra support. You can even do some of those that I did in my past life as a principal was developing tutors, reading tutors. It's not just the tutees, the ones receiving the tutoring initiative that actually learn. The tutors also learn even as they teach others how, the difficulties in their own academic lives, in the academic lives of their classmates are also addressed. Well, of course, as already mentioned as well, we will intensify values formation. This means that we will have to address the need to complement the knowledge and skills development of learners with values development, making it more holistic as it strikes a balance between competence and character. We want to see Filipinos who are not just competent, but of good, high character. There are stories, I've not actually been able to see this in Japan, but we are told that in Japan, the first key stage, meaning the early grades, kindergarten to the 3rd grade, would also be more about the children developing the right values and shaping a very strong character. Because aside from having a separate learning area as mandated by RA 11476 or the GMRC and Values Education Law, there is a systematic integration of depth and core values in its explicit integration in the relevant topics and contents in its learning area across all grade levels. This will be further reinforced by other non-curricular programs and activities in our schools. Also, just an update, the things that we hope to be able to do would include rationalization of our TVL specialization. This will, of course, entail a holistic change as demands for better assessment arises in the ASEAN qualification reference framework. And we are setting the bar higher for aspiring skilled workers, especially in the advent of the so-called 5th industrial revolution. So we will formulate policies. We will revisit the curriculum of EPP and TLE. We will select and identify tech voc hubs and create and manage relevant programs, projects, and activities. What we will try to attempt to do is minimize the duplication of TVL specializations offered in the senior high schools, in nearby senior high schools offering the same TVL, specializations. We feel that we have to encourage the TVL schools in the senior high school program to come up with a specialization that is unique unto themselves, but they will be also, so we are not allowing duplications, and at the same time, we will allow them to showcase that, for wielding, this is the center of excellence. We will invest high quality equipment to this hubs for textbook track. And then just to share again in terms of the time needed to teach, we asked our fellow teachers, to what extent do teachers have time to teach the learning competencies? Their responses, and we are now actually saying that we have to focus instruction on the most essential and indispensable learning competencies and ensure cognitive depth of these competencies within the time available. So again, fewer but most essential ones, but learned in depth, malalim na kaalaman. Review the policy on engaged time on task to consider the emerging curricula and co-curricular demands in distance learning. Bago dumating si COVID, yung school calendar sana natin ng 2020-2021 was the first time that would implement my long, parang my dream since a long time, where wala talagang mga activities, co-curricular and extracurricular, during the first 9 weeks of the quarter. Naniniwala po ako that if we want the children to really learn very well, there should be no disruptions. Celebration should be done outside of the 9 weeks of the quarter. We can celebrate certain, very important dates, nutrition month, whatever it is, inside the classroom without suspending classes. I know, and it has been, of course, a very unpopular decision on my part when I was principal, where I prohibited the holding of programs for nutrition month that will take 1 week. Wala nang tinuturo kasi naghahanap ng mga gulay na i-decorate sa mga booths. Tapos on the day of the nutrition month culmination, talagang wala nang ituro. Isang buong linggo na uubos. I prohibited that. I said we will celebrate in the classrooms. If you want a program, let's do it immediately after the flag ceremony. 1 hour maximum. We'll shorten the periods. Everybody will still teach, but we only give you 1 hour. Wala na yung mga mutya ng kung ano-ano. So, hindi natuloy kasi ang proposal ko was normally our quarter, the grading period is, kung i-analyze nyo yan maigi, 10 weeks yan. Kasi we have 200 school days. So, ang sabi ko, 9 weeks magturo. Yung 10th week examination, yung 2 araw, yung 3 araw, kung anong kaululan gusto nyo gawin nyo na. But of course, COVID hampered us from implementing that school calendar that has already been approved by the Executive Committee and Secretary Liling. Kaya lang hindi na-implement. Of course, wala talagang co-curricular activities sa COVID-19. Pero ang kinakatakutan ko syempre, after COVID-19, pagbabalik na lahat, pakabalik ulit yung dating uso. Intramurals, 1 month na hindi na naman magtuturo, magpa-practice at lahat. Press conference, si teacher na magaling sa writing, hindi nagtuturo kasi nag-i-special attention sa mga contestants. Okay naman yun. But that should not be done during class hours. Of course, I know that ang daming mga supervisors kung ano-ano mga bagong project, magagandang acronym, tapos kung ano-anong report pinapagawa. The teachers no longer teach. Gawa na lang ng gawa ng report. I even had issues. Sorry, I am now head of the curriculum and instruction strand. But I really feel that what we require teachers to do sa ating PhilErie is counterproductive to our effort for sustaining excellence. Kasi ang daming report na gagawin, titingnan mo lang naman kung ilan dyan ang hindi marunong magbasa at ilan yung instructional level, ilan yung struggling readers at lahat. Anyway, so the review of the policy on time on task ay talagang engaged time on task. Malapit yan sa puso ko, and I hope that we can really make sure that this one is going to happen post-COVID-19. Drafting a policy on individualized, differentiated instruction. Of course, ang mas gusto kong sabihin, personalized learning. So, we are working on it. Of course, what extent do learners have the prerequisite and necessary background knowledge to learn the competencies specified in the intended curriculum? We will revise the sequence of learning competencies, ensure clarity of expression, reduce cognitive load, and adjust associated grade level standards. So these are the things that we hope to be able to do. We will intensify the implementation of the early language literacy and numeracy, mother tongue-based multilingual education, our primals plus literacy instruction, our SALT 2021. All these are actually interventions that are really designed to make learning deep and sustained towards higher academic achievement. We will develop prototype lesson exemplars across key stages and learning activity sheets integrating pedagogical strategies and techniques that promote mastery learning. So, ako talaga medyo konsentidor. Kung mayroon ng mga prototype lesson exemplars, bakit gagawa pa ng sarili ang mga teachers? Siguro ang isipin na lang how to execute properly. And then for teacher professional support, we will embed the LAC sessions. Hindi yan ALAC session or relaxation. LAC is learning action cell. It's supposed to be developing a professional learning community. Ang iba, community of practice ang tawag. Ang iba, lesson study. But it's really making sure that we organize activities that allow our fellow teachers to collaborate together in understanding their common problems and concerns, in sharing their best practices and learning from one another, coaching one another. Yun yung purpose ng LAC session. Sana yun ang mangyari. And then we'll expand the development of LAC resource package based on the teachers' strengths and needs analysis, focus on learning delivery. We will consider teacher training on other pedagogical needs, classroom management, team building, teacher collegiality, and of course, alam natin, tayo lang ang bansa na ang pedagogy ay nasa batas, RA 10533. Sa ulado ito ng mga dati kong kasama sa inyo, mga sa Calabarzon, R2Is2C. Our pedagogy has to be reflective, 2Is, inquiry-based, and what's the other I? Inquiry-based and integrative, and 2Cs, constructivist and collaborative. So wag natin kakalimutan. Ito pala yon, nandito. Para hindi nyo makalimutan, ni-reconfigure ko that this is not how the RA actually enumerates them. Pero para madaling matandaan, R2Is, 2Cs, reflective, inquiry-based, integrative, constructivist, and collaborative. Yun yung mga approaches. Pwede pa naman yung iba, mga mastery learning procedures, etc. But everything, before adding, dapat nasiguro na natin ang mga inaaral ng ating mga kasamang bata ay reflective, inquiry-based, integrative, constructivist, and collaborative. Ways forward, we will align the tests. Test alignment practices will be maintained. Kasi aligned na talaga yung intended at ang not natin. We'll have to increase collaboration between the Bureau of Curriculum Development and Education Assessment to improve the alignment of cognitive demands and clarity of the expectations of 21st century skills. Of course, we will sustain. Wala po akong reklamo sa tinatawag na efforts for academic honesty, which is a foundational element of learning and a fundamental principle of all academic institutions. The violations of the principle deprive learners of the opportunity to gain a confident command of the material they are credited with knowing, degrade the learning process, and demean the learning quality that the department is committed to. I know LSPU and the state universities will never tolerate academic dishonesty. What I'm saying is all of you are making sure. Halimbawa na lang, maraming chismis, and I think this is true in certain areas, na pwede ka namang maging doctor or master na hindi ikaw nagsulat ng thesis mo or dissertation. That is not academic honesty. And I think yung mga yun na naging doktor, naging master, hindi naman marunong gumamot ng mga sakit sa pag-aaral o pagpapatuto, o naging master na wala namang alam, hindi naman masterful, sila yung culprit din ng mediocre results of our education quality. Sorry, but I'm just saying things according to my own perception, which should really be rectified. Of course, sa buhay ko as an education leader, may mga lumapit-lapit din. Fortunately, hindi taga-DepEd yung lumapit sa akin, taga-university. Sabi niya, tulungan mo naman ako sa aking dissertation. Sabi ko, sige, ano yung research problem mo? Paano ka mag-gather ng data? Sulat mo na para Yung pala, ako nagagawa. Sabi ko, sorry, I'm not an intellectual prostitute. Ang tawag ko dun sa mga nagsusulat na yumayaman dahil sinusulat niya ang research ng iba. Prostitutes, academic prostitutes. Sorry, but we want to make sure that even beyond COVID-19, when we manage curriculum and instruction, we will strengthen academic honesty. Of course, on the other hand, dishonesty is any conduct that obstructs the evaluation of a learner's progress by misrepresenting the work being assessed and evaluated, as well as the learner's actual knowledge. And then forms of academic dishonesty, cheating, plagiarism, fabrication or falsification, sabotage, contract cheating. Hindi ko na pag-iisa-isahin yan kasi parang mas maganda kung mas mahaba ang panahon para magtanong kayo. So I'm just saying na I hope that all of us in this particular forum will really stand against academic dishonesty. Of course, to protect academic integrity, we have to orient the parents. This one is as far as our schools is concerned, to raise awareness on the existence of FB pages that promote cheating, encouraging their support against academic dishonesty, and explaining the repercussions of cheating to the learning and values of their children. We'll ensure proactive transparency of the assessment and grading system to parents and learners in order to promote understanding of the purpose of formative assessments in the SLMs. We will monitor the learners' online activity and warn them against membership in any online cheating platform. Marami po ito. Kahit kaninang umaga may nagtitext sa akin, sir, nakakalungkot po na ang mga ito ay totoo na nangyayari. And then we'll encourage teachers to write up a contract about academic dishonesty and explain the contents to the learners and parents and have them both sign the contract. Nandiyan yan sa OUCI memo na pinirmahan ko. If the learner is caught cheating, the teacher can pull out the contract and act accordingly. Of course, we will develop self-learning activities or the learning activity sheets that require learners to analyze information, craft creative presentations, or explain their thinking. This shall be validated by the school's division offices or the school learning resource team. We will also recommend the incorporation in our assessment schemes of the online assessment during class, creating multiple versions of tests, randomizing test items for students to work on, presenting questions just once to avoid retracing of previous answers, and using peer feedback and or allowing learners to assess each other's work. We will also create TV and radio programs that promote honesty and integrity to be aired on specific schedule. We'll encourage schools to build a support group for parents to ensure that they are instilling the values of honesty and integrity in their children. And then we will intensify academic consultations through any available methods of communications, online, call, text, and others. Proactive, not punitive strategies. And we will also include academic integrity in the NSET, capacity building programs. We will direct all schools to prioritize the development of programs and school rules and regulations that promote academic integrity, and will offer recommendations on the improvement and transparency of the policy guidelines on assessment and grading system to ease the pressure on competition. So those are the things that I'm sharing now, but I think along the way, I have also somehow described how we can manage the curriculum and instruction beyond COVID-19. Mabuhay po tayo. God bless. I'm ready for the questions. You may raise them or you may, I don't know if there's a moderator. Kung mayroon diyang mga questions sa chat, sasagutin ko rin po. Sa muli po, maraming salamat at mabuhay po kayo.
Thank you so much, Dr. Diosdado San Antonio, Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction of the Department of Education. Thank you so much po for taking out the time from your busy schedule to discuss the management of basic education curriculum and instruction in the new normal, as well as the K-12 curriculum review findings and possible enhancements. We gained a lot of information in one place. As Dr. Diosdado San Antonio believed, kapag napabasa ang lahat ng bata, our problems in quality significantly addressed.
Thank you,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you so much po, Dr. Diosdado San Antonio. And to our dear participants, your questions will now be entertained by our speaker. If you have some questions, please raise your hand and unmute your microphone once you are recognized, or please type your question in our chat box.
So habang iniisip niyo yung tanong, gusto kong i-emphasize na sa new normal, papayag na tayo ng option for learners to do the blended learning option, which is they can come to school a few days and then learn at home kahit pinapayagan na lahat magpunta sa school. We will make it very flexible. I think the new normal has to be designed in such a way that the experience of the learner is really personalized. So consistent with his or her own option, and the school, all the school has to do is provide the necessary learning delivery modality as appropriate to the learner. In fact, very soon, the policy on homeschooling will also be out. This is on top of the other initiatives that we're doing now.
Dear participants, if you have questions po, please type po in our chat box.
Or raise your hands. I think you're allowed to unmute yourselves and raise the question directly. So thank you sa mga nagme-message ng affirmation, and of course I always also appreciate LSPU for allowing me to ano. So may tanong, nakataas ang kamay ni Liam. Sino ba yan?
Okay po, let's have Liames Alyamado Jet Antonio.
Hello po, it's Jet Antoinette Liamado po from Bachelor of Physical Education and Laguna State Polytechnic University, Sinilaan Campus po. So regarding po dun sa na-discuss po ni Sir na about po sa time of teaching ng isang guro nowadays is talagang nahahati po. Especially kung maglo-look back po tayo sa face-to-face classes na magkakaroon po ng mga intramurals and other extracurricular activities katulad po ng journalism. As a BPED student po, which is physical education specialist po yung aking course po, do you think po maganda po magkaroon tayo ng curriculum modification pagdating po sa physical education na kung saan mas dadagdagan pa po yung time po sa PE para po hindi na po makukuha po yung time po ng other subject po para ma-pull out po yung mga student athletes. And doon na po sa time mismo po ng physical education magkakaroon po ng trainings po pagdating sa mga student athletes.
That's a very good idea. Thank you very much. What's the nickname again?
Liamado po, sir.
Liamado. Miss Liamado. Naniniwala ako. Of course, yung mga anak ko nag-aral sa Australia ng isang taon when I was doing my PhD. And you know what? During Wednesdays, they go to school in PE uniform because parang half day of the week, they spend time doing PE. Kaya ang Australia, kahit 20 million lang yan, consistent na may gold sa Olympics because they really assign high value to sports. And in fact, pag weekend, mas marami ang tao sa mga sports events kaysa sa simbahan. Of course, I don't like that to happen also in the country. But what I'm saying is, there should be a way. Ang sinasabi ko na gusto ko lang i-protect yung 5 days for the first 9 weeks of the quarter na nagtuturo, yung panahon na nandun. Ang isang mga, alam niyo, mga kailangang baguhin, and sinubo ko ito when I was SDS, the principals did not like it. Like, if you look at yung mga time required for the learners and the teachers to be in school, hindi naman kailangang simula alas 7 hanggang alas 5 ng hapon. Pwede naman tayo magsimula ng medyo late or matapos ng mas maaga, and that will give time for the co-curricular and extracurricular activities. Ang sinasabi ko lang, yung mga celebrations and mga competitions that eat up a lot of time. So I agree that we have to invest more time, siguro mga incentives, Katulad, again, if I may refer to Australia, kasi familiar ako sa system nila, the teachers are all expected to be coaches or trainers of a particular sports. So pag sila Saturday morning, yung mga nanay at tatay sinasamahan yung mga anak na maliliit, nagpupunta sa training o sa mga palaro-laro, inter-school soccer games or kung ano man yung mga sports na at nandun siyempre yung teacher nagko-coach sa mga bata. So I have no issue against strengthening the physical education program. In fact, very soon we will unveil, inuunahan ko na yung mga gagawin sa DepEd because you're here, we're unveiling a Galaw Pilipinas initiative. Of course, this is not really sports, but we are saying that we have to do regular galaw-galaw activities in the school. Siguro immediately after the flag ceremony, we will require the teachers and the learners to do this Galaw Pilipinas initiative, which has been designed, inspired by the different mga regional dances or mga regional festivals, yung mga steps na ilalagay doon magkakaiba-iba. Pero yeah, it's really about making sure, and those who know me are really aware that I push for balanced life. Hindi pwedeng lahat lang aral. Kailangan nag-exercise din, kailangan nagpapahinga rin. And in fact, when I was RD, I minimized calling meetings beyond 5 o'clock, or I would not even require my own executive assistants. Kung ako'y nag-overtime, sila hindi na kasi sabi ko magpahinga na kayo. But I make sure na even up to now, although medyo for a week na abandon ko, but I make sure every day 30 minutes is spent for my light exercises so that I can make myself fit. And proudly, sa tanda ko nang ito, mag-58 years old, ang waistline ko hindi nagbabago, 32 pa rin. Simula nung ako'y mag-30 years old. So, sorry sa mga napausli ang tiyan, but that's one of the things na mini-maintain ko.
Thank you so much po, sir. And I hope marami pa pong katulad niyo po na nagpo-promote sa physical education. Thank you po.
Welcome. Thank you din sa tanong.
Questions pa po mula sa ating mga participants? Well, yes po.
Yan. Good afternoon po, Yusek. Thank you po for gracing your time with us. May pinagkukwentuhan lang po kami ng aking husband. Kasi as you deliver po your speech, nabanggit niyo po yung tungkol sa basic education po ng Japan.
Yes.
Ayun yun. So natuwa po kami habang, ayun nga po, nagkukwentuhan po kami habang nagde-deliver po kayo ng talk niyo. So by any chance po kaya in the future, is there po any possibility that we could adapt the basic education that Japan is practicing?
Actually, yung gagawin natin sa 2022, hindi naman, we cannot just copy anything from around the world because we have to also consider our own context. But what we are really going to do is really be very attentive to the development of the socio-emotional skills as well. Naniniwala po ako na ang basic education, although as a serious educator, narinig nyo na ako nito, lahat ng kasalanan, ng mali sa ating pamayanan sa ating bansa, kasalanan ni teacher. Ano yan, maraming mga nagkakalat ng basura sa kalsada. Pwede namang walang basura ang kalsada kung lahat marunong magtapong kung saan ito gagawin. Marami pa rin mali-mali ang inaakyatan o mali-mali ang behavior sa escalator, etc. Basta hindi nagsusunod ng traffic rules at syempre above all yung mga walang respeto sa iba, nakikipag-unahan kahit mayroong mga queue at lahat. These are very basic demonstrations of a very good human being. Parang, although maraming factor yan, sabi ng pare, nang ikumpisal ko na sabi ko siguro matatagalan ako sa purgatorio kasi ang daming mga dumaan sa aking kamay na nakikita ko, hindi naman nabago yung buhay nila. I was a teacher. So palagay ko ako ang mananagot dito. But sabi ng pare, hindi lang naman teacher ang may kasalanan, pati ang pare, pati ang mga local officials, buong so it has to be a collective effort, but the schools, kaya nga ang tingin ko when we say we manage curriculum and instruction, we also have to pay attention on how still we can engage the parents in helping us develop the right values. Kaya nga yung last part ng aking talk about honesty. Kasi importante talaga na kahit wala ng ibang makapagpapahalaga na ma-develop sa mga bata, pagiging honest na lamang. Sapat na yun para maging mas maganda ang ating pamayanan. So we will adapt some of the aspects, but we will not completely copy.
Thank you po.
Yes.
Okay, meron po tayong question from Ma'am OD. Ma'am OD, please unmute po your microphone.
Hello, good afternoon po, Sir Esdado. Magandang araw po from Infanta
Yes.
National School, Infanta Quezon po. We are implementing some special programs in the Department of Education. Our school is one of the schools implementing the special program in the arts, where we are in our 10th year of implementing this program. But until now po, sir, we do not have any printed module for some areas. Let's say, for example, in our creative writing area po, na nagiging struggle po ng mga teachers namin sa area na iyon ang pagtuturo, and yet namumroblema po kami. Minsan nga po sasabihin po ng mga teachers, ma'am, ayaw na po namin magturo ng creative writing dahil wala naman po kaming magamit. So hindi ko po alam kung paano pa sila i-encourage na magstay sa program dahil sila naman po ay para po extra load lang po nila iyon. So ang tanong ko po, sir, kailan po kaya magkakaroon ng printed out na mga modules for special program in the arts? Thank you po.
Actually, as you notice, yung implementation natin ng Learning Continuity Plan, talagang we empower the schools to actually come up with their own responses sa mga challenges. While we are working on yung parang centrally quality assured materials, hindi naman natin pinagbabawalan ang mga nasa baba. But this one, I will check with our focal persons. Ang pagkakaalam ko naman, it does not have to be like a printing of all this coming from us, pero at least yung mga soft copies are available. I'll check kung bakit hindi nakarating sa school niyo. But that's my understanding. The special curricular programs are also supposed to have their own learning resources as well. And ang alam ko lalo na sa arts, hindi lang ang gumawa ng mga programs ng mga learning resources ay yun mismo NCCA, the National Commission for Culture in the Arts. So tinulungan talaga tayo ng mga artists natin in coming up with the learning materials.
And sir, some of our teachers was asking for seminars. Parang wala po silang makita na given seminar for creative writing. Most of the seminars, sir, meron pong mga bayad. So hesitant sila na umattend kapag po magdudukot bulsa pa sila dahil minsan po, sir, hindi po siya dumadaan sa DepEd eh. So hindi po natin pwedeng i-provide sa MOOE. So mangyayari po, personal po ng mga guro or magko-contribute po yung program para po sila ay maka-attend.
Alam ko naman. I thank you for raising that point. Pero ako mismo, just to inspire all of you, sorry sa LSPU, but during the height of the pandemic, I earned a certificate in advanced leadership and management from a university in America, and another certificate on design thinking from a university in Australia without me paying anything. So baka kailangan lang tingnan yung mga open, yung MOOCs na sinasabi, massive online courses. Walang kaalaman sa mundo ngayon na hindi matututunan kung willing. Although in my case, sabi ko, I earned a certificate, but actually I did not pay the certificate. So parang tinapos ko yung kaalaman, wala akong certificate, hindi ko naman yung kailangan na, wala naman akong promotion na nagagamitan. So what I did was just to learn and learn and learn, study the different learning resources available online, and then sabi lang nila kung gusto mong bigyan ka namin ng certificate, magbayad ka ng parang $50, which is like 2,500 pesos. So sabi ko, hindi ko naman yung kailangan. So I'll just proceed with just knowing the essential concepts on those things. Wala kayo o hindi. I'm a PhD in education. I've been a leader myself, so ang dami kong alam, but I had to do the theories as well, and I did that. So ang tingin ko, ang pwede naman kasi na mag-seek ng permission kung interested si teacher para ma-charge sa MOE. Pero it does not all, ito yung mga pinag-uusapan namin palagi ng mga kaibigan ko. One thing, and I hope that you will take this seriously. Ako, sorry ha, magpaprangkahan tayo. Ang karamihan sa atin sa DepEd, takot na gumawa ng something hanggat walang DepEd memorandum or order. Kahit pag tiningnan mo, hindi naman pinagpabawal na gawin mo yan. So, honestly, kahit gabi-gabi or araw-araw, may marireceive ako, anong gagawin namin dito, Yusek? When in fact, the guidelines allow you to actually do things. So, kung kayo mga nandito ngayon, more than 200 tayo, 202, so 201 kayo. Kung lahat kayo sasabihin nyo, mag-i-explain na lang ako kung magpapaliwanag ba't ginagawa ko to. Kaysa naman, wala pa akong ginagawa kasi walang DepEd order o walang utos si principal. We will stagnate. I think that's one of the reasons why we are not progressing. I want to see fellow teachers, fellow leaders for learning who are empowered. And empowerment is not just, being given the power. You have to assert. You'll never be an empowered person if you don't believe that you are capable of introducing significant changes. Lalo na yung mga research-based changes that will eventually allow you to demonstrate that there is this evidence. Nag-research ako, action research, that if you do this thing, you will produce a better outcome. Mga halimbawa nito, ito, huling-huli ko na realize. Kaya pala, when we were talking about modules, ang dali-dali sa akin, and somebody called my attention, Sir, may published work kayo, module-based professional development for teachers, published by a highly rated journal based in UK, Routledge ang publisher, Teacher Development. Yun yung title. When I was SDS, sabi ko, ang mahal naman ng pa-seminar na nagpupuntahan ng teacher, absent pa sa klase at lahat. Pwede ba yung mag-module-module? And then may nakita ako mga modules for teachers, professional development, ginawa ng CMU Innotech. Pinamigay ko sa teachers, math teachers in grade 6. There were about 58 of them in a very small city, Ligao. So in-experiment ko, kalahati, parang 28 teachers nag-module. Kalahati, 28 teachers attended a seminar covering the topics discussed in the modules. Alam nyo, nag-pre-test, nag-post-test ng pedagogical content knowledge in mathematics after the implementation of the 6 weeks experiment. Yan, ganito. And just to inspire all of you, you don't have to come up with a very big scale research for you to get published. 6 weeks. Nag-post-test, in-analyze ko yung data, nag-t-test ng difference ng control and experimental group. The experimental group did better. Yung mga teacher na nag-aral sa module na hindi nagpunta-punta sa seminar, na nagmasahe, nagkumain at pinakain at lahat, they learned more than those who were attending the seminar. And sabi ko nga, that work is a published work. If you look at my Google Scholar entries, isa yan sa mga highly cited, na publication work ko. So this is an encouragement. I know LSPU is very aggressive on research. You don't have to come up with very big scale research initiatives for you to publish in international journals. Hindi ko naman minamaliit yung mga local journals, but I wanted to prove myself na kaya kong ma-invade yung mundo without anyone telling me to do it. I just tried. In fact, yung article na yan, when I submitted it to a journal, una, ni-refuse. Sabi ng journal editor, wrong journal. We don't publish articles on teacher development, to teacher professional development. Ni-refer sa akin ng editor, dito, itong journal na to, baka interesado dito sa sinasubmit mo. Then I resubmitted. Of course, it took 2 months, 2 years bago siya na-publish kasi initial review, yung isang reviewer gustong-gusto, yung isa parang ayaw, ang dami niyang tanong. So I had to explain and address all the questions. Sorry ha, naging ano pa ito, mentoring on how you actually produce publishable articles and research. And then, so pagkatapos na masubmit ko, after 6 months, binasa ulit nung parang ayaw na reviewer, pumayag na siya, may mga nakita pa 3 o 4 na kailangang baguhin, mga wrong words, etc. Nakulang na kama sa even sa referencing, pinakialaman. So, and then eventually it was published. Sabi ko nga, we wrote the article basta na-publish siya ano na 2011 ba or 2001 or I just forgot the years, but what I'm saying is sana makita ko sa mga maraming ka-DepEd, mga kasamang teacher at principal, hindi kailangan mag-antay anong utos ni USEC, anong utos ni principal, anong utos ni superintendent. Anything that you feel should be done, do it. Embed your research initiative, yung mga natutunan nyo dito, hindi lang yan research para makakuha ka ng thesis or dissertation. Continue doing it because if you're a researcher, you become more confident about your own practice. To me, ang pagiging reflective practitioner should be demonstrated by the kind of small-scale research activities that you do. So ang sinasabi ko, hindi kailangan buong probinsya. Ito, a few learners, kung teacher tayo, dyan sa loob ng paaralan, mag-experiment kayo kung anong better ways of engaging the learners. Kasi pag na-engage natin ang learners, yung maging excited sila to learn, curriculum and instruction thing, quality is not going to be difficult. It's not going to be far behind.
Okay po. Another question po. Ma'am Ramos has 2 questions. Let me read first po her first question. We are aware that quality education can be realized through an ideal teacher-students ratio. With this, the government initiated programs like PAAC or the Private Education Assistance Committee to decongest the thick population in public schools. Can DepEd help the private schools in the enrollment in the private schools, especially in senior high school, that schools do not give pop up in fees?
I get the point. Yes, we have not abandoned our voucher program for senior high school and even the TVL joint delivery program. We have that. So, and we still have the education service contracting. So, and Secretary Liling is really very much supportive of the so-called complementary roles of public and private education. So we will sustain the program. May isang tanong dito about modules na limited kasi talaga naman ang sinasabi natin kami 1:2 yan. So kailangan talaga may rotational use of the modules and access sa repository ng ADM module sa region. Mayroon po tayo ng, yun nga, DepEd Commons, mayroon pa tayong LR portal, nandun lahat yan. Ang lahat po ng mga centrally quality assured modules, tanong ito ni Jerry Andal, ang lahat po ng mga learning materials natin ng quality assured sa central office actually available sa division offices. Hindi lang natin maging mapagawang open access kasi medyo mahirap daw i-manage yun, but their divisions all have access to this.
Another question po.
Iba ang nasa region, they should supplement. They do not have to be the same. Yes, next question please.
Another question po. Would the professional development being offered to DepEd teachers would also be given to private schools?
Ang sagot natin ay lalo na sa mga webinars, wala naman yata masama kung mag-join din yung mga private school teachers. Pero kasi alam mo naman may mga rules ang COA, we cannot use government funds for private school teachers. So kung yun ang mga face-to-face mga capacity building mukhang mahirap, although alam namin nun sa Calabarzon, gusto rin silang they can take care of their own food. So okay for them to attend. Sa akin yan ha. And I think that's the policy in most areas. May tanong
Okay
pa?
po. questions pa po from our participants? Ayan, panay pagpapasalamat po. Oh, yes.
Oo.
Meron po
Yes, si
tayong
Jason.
another.
Si Jason
Jason
nakataas ang
Sogurano.
kamay.
Good afternoon po, Dr. Dads. Sir,
Yes.
actually po, nagtatype po ako ngayon ng questions ko. Ay, mukha pong wala. Sige po,
Hindi
nag-open na
lumalabas
po
sa
ako
chat.
ng mic. Magpapasalamat po muna po kami doon po sa effort po na may SLMs po tayo sa doon po sa region, and then doon po sa DepEd Commons. Siguro po magre-request na lang po kami po, Dr. Dads, na pakiki-update na lang po siguro kasi po wala pa po mga SLMs po ng mga specialized subjects po sa sa senior high school, most especially po yung sa UMS po natin. Ayun po,
Okay.
yung ibang subjects naman po ay meron. Yun na lang po mga specialized subjects po.
Okay.
Thank you po.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jason. I will inform our program managers sa mga learning areas na yan.
Meron pa po ba tayong question?
Kung wala
Ayan,
na,
Ayan.
you can email me anytime. Ilagay ko sa chat box ang aking email address para kung may mga kayo.
Ayan. If you have some questions pa po, Dr. Justado San Antonio already sent his email in our chat box.
Yes. So you just email me kung may mga concerns kayo so I can address you Oh, nandyan din pala si Junie. Junie Baldamore. Tapusin niyo yan ha, huwag kayong titigil hanggat hindi nakukuha yung nasusungkit yung degree. I know SLSU is very supportive naman and facilitative. Basta wag lang kayong magpapasulat sa iba kasi academic dishonest. Hindi ko na iisa-isahin yung may mga comments. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay po, since there are no more questions po, let us proceed to the awarding of the certificate. Allow me to read first the citation of the certificate.
Nasa baba.
Republic of the Philippines, Laguna State Polytechnic University, Siniloan Campus. Certificate of Appreciation is given to Dr. Gestado M. San Antonio for sharing his expertise for his invaluable service as resource speaker during the conduct of the webinar on the management of curriculum and instruction for teacher education with the theme LSPU in the New Normal, Onward to Flexible and Equitable Teacher Education through Responsive Curriculum and Instruction. Held on November 6, 2021 via Zoom conferencing. Given the 60th day of November 2021 at Laguna State Polytechnic University. Signed by our Associate Dean, CTE Gisar, Dr. Elaine Rose G. Nachon, our Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Eden C. Calio, our Campus Director, Engineer Joseph M. Cabiente, and our University President, Dr. Mario R. Biones. Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Gestado M. San Antonio.
Thank you too. Mabuhay po kayo.
Okay.
God bless.
Okay po, so we request po our participants to please open po your cameras for the photo op.
Good afternoon po. Kindly hold your smiles. Okay po. Let's start po sa ating first page.
Next page po ako. Again po, hold your smiles, everyone. Page 3. Four. Five. Six. Seven. Last na po. Thank you po.
Bye.
Thank you po.
Thank you so much po again, Dr. Diosdado San Antonio.
Thank you po.
Salamat po, Doc.
Po.
Thank you, Mr. Dads.
Thank you po.
Thank you po and mabuhay. Finally, we are on to the last topic of our webinar. I will not waste any seconds. May we call on Ms. Helen Dea Aleria, one of the PhD ELM students, to introduce our last speaker. Hello po, Ma'am Helen.
Ay, sorry, I forgot to unmute. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, our next resource speaker is beyond ordinary. He was considered phenomenal for his amazing personality and commitment to educate our young learners. He finished his baccalaureate degree in Laguna State Polytechnic University in Santa Cruz campus as a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Industrial Education, major in Electrical Technology in the year 2003, and took his postgraduate in PUP Santa Rosa campus in 2010 with a degree of Master in Educational Management. Accredited tested trainer in electrical installation and maintenance, mechatronic servicing and PV systems installation for 16 years, certificate of competency in developing training curriculum, trainer's methodology 2, diploma program and curriculum focal of Jacobo Z. Gonzalez Memorial School of Arts and Trades, TESDA administered school, various international trainings, training for Tibet teachers in Korea under COICA 2012, ICT for Tibet, Colombo, Plant Staff College 2015, Automation Intelligence in Taiwan under APEC in 2017, advanced training for master trainers in Korea under ILO and Korea Tech University in 2017, trainer skill upgrading program, Temasek Singapore 2019, a registered master electrician, accredited competency assessor of electrical installation and maintenance mechatronics, servicing and PV system installation. At present, he is the vocational instruction supervisor 3, and he continues teaching the minds of our learners and of course, transforming it in likewise include these things in his valuable life. He's very selfless in his endeavor in imparting knowledge to our learners. Without further ado, let our participants and attendees in this virtual conference with pride and honor help me in welcoming our resource speaker for this afternoon, Mr. Erwin E. Laberinto. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon po sa lahat. Good afternoon po sa ating university president, sa ating university vice president, to all the speakers, sa ating mga organizers. So magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. So mukhang kota na tayo sa dami ng natutunan natin dun sa mga energetic speakers, Dr. Biglete, Dr. Gonzalez, and Dr. San Antonio. So kaninang ang sabi po sa akin ng schedule ko ay hapon, pero nakinig po ako at hindi po ako nagsisi dahil marami po akong natutunan. So lalo na po yung mga bagong terms na natutunan ko kay Dr. San Antonio. So natutuwa po ako sa mga narinig ko. Okay, so allow me po na magdagdag pa ng konti at sa inyo po ng kaunti pa ang inyong mga minds para sa aking presentation. Hopefully ay may makuha din po tayo. So ang aking topic po is about curriculum and delivery certification when it comes to test the programs. So allow me to share my presentation. Okay na po ba? Nakikita po ba yung aking presentation? Ma'am?
Yes po, sir.
Okay, so ang akin pong ipe-present para mas maintindihan po natin yung curriculum ng TESDA. So ipe-present ko po muna yung about training regulations, which is the basis ng ating mga curriculum na ginagawa sa TESDA. So ang TESDA po, establish siya para mag-produce ng tinatawag natin mga occupational skill standards. The authority shall develop and implement a certification and accreditation program in which private industry, group, and trade association are accredited to conduct approved trade tests and local government units to promote such trade testing activities in the respective areas in accordance with the guidelines to be set by the authority. So when it comes po sa mga TBET, certifications and accreditation, so TESDA po yung ating pinakang agency na namamahala. So the training regulation is the document that serves as a basis in the formulation of competency assessment and development of curriculum and instructional materials for competency-based technical education and skills development. So sa training regulation po, it serves as a basis dun sa ating mga competency assessment ngayon and certification. Of course, yung mga registration and delivery of training programs and development of curriculum and assessment instruments. So lahat po yan ay nagmumula dun sa ating training regulations. So paano po ba nagsisimula yan? So unang-una, dapat yung mga clients natin or customers, ano ba yung mga pangangailangan nila? And then, start po doon ay ina-identify natin yung tinatawag natin or pino-formulate natin yung mga competency standards. So doon sa ating competency standard, nandun yung definition of qualification, group of competencies, elements, performance criteria, range of variables, evidence guide. Yan po yung nagiging basis din ng pag-formulate ng mga tools na ginagamit for assessment and certification. So how to test. So gumagawa po tayo, nagde-develop tayo ng mga assessment tools. Siyempre, yung mga accredited assessors, accredited assessment centers, certified workers, and then actually, pwede pong minsan po may pagkakataon na nauuna yung paano yung ituturo kaysa dun sa assessment and certification. May pagkakataon po talaga na nahuling na i-develop yung mga competency assessment tools. So sa assessment, sa training standards, we have the program registration. We have certified trainers, so yung mga accredited trainers, curriculum design, entry requirements, list of tools and equipment, facilities, nandiyan po lahat sa ating training standards. So pag sinabi nating certified trainers ngayon po kasi ang basis ng ating mga certified trainers ay kung holder sila ng tinatawag nating NTTC. Okay? So dun sa mga sections ng ating training regulations, by the way, yung training regulations po or TR na tinatawag, so we can search po dun sa ating TESDA website, nandun po lahat ng list of training regulations. So kung wala po dyan yung ating hinahanap na qualification or course, ibig sabihin po usually mga non-training regulations po yung na-identify ngayon. So section 1 po is the definition of the qualification. It refers to the group of competencies that describes the different functions of the qualification. So this section enumerates the basic competencies common competencies and core competencies of the qualification. It also enumerates the job titles of workers who qualified for this qualification. So yan po yung section 1. Ganyan po yung makikita natin sa section 1. Okay. The example here is yung ating CSS. Formerly or previously, siya ay CHS, pero siya po ay na-migrate into CSS. So, Computer System Servicing. So, yung mga holder po previously ng ating computer hardware servicing, so sila po ay na-advise na mag-take na nung ating bagong CSS or Computer System Servicing. So section of training regulations, the competency standards gives the specifications of competencies required for effective work performance. So yun po makikita natin sa section 2. The competency standard is the main basis of competency-based training. All training materials shall be based on the assessment criteria of each competencies. So sa section 3 naman po, yung training standards na tinutukoy natin, it contains information and requirements in designing training program for certain qualifications. So it includes curriculum design, ano po ba yung mga training delivery na requirement, training entry requirements, tools, equipment and materials, training facilities, trainers qualification, and institutional assessment. So ito po yung nagiging basis dun po sa tinatawag nating UTPRAS registration or Unified TVET Program registration po natin. Now, for the section 3, ito naman po yung makikita natin. So nandito po yung mga number of hours, total number of hours for the basic, common and core. And then for the section 4, National Assessment and Certification Arrangement describes the policies governing assessment and certification procedure. So yan naman po yung sample ng ating National Assessment and Certification Arrangement. Now ano ba yung competency standards? It is the written specification of the knowledge and skills and attitudes and values required for the performance of a job, occupation or trade, and the corresponding standard of performance required for this in the workplace. So yung competency standard po, usually based po yan sa ating existing industry standard. So pagka ginagawa po yan, usually kasama po yung ating mga group of individuals or experts in the industries. Unit of competency, it is the specification of knowledge and skill and the application of that knowledge and skill the standard performance expected in the workplace. A unit of competency is the smallest unit that can be assessed and recognized. Okay, kung narinig po natin yung mga term na COC or Certificate of Competencies, meron pong mga certain qualifications or courses sa ating TVET program na pwede po siyang bigyan ng COC. Let's say for example, isang part lang po nung ating qualification na nakuha niya. So if that is subject to dun sa ating Certificate of Competency, meron pong assessment tool na ginawa para doon. So pwede po siyang mabigyan hanggang mabuo po niya yung buong unit of competency to qualify para doon sa national certification. Parts of competency standard. So we have the unit title, unit descriptor, elements, performance criteria, range of variables, and evidence guide. So yan po yung mga nagiging basis natin dun sa pagbuo ng isang competency-based curriculum na magiging second part po ng aking presentation. So unit title defines the area of competency written in output terms. So for example, simula niya mga usually action verb or action word, obtain, prepare, supply materials for production, etc. So comprise a manageable component of work. So the unit descriptor outlines what is done in the workplace. Ano po ba yung talagang ginagawa? So yun po yung makikita natin. So expands on information in the title, clarifies scope and intent of the unit, helps to differentiate competencies with similar titles. So sample po niyan, again, for the computer system servicing, install and configure systems. So makikita po natin yung unit descriptor. So yung mga unit descriptor po, kadalasan medyo precise lang, pero nandun po yung pinakang coverage ng ating unit title. The elements described in the output terms, the functions that a person who works in a particular area of work is able to do. So siya yung tinatawag nating building blocks of a unit of competency. Describes in outcome terms the functions that a person who works in a particular area of work is able to perform. So usually it starts with a verb. Describes actions or outcomes that are demonstrable and accessible and which the candidate must attain. So kadalasan itong mga elements, it turns out pagka nagbuo tayo ng competency-based curriculum, ito yung mga ginagawa nating learning outcomes. So performance criteria are evaluative statements that specify what is to be assessed and the required level of performance. So it specifies what is assessed and the required level of performance. Precise standards of the competency covers all components and dimensions of competency. It focuses on the evidence to prove that competency evaluative statements. So pagka tiningnan po natin yung performance criteria, na andyan po yung sukatan on how we can measure yung ating ina-assess na competency. So makikita po natin yan dito sa sample na to. So this side po yung ating element. So let's say for example, ang ating unit title is install and configure computer systems. Yung mga element po is assemble computer hardware, prepare installer, install operating system and drivers for peripheral devices. So makikita po natin sa tabi niya yung mismong performance criteria on how we are going to measure yung level of competency ng ating element. So range of variable, it describes the curriculum or context in which the work is to be performed. It defines the boundaries within which the unit of competency applies. Range of situations that should be the focus of assessment. It relates to the unit of competency as a whole. Allows for insertion of specific knowledge and enterprise requirements. So etong range of variables, parang sabi nga dito, it sets the coverage, yung pinakang scope ng ating competency na tinutukoy. So sample po ng ating range of variables. So makikita po natin sa range, different topics and different contents na pwede nating gamitin for the competency-based curriculum na bubuuin natin. So evidence guide, the purpose of the evidence guide is to guide yung assessor natin in the collection of evidence. It must be related directly to the elements and performance criteria and range of variables. So dito sa ating evidence guide, makikita yung mga dapat hanapin. Tinutukoy lang po natin dito is institutional assessor po. So institutional po yung tinutukoy natin dito pagdating sa training, and pagdating po sa assessment or national assessment, we are talking of accredited competency assessors from TESDA. So the critical aspect of competency, it tells the assessor what evidence is essential for successful performance. It identifies the essential productive evidence, completes workplace service to specification, knowledge evidence, things that must be known. Process evidence, it complies with the industry practice and procedures, complies with OHS practice. So ayan po yung pag sinabi natin critical aspects, so kadalasan pagka ito po yung na-miss out natin in the performance of the competencies, yung ating assessor madalas it means not yet competent yung ating ina-assess. So critical aspect of competencies, assessment must show that the candidate, so nakalagay po lahat dito yung dapat ma-perform niya ng accurately as possible. So underpinning knowledge or concepts involved in performing skills of the competency. So it may include specific knowledge that is essential to the performance of the competency and evidence of knowledge of legislation, regulations, and codes of practice. So yung mga principles, for example, sa electrical, meron tayong pinagbabasihan yung ating PEC or Philippine Electrical Code. So dapat included yon halimbawa doon sa mga underpinning knowledge. So kasama din doon sa ibang qualifications or course na merong inilabas talaga na code of practice and regulations. Okay, so lahat po nito ay makikita natin dun sa actual na training regulations. So underpinning skills needed to achieve the elements and performance criteria in the unit of competency. It includes both generic skills, communication, and industry-specific skills. So pag sinabi po nating underpinning skills, ito yung parang tinutukoy nating mga tasks para magawa niya yung pinakang unit of competencies. So it may include yung ating preparation, selection, para magawa yung ating actual unit of competency. So method of assessment, a listing of all methods of gathering evidences used in the course to measure the attachment of the performance criteria. So what is recommended dun sa ating training regulation is the minimum requirement. So kung gusto nating magdagdag, pwede po yan. Pagbuo natin ang ating competency-based curriculum. So resource implications and context of assessment. So it specifies the setting of the assessment, which includes tools and equipment, access to the resources and equipment, manuals, and types of facility. So sa resource implication, nandiyan na po yung ating mga ginagamit talaga at yung ating mismong workplace or simulated environment. Okay? So yun po yung ating first part, which is dapat familiar po tayo in order to develop or para ma-recognize natin yung tinatawag nating competency-based curriculum. So the training regulation. So for those who have taken yung ating trainers methodology 1, I'm sure they are more or much familiar with this part, yung ating training regulations. Gising pa po ba sila? Hello?
Yes po, sir.
Gising pa.
Yes po, sir.
Hanggat may gising po kahit isa pa, okay lang po ha?
Gising pa po.
Okay. So training regulations. So kadalasan kasi yung ating yung ating mga courses, pag hindi natin medyo maintindihan kung ano yung laman, so we may pertain to this training regulations para makita talaga natin ano ba pagkapapasok ba ako, ano bang laman ng pag-aaralan ko. So etong training regulations yung pinakang source of this curriculum offerings ng ating mga TESDA institutions. So remember that meron po tayong mga tinatawag na TTIs or TESDA technology institutions, meron po tayong tinatawag na mga TESDA administered schools, at meron po tayong mga tinatawag na TVIs or TESDA vocational institutions. Okay, so usually nagpe-pertain po yung mga TVIs natin sa mga private na nag-o-offer ng TESDA programs. Okay, so yun po yung tatandaan natin. So pagka sinabing TESDA accredited, so usually it pertains to private technical vocational institutions. Okay, so when it comes to competency-based curriculum, sabi ko nga po sa inyo, the basis of all TESDA training programs na ino-offer, yung mga courses na ino-offer ng private and public institutions. So, eto na po yon. So, qualifications, base po siya sa nabanggit ni Dr. Bigleta this morning, yung tinatawag nating PTQF or yung PQF, Philippine Qualifications Framework. So, lahat po ng qualifications ay dapat napapaloob dun sa ating PTQF. So, units of competencies, base po yan sa ating mga competency standards na ginawa po ng industry na syempre meron po siyang corresponding certification and equivalency. Sa curriculum design po, it is also based sa ating competency-based curriculum development na nanggaling din po sa competency standards. Doon po nabubuo yung ating mga modules of training. So, in terms of competency-based training or CBT, nandyan po yung ating learning materials, courseware development, training delivery, at saka assessment. Okay? So remember na lahat po ng competency standards natin, usually dumadaan po yan sa ating mga industry experts. So ayan po yung ating tinatawag na Philippine Qualification Framework. So nandyan po sa yung ating basic education hanggang grade 12 po. So base dito sa ating PQF, nandun po yung pwede na siyang mag BS course or baccalaureate degrees. Then yung ating level 1 from NC1 hanggang diploma. So dati po ang pinag-uusapan lang diyan ay hanggang NC4 yung sa TESDA. Ngayon po we are offering also diploma programs. Okay? So from NC1 hanggang NC4 ngayon may diploma na. So pagka level 6 po yung mga baccalaureate degrees, level 7 yung ating mga post-baccalaureate, and then level 8 we have the doctoral and postdoctoral degrees. So ano ba yung qualification? So it is formal certification issued by an official agency in recognition that an individual has been assessed as achieving learning outcomes or competencies to the standard specified for the qualification title. So this is more on the side ng level 6 hanggang level 8. This part naman, package of competencies describing a particular function or job role existing in an economic sector. It covers the work activities required to undertake a particular life or job role. So usually yung ating mga short-term qualifications, pumapatak dito sa ating level 1 to 5 descriptor. Okay, so pagka level 1 or NC1, so bihira na rin po yung may mga level ng NC1. So knowledge and skills that are manual or concrete or practical and are operational in focus. So yun po yung level ng KSA niya or yung ating knowledge, skills, values. Application is limited, of highly familiar and predictable context, involves straightforward routine, issues which are addressed by following set rules, guidelines, or procedures. So sa degree of independence, in conditions where there is very close support, guidance, or supervision, minimum judgment or discretion is needed. Kadalasan itong level 1 natin, pinaklasify as yung mga, let's say kung electrical yan, mga helper electricians. Okay, so yun yung classification ng NC level 1. Then level 2, knowledge and skills that are manual, practical, or operational in focus with a variety of options. So applied activities that are in set range of familiar and predictable context. So it involves routine issues which are identified and addressed by selecting from and following a number of set rules, guidelines, or procedures. In conditions where there is substantial support, guidance or supervision, limited judgment or discretion is needed. So yung mga level 2 natin, it involves, sabihin na natin yung mga routine na hindi masyadong critical. Okay, so NC level 2. Then the NC level 3, knowledge and skills that are balance of theoretical and technical and practical. The work involves understanding the work process, contributing to problem solving, and making decisions to determine the process, equipment, and materials to be used. In application, applied in activities that are set in context with some unfamiliar or unpredictable aspects, involve routine and non-routine issues, which are identified and addressed by interpreting and applying established guidelines or procedures with some variations. Application at this level may involve individual responsibility or autonomy, and may involve some responsibility for others. Participation in teams, including team or group coordination, may be involved. So in this case po, pagka nasa level 3 na po tayo, it involves na yung ating individual responsibility. Ang ibig sabihin, pwede na po tayong mag-isa to perform associated duties and responsibilities. Pwede rin po sa problem solving. So may part na rin po ng leadership in this NC level 3. When it comes to NC level 4, knowledge and skills that are highly theoretical and abstract with significant depth in one or more areas, contributing to technical solutions of a non-routine or contingency nature, evaluation and analysis of current practices, and the development of new criteria and procedures. So it is supported by theoretical and practical. So sa application po, in activities that are set in range of contexts, most of which involve a number of unfamiliar and unpredictable aspects, involve largely non-routine issues which are addressed using guidelines or procedures which require interpretation and adaptation. So work involves leadership and guidance when organizing activities of self and others. So ito na po yung pagdating sa real workplace, sila yung mga foreman, mga leadman. So sila na po yung naghahawak ng mga special cases or problem arising dun sa kanilang actual duties and responsibilities. Okay, so ito po yung sinasabi natin kaninang diploma, no? So yung diploma natin, knowledge and skills that are mainly theoretical, abstract with significant depth in some areas together with wide-ranging specialized technical, creative, and conceptual skills. Perform work activities demonstrating breadth and depth and complexity in the planning and initiation of alternative approaches to skills and knowledge applications across a broad range of technical or management requirements, evaluation, and coordination. So applied in activities that are supervisory, complex, and non-routine, which require an extensive interpretation and or adaptation innovation in conditions where there is broad guidance and direction, where judgment is required in planning, selecting appropriate equipment, services, and techniques for self and others. Undertake work involving participation in the development of strategic initiatives, as well as personal responsibilities and autonomy in performing complex technical operations or organizing others. So dito po sa ating diploma program, in which ito pong ating institution nagsimula ng magkaroon ng 3 pilot programs. So ito pong diploma program natin ay usually hinahanap po natin ng partner dun sa higher education institution. Kung pwedeng ampunin yung aming mga graduates of diploma program. So now, kasi parang pinaplansya pa ng CHED and TESDA yung tinatawag nating credit transfer system from TESDA to higher education program. So yun po yung ating isang concern dito. Yung diploma program po natin is anchored actually dun sa ating mga PSG at saka CMO ng CHED Memorandum Order dun sa mga particular qualifications. So usually 3-year program po ang diploma program ng TESDA. Okay? So yun po yung aming siguro magandang ano rin po to venue para po dun sa ating mga university president, vice president na
kung paano matutulungan yung TESDA or yung mga institutions to tie up and be the partner pagdating sa mga credit transfer system or how they can accommodate yung ating mga gustong magtuloy into BS courses. Sa pagdating po sa development ng competency-based curriculum, siyempre titingnan natin unang-una is yung competency standard na nandun po sa training regulation. So the unit of competency, yung element 1, 2, or 3. So kailangan i-analyze po natin yung competency standards and then the competency-based curriculum. So doon na po gagawa po tayo ng course design and modules of training. So yung competency standard is composed of unit of competency. Each unit has elements, performance criteria, range of variables, evidence guide. In preparation of competency-based curriculum, the units of competency and their elements are analyzed to come up with the modules of instruction or training. Okay? So napaka-importante po yung section ng competency standard dun sa ating training regulation. So paano ba natin titingnan yun? Sa unit of competency, magiging basis siya dun sa ating competency-based curriculum. So yung mga modules galing dun sa unit of competency. So idadagdag po natin yung mga elements which will turn to be the summary of learning outcomes or the learning outcomes na mangyayari. Then sa unit of the unit descriptor, yun na po yung ating magiging module description. Then the performance criteria, pagka in-analyze po natin, dapat siya yung magiging assessment criteria natin. And then the range of variables, papasok po siya dun sa mga conditions in which nandun po yung mga gagamitin, tools and equipment, or materials. And then sa evidence guide, doon naman po papasok yung ating mga contents and then yung ating tinatawag na assessment method na gagamitin. So this is how you analyze yung ating competency standard para mabuo natin yung competency-based curriculum dito sa TVET natin. So the process of developing competency-based curriculum takes into account yung specification ng competency standard and then the background and requirement of the learners or trainees. So the process of development will involve representatives from industry, curriculum developers and teachers or trainers, and experience in subject matter or industry sector. There's no single or correct structure for a competency-based curriculum. So different group of developers may come up with a different CBC structure. What is essential is that the outcomes of the training and assessment of the total course are constant with the industry standard. So pagka po nagde-develop ng ating competency-based curriculum, pwede po tayong kadalasan ginagawa namin practice, we are inviting experts from the industry, from the academe, from the different universities, para makabuo kami ng isang curriculum na sabihin na nating acceptable and mamimit po yung requirement ng training regulations. Meron pa pong, usually meron pa pong dagdag na input from the industry and from the academe. So yung modular structure natin, yung isang unit of competency, pwede po siyang isang buong module or pwede po siyang hatiin into different modules. So pwedeng sa isang unit of competency, pag napaka-broad nung kanyang coverage, pwede natin siyang hatiin into 3, into 2. So it depends on the analysis ng ating curriculum developer. So at the start, siyempre kailangan meron tayong approved competency standard. So kung wala pong approved competency standard, papasok po siya dun sa tinatawag nating qualifications or courses, which is non-training regulation or NTR. So hindi po siya magbabase dito sa ating mga TR. So analyze the units of competency. Then we will determine the module title and description. We'll define the nominal hours or the duration per module. We list learning outcomes of particular module. And then we will specify assessment criteria. Then describe conditions, list the content, and then specify assessment methods. So dun sa ating mga tinutukoy dito, let's say for example, yung descriptions of learning outcomes ay complete. So pwede na tayo dun sa C. Kung no, sorry. Kung no siya, balik tayo dun sa list of learning outcomes of particular module. So if yes naman, is the analysis of all units of competency comprehensive? Kung comprehensive siya, then we proceed with this part. Is there a change in competency standard? So kung yes, balik tayo dun sa E, hanapin natin yung bagong competency standard. So dito po, pag naririnig nyo yung mga term na migration, kasi ginagamit po ng TESDA, dun sa mga competency standards na nagbabago, minsan nag-upgrade, minsan nagdadagdag. So we term that as migration. So minamigrate natin yung previous or old na curriculum into the new curriculum. So migration po ang tawag. So sa stages po, so kagaya po nung pinag-usapan natin kaninang determining the stages, determining the module, so analysis ng unit of competency, determine module title using the structure. So the name chosen, pagka module na po siya, usually dinadagdagan lang natin ng ing sa dulo pagka gagawin na natin siyang module title. So dun sa ating developing ng description of a module, so clarify the intent of the module and the outline what is done in the workplace. Dun sa ating module descriptor, dapat pong makita yung part na yon. So a module is a learning segment with a specified educational or training purpose. So the statement briefly describes the overall intentions of the module with emphasis on learning outcome. So each module is linked to units of competency. In the standards, you need to look at those units and make sure you have clear picture of what the learner should be able to do after completing the module. Sa pagdating po sa nominal duration, what is indicated dun sa ating training regulation, actually pwede po siyang dagdagan. So pero nililimit lang po ng TESDA yung pagdadagdag dun sa oras kasi baka medyo minsan po mas marami yung dagdag dun sa inaasahan. So let's say for example, they are allowing mga 20% na increase dun sa duration or nominal duration ng program na i-register with TESDA. And the level of qualification, so depende po kung may prerequisite. Titingnan po natin yung from NC1 hanggang NC4. Now, there are qualifications na walang NC1, NC2 po agad. Meron mang qualification na walang NC4 hanggang NC3 lang. So, it depends kung may prerequisite. Let's say, for example, yung welding po, SMAW NC1. So, hindi ka po pakukuhanin ng SMAW NC2 kung wala kang maipakitang certification ng SMAW NC1. So sa electrical po, kung wala kang NC2, hindi ka rin po pwedeng mag-take ng NC3. So yun po yung mga certain na tinatawag nating prerequisite. Sa summary of learning outcomes po natin, formulate, prepare list of all learning outcomes under each unit or module. So learning outcome must describe a discrete element of the learner should be able to do. So review and revise when necessary. Yung ating mga learning outcome po ay kagaya nung na-discuss natin kanina, kinukuha po siya doon sa ating mga elements. So iaayos lang po natin, pwede nating i-revise siya, pero usual po it start with the action verb and there should be an object for the activity involved. Assessment criteria. Yung ating assessment criteria, galing naman po siya doon sa performance criteria. So it is the list, all the assessment criteria under each learning outcome. Assessment criteria must specify the performance outcomes. So the learner will be able to demonstrate at the conclusion of the learning outcome. So pwede rin po tayo mag-revise, mag-review ng ating performance criteria para ma-convert natin into assessment criteria. Just make sure that you do not end up na ang tinutukoy natin doon sa assessment criteria natin is certain topic doon sa ating, or certain topic, lessons or content doon sa ating mga learning outcomes or range of variables. Doon po sa ating content, usually ito po yung ating mga underpinning knowledge. No? So nakalagay po dyan yung mga concepts, yung knowledge, kung may rules. So dyan po natin ilalagay yun sa contents natin. So again, yung content po natin doon sa TR is the minimum requirement. So pwede po tayo magdagdag kung sa tingin natin hindi po sapat yung nandun sa ating training regulation. Then the condition, ito na po yung mga equipment natin, tools, yung mga nire-require in the execution ng training ng ating certain qualification. So it provides details about resources for the delivery of the module, list ng supply, facilities, equipment, and materials, then dun sa delivery ng module. So dito po natin tinitingnan yon sa part ng condition. And then assessment method. So meron din pong indicated dun sa ating training regulation. So you can add also, ito po ay example lang. So portfolio, computer-based, oral interview, practical demonstration. So we can include po written examination, observation do sa actual workplace. So pwede po yung gamitin dito sa assessment method. So yung ating assessment method should be holistic in approach. A holistic approach to the competency assessment is one in which competence is seen as the ability to draw in and integrate a variety of knowledge, skills, and attitude. So yun po dapat yung included sa ating assessment method. In terms of methodology, specify the method of the delivery and system to be used. Pwede po tayong mag-add ng different methodology or approach na pwede nating ma-deliver yung ating units of competencies na mas madaling ma-acquire yung knowledge, skills, and attitude dun sa training. So again, pagka naggagawa po tayo ng modules of instruction, so yun na po yung, ito na po yung mga kailangan makita dun sa ating competency-based curriculum. So unit title, module title, module descriptor, yung level ng ating qualification, nominal duration, gaano katagal, learning outcomes, and then we have the assessment criteria, conditions, content, assessment method. So example po ng ating curriculum na ginawa is yung PB system installation NC2. So ito pong PB systems installation NC2, ito po yung sa solar, yung renewable source of energy. So solar powered system. So ito po yung ating sample curriculum for that. So we have the course design. So included po doon sa ating curriculum yung course structure. So naka-indicate po yung mga basic competencies. So kanina po nabanggit yung 21st century skills. So we have courses for qualifications na ang ginagamit na po namin is yung 21st century skills. Now, yung others po ini-embed lang po namin, pero actually pagka po in-register ulit o migrate, so we will turn into the 21st century skills na tinutukoy. So ito po madadagdagan po itong ating basic competencies. Common competencies is also included. And then, syempre, yung ating core competencies. So, makikita din po dun sa ating curriculum yung ating assessment method na gagamitin, course delivery, and then the resources. Including po yung qualifications ng instructors or trainers. So, ang minimum requirement po ngayon sa TESDA kapag ka nagtuturo ka ng technical vocational courses, so kailangan meron ka pong at least NTTC or PNTTC. Pagka sinabi pong NTTC, Ito po yung ang validity ay 5 years. So, yung ating PNTTC, ang validity po nito is 2 years. So, intended po yung PNTTC sa mga gusto maging trainers ng TechBook na kulang po yung kanyang requirements. For example, wala po siyang industry immersion or industry experience. So, ang binibigay po muna is PNTTC allowing the trainer to comply dun sa ating requirement na industry immersion or experience. Siyempre, requirement dyan para makakuha ng NTTC ay yung ating TM1 and then yung ating NC. So sa ngayon po, sinisimula na rin po yung training ng TM2. So probably, siguro by next year, marami ng holder ng TM2, kasunod na po yung TM3 and then TM4 or trainer's methodology. Sa modules of instruction po, makikita niyo po yung unit of competency and then the module title. For example po, perform site assessment, performing site assessment. So yung ating nominal duration is 32 hours. Nakalagay din po yung module descriptor and then yung summary of learning outcomes. So pagkatapos po nun, makikita natin yung contents, ano ba yung dapat ituro dun sa ating learning outcome 1. Nandun din yung assessment criteria. Ano ba yung dapat meron siya? Ano ba yung nire-require na methodology sa pagtuturo or pagdi-deliver ng training? And then pagdating doon sa assessment method, anong gagamitin mo after completing that certain learning outcome? Okay? Sino po ang kamukha nito pag natutulog? Hello? Hello po?
Hello po.
Hello po.
Hello, hello.
Okay.
Hello
Yo,
po,
gusto
hello
niya.
po.
Wala
Hello
namang
po.
kumukha ito pag natutulog. Ano po? Okay.
Hello po.
So I hope kahit po ay nakapag po tayo ng information dito sa ating current Tibet curriculum. Paano ba yung mga system ngayon sa TESDA? Okay? Okay pa po ba tayo? I'm into the last slide po. Last part po. Bago po tayo mag-continue, konting ano lang po. Konting... Okay, narinig niyo na po ba to? Bakit po kaya may guhit? Okay, so narinig niyo po ba itong reasons to say I don't? Sabi daw. Okay. Nababasa po ba natin?
Excuse po.
Yes, ma'am.
Paki-stop share mo muna po para po mawala yung guhit. Thank you
Okay,
po.
okay, ma'am. Thank you. Okay. Para lang po maiba ng konti para ma-refresh lang po bago tayo magpunta dun sa last. Maikli na lang po yung presentation ko at alam kong Malayo pa po ang uwian nyo kasi kayo po yung nasa mga bahay nyo. So, narinig niyo na po ba to? Some thoughts to ponder natin. Oh, marriage is not a word. It is a sentence. Sabi nila life sentence. So be sure po na hindi life sentence daw po yung inyong patutunguhan. So marriage is love and love is blind. So therefore marriage is an institution for the blind. So yung marriage is an institution wherein, kasi pinag-uusapan natin ay master's degree tsaka bachelor's degree. Pagka nag-asawa daw po, a man loses his bachelor's degree and a woman gets her master's degree. Totoo po ba yun? So marriage certificate is just another word for working permit. So marriage requires 4 types of rings. Ano po yung mga ring na yun? So we have the wedding ring, enduring, and then suffering. So life is one long sweet dream, and marriage is the alarm clock. So marriage is full of excitement and frustration. In the first year of marriage, the man speaks and the woman listens. In the second year, the woman speaks and the man listens. And in the third year, both of them speak and the neighbor listen. Totoo po ba to? It is true that all men are born equal, but some of them get married and then life becomes unfair. So there is this man who muttered a few words in church and found himself married. A year later, he muttered something in his sleep and found himself divorced. Ano kaya yung sinabi niya nung habang natutulog siya? Okay? So anyway, siningit ko lang po para medyo sa pagtatapos ng ating presentation. Any reaction from the group po? Baka po may gusto magbigay ng testimony. Actually, this is the last part of my presentation. So conceptual framework po. Yung TESDA po ngayon, actually kayo po ay CHED and DepEd. I know hindi pa po kayo face to face, or kung nagpe-face to face man ay siguro yung limited lang para dun sa CHED na po. Kami po ay last year pa, we are having this face-to-face training na kasi medyo mahirap on the part ng pag-skills ng dinidevelop pagdating sa online classes na pure. So medyo mahirap po para sa mga trainers ng TVET. Okay, so sa conceptual framework po, we have the flexible learning in TVET. So yung distance and face-to-face are the conventional teaching and learning approach. Pero ngayon po, we are implementing yung blended face-to-face and online learning. So na-discuss po ni Dr. Gonzales kanina itong about mga learning delivery na to. So this learning delivery mode is traditionally adapted where the knowledge contents and skills components are both delivered at the classroom and workshop areas of TBI. So online learning, this learning delivery mode takes place outside classroom using primarily or entirely the internet-connected computer or mobile device. This is prepared for TVET programs that require no or limited use of large and complicated learning equipment. So itong online delivery po namin sa ngayon sa TESDA programs, usually sa mga language skills. And then dun sa contact tracing, so ito yung ginagamit namin because hindi naman kailangan ng mga equipment to practice on. So blended learning, this learning delivery mode combines the traditional face-to-face learning and e-learning. The knowledge contents may be delivered and learned via online platform with the aid of offline e-learning technology, while the skills components are delivered and learned at the classroom and workshop areas of the TBI. This mode is prepared for TVET programs that cannot be fully delivered online due to the requirement for large or complicated learning equipment for the skills components. Then distance learning, this is a traditional learning delivery mode. Learning takes place outside the training institution for both the knowledge and contents and skills components with the use of print learning materials and non-digital electronic resources. So this is prepared for TVET programs that require no or limited use of large and complicated learning equipment and suitable for TBIs, trainers, and learners with limited capacity to adapt blended learning and online delivery modes. So a TBI may adapt the combination of distance learning and face-to-face learning in delivering TVET programs that require the use of large and or complicated learning equipment. This is an option for TBIs and learners with limited access to information and communication technology, including internet connectivity. So binigyan po ng kalayaan yung ating mga TBIs and TTIs, yung mga TAS or test administered schools, na mamili kung ano yung gusto nilang gamitin sa flexible learning delivery. Kaya lang, meron po tayong mga sinusunod na parameters pagdating dun sa approval ng flexible learning delivery. So, nung last year po, nung nag-apply yung mga institution, medyo may mga nahuli pa po dun sa application. Kaya may mga training centers pa rin po na hindi pa full blast or hindi pa nag-ooperate because of these requirements. So sa online delivery mode po, syempre kailangan ng bagong curriculum. So yung bagong curriculum po, dapat it will reflect the online learning as a modality in delivering the TVET program. So dapat yung mga digital learning contents kasama po doon sa mga requirements na ipapakita nung applying institution for the FLD or flexible learning delivery. So any of the following online e-learning infrastructure, pwede po siya magpakita ng LMS niya using yung mga ginagamit na applications ngayon, pwedeng Moodle, Blackboard, Tutor, and others. So web applications that provide access to digital content and any shared resources anywhere, anytime. So pwede pong Google Classroom or any other forms na pwede nilang or kung saan sila pamilyar. Then allow communication between trainers and peers synchronously. Pwedeng Facebook, pwedeng Google Meet, Facebook Live, o allows administration of assessment of learning outcomes. Provides technical support system for the trainer and the trainees. So sa blended po, ito po yung ino-offer namin, blended learning do sa aming flexible learning delivery. So blended po yung napili namin. So blended learning is adapted when the following requirements are available. Again, yung curriculum po namin binago, indicating the use of online learning tsaka face-to-face component dun sa aming training delivery. Competency-based workshop area with the required learning system or equipment and tools where the face-to-face instruction is conducted for the skills component. So digital learning contents, again, online learning infrastructure, LMS. So we have developed siguro mga around 30 na learning management system para dun sa aming institution. Pero since na hindi po required yung validation or yung mga testing, so we rely dun sa conversion ng aming mga competency-based learning material to be converted into learning management system. So we are using Moodle dun sa aming institution. So blended learning delivery mode allows communication between trainers and peers, synchronous man yan o asynchronous, allows administration of assessment of learning outcomes, technical support system for the trainer and the trainee. So TBI may use offline electronic technology and resources to support blended learning delivery, such as but not limited to the following. So digitized learning materials, CBLM and other instructional learning materials, videos and interactive contents, or downloaded digital contents of LMS. So distance learning po, ito naman po yung mga requirements. So learning, yung curriculum ulit, CBC indicating distance learning as the modality. Learning resources that can be accessed by learners in combination with the following. So print learning materials, CBLM, training manual, textbooks, workbook. Okay. Distance learning again. So we have means of communication between the trainer, dapat meron. Means of assessment of learning outcomes, technical support system for the trainer and the trainees. So we can also use combination of distance and face-to-face pagdating sa mga Tibet training. So pwede po rin gawin doon sa application for flexible learning delivery. Okay, so same requirement, kailangan may mga printed material, syempre, audiovisual materials, pwede rin gamitin for the combination of distance and face-to-face. So technical support system and means of assessment of learning outcomes, napaka-importante na merong system for that, para matest po kung talaga natututo kahit distance learning yung bata. As a requirement po for the flexible learning delivery, kailangan po yung mga trainers ng Tibet ay nakapag-undergo ng tinatawag na practicing COVID-19 preventive measures in the workplace, which is available dun sa aming TESDA online program. So hindi po pwedeng mag-resume yung operation ng isang technical vocational institution kapag po hindi nakompleto tong requirement. This is part of the curriculum na isinasubmit nila for the flexible learning delivery. And then all trainers must undergo yung training, 5-day training program in facilitate e-learning session. So hindi po pwedeng magturo with the element ng online or blended learning kapag hindi po nakapag-undergo yung trainer ng facilitate e-learning session. 5-day training program po to na binibigay ng mga school or institution dun sa TESDA. Then, upon completion of all the requirements, so bibigyan po ng Certificate of Recognition for Flexible Learning Delivery yung atin pong mga institution para po siya ay makapag-operate na ulit or makapag-resume yung kanyang training. So, it started po last year pa. So, may mga ilan na lang po siguro na hindi nakakasunod with the requirements. Pero nabawasan po. Siyempre, mahirap din pong maggawa ng ating tinatawag na learning management system or yung mga online na learning materials na pwedeng i-access ng mga estudyante. Okay, so yan po yung aking kabuuan ng presentation with regards to TESDA curriculum and instructional delivery po na nangyayari ngayon. Now, certification po, nakalagay po dun sa ating topic na included. Yung certification po natin is still on hold maliban po dun sa mga, inaalaw po yung ating certification with some qualifications, kaya lang on a limited, very limited na access. Pagdating dito sa Laguna, inaalaw kami 30% lang po muna in the conduct of assessment. National assessment po yon. Training and delivery po, pagka outdoor po yung pwede pong gawing outdoor, so we are allowed 50%. Pagka indoor po, we are allowed 30%. Okay, yun po yung current na situation natin ngayon. So ang inaalaw po na 100%, usually yung mga kailangan ng OFW, such as domestic works, yung mga paalis na, so binibigyan po ng priority provided makakapagpakita po sila ng visa or any proof na sila po talaga ay scheduled ng umalis or meron na silang employer dun sa ibang bansa. Okay, so ma'am, I'm Norby. So I hope gising pa po yung iba. I hope may nakuha po tayo kahit counting information regarding to test the curriculum and what is happening now in Tibet sector ng ating education. Salamat po.
Thank you very
Thank you
much po, Mr. Erwin E. Laberinto, Vocational Instruction Supervisor 3, Jacobo Z. Gonzalez Memorial School Arts and Trade, TESDA Institutional Training Center at Binian, Laguna. We are thankful po for sharing your expertise and views with your topic about curriculum design, instructional delivery, and certification in TESDA under the new normal. Your talk is very helpful po to all of us. And we would like to know po how captivated we were by your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay po, to our participants, if you have questions po, please type your questions po in our chat box. So before I read a question from Ma'am Filipina Ramos, for those who still haven't responded to their attendance and evaluation form, please accomplish the link. So attendance links can be seen in our chat box. Okay po, let me read po the question from Ma'am Filipina Ramos. Sir, my school offers CVL, dressmaking and tailoring. Ang naging problem po namin ay assessment center. Binian is far from Siniluan po for our students. Saan po kaya ang nearest assessment center for us? Thank you po.
Yes, ma'am. Ganyan din po yung actually problema nung ibang institution kasi medyo limited nga po. At the same time, kaya hindi po sila nag-ooperate as assessment center kasi pagka po sila ay nag-invite ng assessor, medyo yung expenses nila when it comes to the assessment fee, mas kumbaga matatalo pa sila dun sa pag-invite nila ng assessor. So medyo mahirap po ngayon kasi ang inaalaw lang po according to the latest circular is 30% po. Ano po bang particular, ma'am? May I know kung anong particular qualification po yung hinahanap nilang assessment center? Ma'am?
Hello po, Ma'am Ramos. You can unmute
Ma'am
po your
Ramos?
microphone.
Particularly po kasi may mga certain qualifications po tayo na hindi pa rin pinapayagan na mag-conduct ng national assessment. Especially po yung mga qualifications na merong contacts kagaya ng mga beauty care, hilot, massage therapy. So hindi pa po inaalaw. Maliban dun sa mga cases na urgent yung need ng candidate for assessment, so yun po pinapayagan. Pero Siniluan, so you may coordinate po sa ating provincial office kung saan po yung pwede nyong pagdalhan. So baka particularly pwede kayo ma-accommodate ng Jacobo since we have more than 30 qualifications for as assessment center po. Kaya yun nga lang po, ma'am, medyo malayo po. Nasa Binyan po tayo.
Thank you po, sir. Thank you.
Any questions pa po from our participants?
Additional information lang, ma'am. We have yung TESDA provincial office natin is located sa TESDA sa Calauan po, Calauan, Laguna. Before po nasa Los Baños, so napalipat na po siya sa mas malapit, ma'am. Nasa TESDA Calauan po siya dun sa highway po ng Bangyas. So makikita po natin, nasa loob po siya ng LLDA compound. So those who are interested po, those who are interested po dun sa mga programs ng TESDA, meron po rin tayong TESDA Training Center located in Calauan, Laguna. So mas malapit na po. So kami po kasi nasa kabilang dulo. Ito po ay Calauan lang. For those interested in TESDA programs.
Okay, that is acknowledged, sir. Thank you very much.
Questions pa po from our participants? Again po, while we are waiting po for the questions, for those who are not yet responded or still haven't responded to their morning and afternoon attendance and evaluation, please accomplish. The attendance links can be seen in our chat box. I think po wala na po tayong questions. Yan. So since there are no more questions, this is where our last topic ends. And now let's go to our awarding of the certificate. Let me read again the citation. Republic of the Philippines, Laguna State Polytechnic University, Siniloan Campus. Certificate of Appreciation is given to Mr. Erwin E. Laberinto for having his expertise and for his invaluable service as resource speaker during the conduct of the webinar on the management of curriculum and instruction for teacher education. With the theme, LSPU in the New Normal, Onward to a Flexible and Equitable Teacher Education through Responsive Curriculum and Instruction, held on November 6, 2021 via Zoom conferencing and given this 60th day of November 2021 at Laguna State Polytechnic University. Signed by our Associate Dean of CTE and ISAR, Dr. Elaine Rose Gina Chon, our Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Eden C. Calio, from our campus Director, Engineer Joseph M. Cabiente, and to our University President, Dr. Marian R. Briones. Once again, thank you so much po, Mr. Erwin E. Laberinto.
Thank you, ma'am. Salamat po sa inyong lahat. Salamat po sa pakikinig at sa mga sa organizers po sa nag-invite sa akin. So it's such a great opportunity na makapag-share po. Thank you.
We want to express po again our deepest gratitude to all our speakers. To Dr. Amelia A. Biglete, Dr. Ronald O. Gonzalez, Dr. Justado San Antonio, and Mr. Erwin E. Laberinto. Thank you po for being here with us and sharing with us your insights, experiences, and knowledge on curriculum and instruction. May I request po our participants to please turn on their cameras for our photo op.
Good afternoon po. Hold your smiles po. Let's start po sa first page. Next page po. Next po. Oh. Thank you po.
Thank you po ulit, Mr. Erwin R. Laberinto.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Thank you
And
po.
to continue the program, and to give the statement of challenge, From the Graduate Studies and Applied Research, let's give it up for Dr. Josefina T. De Jesus, the CTE Graduate Program Coordinator.
Classmate ko ito eh. Ito magsasalita ngayon. Ito ngayon. Ito. Hindi, parehas. Naandito na ako sa ano eh.
To our honorable and beloved President, Dr. Mario Briones, to the very supportive Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Eden Calio, to the energetic campus director, Engineer Joseph Cabiente, to our equally supportive Dean, Dr. Elaine Rose Nachon, to our dear students, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. Attending a webinar is an activity we all have accustomed with during this period of COVID-19. This webinar is a part of the program to develop you to become more effective educator that can face the challenges and changes of the post-pandemic education, which will require extraordinary skills. Napakapalad po natin for having our great speakers, Dr. Biglete, Dr. Gonzales, Dr. San Antonio, and Sir Erwin. Hindi nyo po natatanong, si Sir Erwin, naging estudyante ko po sa Santa Cruz Campus. Napaghahalatan ako
Kamusta po? Kamusta po, ma'am?
Mabuti naman po, Sir Erwin. Ayan. So we hope that the knowledge that you have acquired will be applied in the different institutions where all of you belong. I challenge everyone to nurture the learning and, if ever possible, to propagate the same and develop skills from this. I would like to share a story of the matchsticks. They live in our house in a matchbox. In the matchbox, it is very dark. They are always longing for the light, and they only get a glimpse of the light when someone gets one member of their family or a piece of matchstick. After a member of their family was taken, they are not able to know what happened to the relative. They are very happy to see the light every time someone opens the matchbox to get a matchstick. But at the same time, they are very sad that one of them will be taken away and will not be able to come back. One time, as someone is taking one matchstick, another matchstick fell to the ground. At nasabi nga niya, wow! He is amazed he was now the liberty of witnessing what happens when one of them is taken out of the back of the matchbox. He saw that sometimes they are made to serve as a toothpick. One time, he saw that a matchstick can be used to clean the ear by aching a cotton to them. No? Siguro, kayo rin ay nakakagawa din ng ganun. But the most important thing that he was saw, when someone lighted the matchstick by stretching it to the side of the matchbox, and behold, there was light. It came to him as a realization that they have already the light that they are searching for. He said to himself, the light that we are longing for is within us. And so he prayed to God that he be given the chance to go back to his home inside the matchbox, so that he can advise his brothers and sisters and relatives that there is no need to search for the light because they have the light inside them. According to the story, someone picked up the matchstick on the ground and put it back inside the matchbox. And so he tells his brothers and sisters and relatives that they have the lights inside. According to the story, some believed and some did not. Now, let us consider ourselves to be that matchstick and spread the good news. The learning that we acquired from this webinar, when you go back to your institution, when you are connected, you will spread the light that you have acquired from here. So all that, thank you and God bless us all.
Thank you so much po, Dr. Josefina T. De Jesus. And for the expression of commitment, may we call on one of the PhD ELM students, Ms. Marilyn Valeroso.
Thank you, Ms. Norby Grace A. Valderrama. Thank you, Dr. Josefina P. Jesus, for the challenges. Good afternoon, everyone. As a representative of CTE, College of Teacher Education, Graduate Studies, and Applied Research in PhD ELM, let me start with this quote. Nothing is impossible with hard work, commitment, and dedication. All tasks are feasible and attainable if we commit, dedicate, and work very hard. If we commit and dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly, together with hard work, everything is possible. For almost 2 years that we are facing the new normal setup of teaching and learning situation due to pandemic, LSPU is continuously giving a quality and effective curriculum and instruction for their students, whether it is undergraduate and graduate students. Also, the adaptation of new learning, teaching techniques or strategies using different modalities in order to deliver quality education through responsive instruction, distinctive research, sustainable extension, and production services. This webinar really helps a lot to us. As a teacher participant, it helps us to reorient the policies, standards, and guidelines in the management of curriculum and instruction given by the expert in the field of education, like what our four resource speakers shared to us. So this webinar helped us to widen the horizon of knowledge in curriculum and instruction. We, who are in the field of teaching profession, commits to a lifelong learning, serving students academically, and to a developing growth mindset of all learners. Sa kabila ng pandemya na ating kinakaharap, patuloy pa rin nating itataguyod ang pagkatuto ng ating mga mag-aaral sa pamamagitan ng iba't ibang learning modalities tulad ng modular learning, printed, online platform, blended learning, radio-based at iba pa. Bilang guro ay susuungin ang lahat ng paraan para sa ikatututo ng bawat bata dahil kailangan bawat bata bumabasa dahil walang batang maiiwan sa kabila ng pandemya. We promise to do our best to understand and respect our personal responsibilities, our freedom of expression, our duty to serve others, and our school. We promise to uphold the vision, mission, and goals of LSPU as well as the DepEd. So tulad nga po ng kwento ni Ma'am Josefina na ang bawat tao o lahat tayo ay may kanya-kanya tayong responsibilidad or may kanya-kanya tayong kakayahan na dapat nating gampanan. Bawat individual ay merong silbi sa pamayanan. Magandang hapon po at manatili po tayong ligtas. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much po, Ma'am Marilyn Valeroso. And that's a wrap, everyone. Thank you for staying with us throughout the whole day. I hope that you have gained a lot of insights from our four wonderful speakers today. May all your endeavors be blessed as you continue on teaching minds, touching hearts, and transforming the lives of our learners. Keep safe, everyone, and enjoy your weekend.
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Thank you so much po.
Miss
Thank you so much
Norby.
po.
Miss Norby,
Thank
can
you
we
po.
acknowledge again the participants?
Thank you
Hindi
po.
pa nag-stop
Thank you
sharing.
very much, LSPU,
Salamat
CP,
po.
GSAR.
Okay po,
Thank
for
you
those...
for your participation. Miss Norby, please acknowledge ulit the participants. Thank you.
Okay po.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, LSP GSAR.
Thank you so much po to all our participants. For those who still haven't responded to our or to their attendance and evaluation, please don't forget po to fill them up.
Ma'am Jennifer, makikibalik po dun sa slides natin nung list ng mga schools para po ma-acknowledge po uli sila ni Ma'am Norby. Salamat po.
Apo, ma'am.
Thank you so much po to all the participants from LSPU Santa Cruz, LSPU Los Baños, LSPU Sinaloan Campus, LSPU SPC, LSPU Nagcarlan Campus, Mapitak Integrated National High School, Santa Maria Academy, Bonbon National High School, Don Manuel Rivera MNHS, LSPU Lopez Satellite Campus, Polillo National High School, Santa Maria Integrated National High School, Sinaloan Integrated National High School, University of Perpetual Help System Dalpa, Governor Felicissimo T. San Luis Integrated High School. Next slide po, ma'am.
Next slide na po, ma'am.
Nandun pa rin po.
Baka nawalan na ng parang naglag si Ma'am Jennifer. I suppose in the last slide, Ms. Norby, we have there ayan, balik na si Ma'am Jen. Baka po mahina ang signal. Sige po. So we acknowledge din po the participants from next slide po, Ma'am Jen.
Doc Elaine, good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Salamat po, Doc Eddie, for staying with us hanggang sa huli.
Pasensya po at hindi ako makapag-open at ako hindi nakadata.
Opo, sir. Miss Norby.
Congratulations po.
Thank you po.
Sa ating mga committee na nag-organize. Thank you, everyone.
We acknowledge din po for the participation of Kalayaan District, General Nakar Elementary School, Sinaloan District, General Nakar District 2, Cagayan State University, Batangas State University, University Nasugbu Campus, maybe there's a problem po with the connection.
Yeah. I guess so. Sige, Ms. Norby, we also acknowledge participants from Cagayan State University, Bukidnon State University, Sultan Kudarat State University. I think in our YouTube live, we also have participants from Batangan National High School, Binulasan National High School. I think in the chat box, we have Tanay Integrated National High School, the Bridgewater School, Siniloan, Laguna. And then I think we also have participants from Paaralang Sekundarya ng General Nakar. Ayan, so we still have there. Ms. Norby, please continue.
Yes po. Bukidnon State University, Laguna University, St. Louis University, Baguio City, Aldea National High School, Tanay Sampaloc Integrated National High School, Hulo Integrated National High School, Kisao Integrated National High School, and Bagong Nayon 2 National High School, Antipolo City. We would like to acknowledge also San Isidro National High School, Antipolo City, San Jose National High School, Virgilio B. Melendres MES, and Laguna Private Schools Administrators Association. Thank you so much po for your cooperation for today's webinar.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much for this webinar.
Lola, where
Wow.
Pinakausap ako ni Gabby. Okay,
Hello,
I'm done.
Gabby.
Thank you.
Salamat po. Thank you
Thank
po.
you.
Congratulations po sa aking 7 estudyante sa ELM 407 for hosting this webinar. Ma'am Jen,
Dr. Lane,
ipakita
thank
mo-
you.
Salamat po, VP. Thank you
Yeah,
for
and thank you
staying
as
with
well
us.
to those wonderful and talented doctoral student of Siniloan campus, especially to the MC. Oh, she's so talented. Congratulations.
Thank you po, VP.
Thank you
Salamat
po.
din po kay Sir June Urera. Sir June, maraming salamat po for your technical assistance. Congratulations po. Opo, salamat po. Congratulations po dun sa 7 kong estudyante na kanina pa pong umaga kinakabahan. You made it po. You did well. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you po.
Congratulations po sa inyong 7.
Dr. Chonti, maraming salamat po.
Elaine.
Stay po tayo, yung 7 na ELM students po, ang ating organizers. Hintayin lang po natin na makapag-leave po yung ating mga participants. Ma'am Henley, thank you po. Nandito pala, Ma'am Henley. Sir Darwin offering kanina ang aga sa ating Zoom.
Ma'am Elaine?
Yes po, sir.
May recordings tayo nito at saka yung documentation, yung PowerPoint nila.
Sir, recordings po. Pero tingnan po natin kung pwede po tayong mag-request ng PowerPoint presentation. Pero kung sakali po...
Permission to speak po. Ma'am, nasa YouTube po.
Opo, nasa YouTube naman, sir. Pwedeng ma-review.
Ganda po kasi yung lecture. Pwede magamit sa curriculum.
Oo nga po, sir. Very informative po.
Opo. Kumbaga parang pwedeng insight na natin sa bagong enrichment dun sa curriculum.
Opo, sir. Yung sa TESDA, sir, pwede sa BTV-TED natin and BTLED.
Opo, ma'am. Opo. Pag-identify ng competencies.
Opo, sir.
Yung level 4? Revisit? Hindi. Ma'am Elaine?
Yes po, sir.
Naka-schedule po ng revisit.
Alin po sa revisit? Sorry po.
Sa edu.
Doc, yun po sa, sir, yung sa level 4 phase 1 po is para pong first week of December. Sir Eddie,
Kami po ay meron na, nag-prepare na po kami.
Opo, sir, may akare kasi kami next week po PhD level 2, kaya hinay-hinay po muna ng bahagya.
Oo nga po, i-revisit po kasi yun sa amin, ma'am. Kaya in-schedule kami kasi yun ay nung pan 2020.
Opo. Sir June Urera, naka-live pa tayo sa YouTube. Pa-stop na po ng live. Salamat po.
Yes po, ma'am. Na kay ma'am Iris yung ma'am.
Okay.
Chinat ko na si ma'am Iris, sabi ko i-stop na.
Salamat.